Oh my God. Okay. I will explain. Just give me a moment here. And I will explain what happened. All right, we're back. Are we back? Are we back? I guess. So, ladies and gentlemen, what happened was I messed up. I got this new mouse. And on the side of this new mouse here are these two buttons. And what clicking one of those buttons does is move to the next page of the browser or something. I'm not even too sure. So I've got to figure out how to disable them, because what happens is I got my mouse on the side of my desk and I'm talking, right? And then I move my hand towards the mouse to move it, but my hand hits one of these buttons on the way, and then end of story. It's over. So I apologize for that, because that is what happened. And oh, thank you. Shanny's live right now. We'll switch right over there right now. All right, let's do it.
And he came down saying how depressed he was.
Thank you.
Over it.
Maura, thank you.
Dude, you actually coming to me looking for comfort after you cheated on me with this chick?
Oh my God, it's all about sex.
Like, he'd been down several times just bumming around. Trying to make me feel sorry for him. And then the audacity says this, and I think everyone's gonna laugh. He said, I don't want to live without her. And then he says, well, maybe I'll ask Jules out and she'll go out with me. She showed me her picture. So he's going to ask Jules out. And he says, all these beautiful women want me. So, I need to find a way how to get out. So I'm going to hook up with one of the chicks and live with them. And it's like, you really going to use a woman to live with them and not provide anything? He's like, I'm good at sex. That's the only thing I know of is the sex. So I'll be her fuckboy. And I'm like, good luck with that, bud. Good luck with that, buddy.
Refill.
And I'm like, why are you here? Why are you looking from comfort from me? And then he scurried upstairs. Yeah, I think he was trying to feel the reins. He looked at me, smiled, and I could see DTs in his face, and he went this. He tried to woo me. I looked right through him. Oh, I was thinking the whole time, man, I wish I fucking turned on the camera. But news to the ladies, he's going to look for a girl and seduce you and want to take over your household. So, because he refuses to get a job. I said, why don't you get a job and take care of yourself? He's like, I don't want to do that. I have no job skills. Like, I said, Adult Protective Services could help you with that. Fuck them. She disappeared apparently, Michelle. Maybe they just got sick of it.
I see she
The
has got
game.
cigarettes now. She's got a weird face. Like I can't do
Thank
it.
you. It's wet. It
I'm
got
done.
played out. Yep.
Look,
She
I
never
switched. I
existed.
switched
Nope.
over to
I
Shanny.
think that
I switched over to Shanny, and my viewership has dropped down to 1.
she sent her legal representation and saying, please stop playing that you're me. And then she had to take it down and boop, she's gone.
Boop.
I told him I could show him some things to show him that she wasn't who he thought she was.
Why is Shanny making videos about Jason? Oh, excuse me. Hello? Oh, okay.
I know, and I'm like, Jason, I was there for you for 8 years by your side, and you never had a problem like this with me. I wasn't a catfish. I was the real deal. No, I know he's looking for a piece of ass right now.
I'll be right back.
Sorry, buddy. The legs are closed. They are closed. They are out of service. The cooter has a big no entry sign on it. Yeah, Erica, I get that too, man. He's like, I'm staying off the internet today. It's like, okay. Why are you telling me this? I just needed someone to listen to me. Like, yeah, but you want nothing to do with me, but yet you want me to hear how you feel bad after cheating on me? Have anyone ever got that before from their cheaters, like trying to get sympathy that they got what they deserved? All he has is Wookie and Jules, so two trolls. He's like, I have nobody now. Ah, that must be awful to have nobody, huh? I don't care if you're depressed. Justice served, in my opinion. Don't worry. You got 10 times more of that shit on you. Correct, Selena. How did he not see this coming? I don't know. The internet kept telling him it was going to happen. He's like, no, you're trolls. She's real. She's real. She's gone. Poof, gone because lawyers got involved by the real person. Yep. And now he wants to look for a woman so he can play tonsil hockey with her and lie on her couch as a fucking fuck boy. Like, no woman's gonna want you to live with them just to screw them. Like, what do you really have to offer a woman? Thank you, sugar. I don't think I look that good. I'm like in frumpy mode right now. I know. How much money did he make doing all that weird shit? And now they have all the shit they need to humiliate him for a whole fucking decade. No, he literally said that, Cordy, that he's hot, he's gonna get someone hot that's gonna bed with him and, be bunkmates, I guess. Like, dude, like, go on your fucking level. Like, shit. If he said all that about you after 8 years, he can't be trusted. Nah. I took him out of being an incel and I made him a man. And now he's back to being an incel. His loss. He had pussy and he gave it up. Real pussy. Real pussy. Sorry, I unfucking blocked him. When you blocked him, Champ Chan, we got him at the same time. No woman's going to want to have a child with a man who doesn't get a job, who's unstable mentally, who doesn't take his meds or get the help he needs mentally. Like, no woman's going to want to be with him. The only reason why I stayed with him so long a lot of times was I felt bad for him. I should try black guys. Oh, I know black guys love me. Call lashes on the mole and call it your third eye. No, it's my bindi. Leave the bindi alone. The bindi abides. I saw the cops got called again because he was trying to steal your PC last. Ugh, he's an idiot. Yeah, I can't feel bad for someone who's okay with his situation and does nothing to fix it. Yeah, his lifeline was moving in with a woman so he can leech off her, and thinks that sex is going to somehow keep the relationship going. Like, no. Exactly, Lacey. No, he hasn't, Levi. He claims he has so much money in Venmo. Well, fucking start a business. I have no skills. Well, find a skill. Go to college. Like, fuck. Why are you coming to me for ideas of what you should do? You left me out with nothing. Hard drinking and hard smoking, William. His You know what? Let him figure this shit out that no woman's going to want a man who won't do anything with their life and just wants to use you for sex. Okay. He had 0 girls before me. He was an incel. And then he goes back to barking up my tree by doing kissy faces toward me. Like, dude, I see your DTs. That's unattractive. Hashtag Dingleberry the incel. Less aggressive, Michelle. I think he's trying to sniff up my skirt. Yeah. What's DTs? It's like these tremors alcoholics get in their face when they drink too much. Yeah, he's never going to value me the way I deserve it at all. At all. Sorry, I'm not going to give sympathy to a man who shattered my heart and caused a severe mental break. So, like, fuck that. I hope the last sex he ever gets is from me.
Yep, I bet he was.
I don't call him a sea slut, a sea cucumber. Yeah, it's tremors from alcohol withdrawal. Yeah, I see it all over his face. Like, you think I don't know what you're doing?
A bun rub. Oh, it's funny. Hey, Lulu. How you doing?
Yeah. You lost your... I told him last night, you're going to lose your hedge of protection with me.
Why is my camera
Because I came in with a hedge of protection. Because the Lord walks with me. Wherever I go, he's going to come with me.
See? Performance art. They'll never split. Did you hear?
It's the pearlfish, huh?
Did you hear Jason? Maybe we'll even look for it. But Jason was going off and saying, "I will never put my dick in Shanny again. Never, ever. I just want this to be the testament to blah, blah, blah." So, yeah, that's where he's at. And so we'll see what happens.
Whatever. Karma is a biatch, and you owe me 8 years times 10. So that's over half your life you owe me, according to the rules of balance. You know, the pearlfish lives in the sea cucumber's bottom, so it's perfect. It's Wookiee.
Yeah. Yeah, Mara, you got it.
He's shown how he thinks about women he's actually been with and how he treats women that he's actually been with. He's shown that too. Yeah, women's really going to want that. No, they don't. They're not fucking dumb.
Long hit.
See, what I got with him, I didn't know he was like that with women. You know?
Yeah, 8 years later. Oh, I did. Well, big surprise.
Like, fuck.
Like fuck.
What? In the butt. What's up, Easton? How's your fluffy blanket?
Where's Rev? He's a lot interesting. Sometimes he's much more interesting.
How did I feel? It was red flag searched all through my mind, and I'm like, oh my God, I need to leave him when it happened. And then he's like, I haven't seen it in years. And then I don't know why I believe that shit. It's like, Shanny, look.
Did you know that Jason was on the Drunken Peasants just 12 hours ago? Want to watch it? Let me know, and I will switch. But in the meantime, Shanny.
In him. That sounds about right. No, trust me, he's a very willing participant. Yes, I got my stuff back. Let the regret wrap around his heart and the shame in his mind. Let it go and grow and grow. My ears too, yes. I have my ears back. Like a proper Kit Kat should. I ain't letting them go. They're mine.
All right.
They fulfill me in life. There we go. I need a swoop of hair. There we go. Let the Kit Kat be.
The poll says Jason on Drunken Peasants. I'm going to go with the poll. So let's go to Jason on Drunken Peasants.
Room.
She always does this. Yeah. I never did anything.
Yeah, he got what he wanted, and he's now like this.
With 5 gifted memberships.
No true, genuine kindness from him.
What a boss. Thank you, Keith.
Like I said, it's
Here we go.
I love you, I hate you, I love you, I hate you, I love you, I hate you, I love you, I hate you. All day long. It's like MK Ultra shit.
It's not MK Ultra. It's okay.
You guys go over to.
I only walk
Hasn't
when
happened.
I have to.
I don't see you
so
yet.
much.
Oh shit! What the fuck?
Like,
Turn
I
on
really
camera.
need to
Sorry.
get
No,
into
it's
some
all
kind of
right.
Rehab facility.
Brio.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Why isn't it going? Let's go live, motherfucker. There. It's okay. It says no X.
Seems to be okay until
What the
it's
fuck?
all
That's weird.
funny.
I have to. I'm gonna end my live stream.
Oh, okay.
See you guys go over to DP now.
All right.
Later. Sending everybody over to you, Ben.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. What the fuck is the deal?
Oh,
What's up, guys?
what's
Fuck
up?
this shit. Here
It's
we
good
go.
to have you in
Goddamn
your
motherfucker.
chat.
No.
Yeah, let's
Why
hear your response. So you've been
That's
listening to this, right?
I would love
I have.
Okay. Well,
I'm putting the link in your chat.
but first of all, I
This
have to
thing is
ask you,
bullshit.
why the fuck would you buy this bitch cigarettes?
There we go.
Why would you buy her? Oh shit, I gotta change Shabisky. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Because I don't want to hear her whining all fucking day, Ben.
But she's doing it anyway.
I know. She's still, listen to me. Listen, the next time she needs a cigarette or something, she's going to the fucking corner. Period.
I don't think
I think that is a bullshit because if you look at her right now, or if you looked at her when I started streaming with her a little while ago, she was smoking a cigarette. So he's lying. He is fucking lying.
she can do that.
Yeah, and that she's out of luck then, dude. Fuck it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yep.
I can
I'm not doing
understand
it.
you trying to keep the peace though, but yeah.
Yeah, but there's no
I'm-
peace. She's still
No,
accusing
that's
you
true.
of physical abuse and all that. So
You're right. So what the fuck am I supposed to do, Ben? The cops came here a bunch of times. They're not going to take her out. So what the fuck do I do, Ben?
I don't know. I don't know what to do.
I gotta get my ID and get a PFA.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of footwork involved with that, but I guess that's the only option.
If there's enough evidence to prove that I'm in danger here, which I am, she's a psycho, I'll get an emergency PFA and she'll be out. So that's going to happen. But I need to get my ID, and that has to happen a little bit later in the month because my uncle's with his family right now. So that's it.
I mean,
It's going to happen soon.
she was just talking about how she hit you with a right hook and like took you down. Yeah.
Mhm. I just told that story in the Discord I was in with a bunch of people, and I could tell it here if you want me to, Ben.
Sure, if you want to.
Yeah, all right. It was in Covell, and it was the place that the person went in there and filmed all the shit. So she had accused me. She said, I saw it in chat. God damn it. There's a woman named Caitlin from Exclusive and you're cheating. I said, no, I don't know anybody at Exclusive by the name of Caitlin, which was true. There was no Caitlin from Exclusive. It was bullshit. So I was in the bathtub and she said, okay, I can kill you now. And her eyes went black. And she came over to me, and she's super heavy at that time. I don't know how many pounds she was, but she was big. And she grabbed me, man, and she got me down in the bathtub, and she almost crushed my larynx.
She almost crushed your throat.
Yep. I felt it crunching,
Ugh.
and I said, Shannon, right? And I grabbed her by the arms and squeezed her as hard as I could, and she said, ow. I said, that's right. Get the hell off of me. And then I had a voice like this for a while, Ben.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yeah, your throat can get damaged like that.
Yep.
Do you know who John Laurinaitis is?
I've heard of that name. Yeah.
He was a pro wrestler, and then he became his brother is Animal from the Road Warriors. Okay, he got hit in the throat, and he's got like a voice like this. Because of that,
It's fucked.
he was implicated in the whole Vince McMahon scandal too, like the Vince McMahon pooping scandal and all that stuff.
Oh my God, dude, with that little girl, Dumphy or whatever. She's a very cute girl and looked like Stephanie McMahon when she was younger.
Yeah, I can't
And they
remember
took
her
her,
name.
they ripped her apart, man.
Allegedly, I mean, it's. We'll see if it ever actually goes to a real court. It'll probably
That's true,
get
yeah.
settled out of court, and he'll have to. I mean, he's got. After he sold WWE, like he sold all of his stock and TKO bought it.
Yeah.
He's sitting on a lot of money. He already had a lot of money before that. So
Yeah, I'm sure that, well, if it goes to court, we'll see. You're right.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry I said anything about it because it is alleged. And you
yeah,
gotta show here, so I'm sorry.
he does seem like a sick fuck, but who knows? I don't.
Who knows? Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know at all, Ben.
Nope. So let's hear a
Let's
little.
listen.
Yeah, let's see what she's saying now.
So if you want to, go ahead, Dreams.
By the way, that was great the other day when you yelled warts.
Warts!
No, I'm not gonna.
That was awesome.
That would hurt me, Aussie. No.
That was such a fun stream with you doing that stuff. really
Yeah,
did
I
make
do
awesome.
I do it more, but the
I
cops
did
would
get
tell
my
me you're
ears
going
back.
to jail, motherfucker.
How can they send you to jail for doing that? That's so
And
stupid.
then Wookie called, and then he got fucking riled up again because she's a see you next Tuesday.
Well, yeah, she loved Wookie back in the day when Wookie would send you guys like donations and memberships or whatever, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. She wanted all the money and all the cigarettes and everything, fucking bitch.
The evil that she seeds in his heart.
Evil.
Someone should tell her that Rev is on DP now.
Tell her.
Yeah, tell her, guys.
Thank
She's
you.
gonna
Tell
get
her.
pissed.
She will get mad. She called it's funny how it's warts that makes her call the
Yeah, at
cops.
least I got my ears.
Yeah.
And I got my Pikachu.
I'm like, how can
That's
you
the last
how
thing I
can you
got for
call the
boy.
cops on someone for yelling warts at you?
Because she says, Ben,
I
it's
wish I could-
degrading, so
I
it's
wish I could
abusive.
have a
It's not
relationship
illegal.
with
I don't see how that's
someone
illegal, but
presents
whatever.
too.
The cops are
It
probably
would
so
be-
sick of it.
It would be.
I got
It would-
yarn.
All right. Okay, we're back. We're back. All right, we're going to try to make it work. I have no idea what happened. I don't know what's going on, but we're back. Spread the word around. Spread the word around. Refresh your stuff. We'll see how long this goes. If it goes.
Fucking internet.
Yeah, I've been having internet problems all night, so I don't know. So you know what happened? Shanny sent her hitman Jesus after me.
Yes, it's true.
Oh God.
No. Because look, I'm part of that, and I'm telling you that Ben Pye is going to come into heaven on my back. So fuck
Oh
it.
wow.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
I'll get you because I like you, Ben. You're it. Do you know that Paul says in the scriptures that if you like somebody, you could get him in?
Or about
I just
my-
gotta.
Huh.
I'll grab you. It's cool,
Okay.
bro. We'll have a party with Jesus, and he'll be like that. Yeah, you'll be like, this is the shit, you know.
Was that in his letter to the Corinthians?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
You would fit with a Corinthian because they like women and they like the fucking stuff. So, you know, you'd be in with them, bro. It's
Yeah.
cool.
All
It's
right.
like the fucking stuff.
So did
Shut up,
Shanny
Shanny.
actually
Just
say?
Do I have to make fire
Oh,
out of water, bro?
God.
Yeah, shut up, Shanny.
make fire out of water? Make
Warts.
Do I have
What?
to do that?
fire water? I-
You see
Fire
how
out
the
of
devil
water.
flees when the Lord speaks?
What happened?
The Lord speaks. The Lord knows. The Lord sees everything that you are doing. Everything that you're doing, the Lord sees.
Yeah.
I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. All of you people who are participating.
I did
in
it
hatred.
once.
I heard it. I heard it. I
The
heard it.
devil is coming
I
out.
heard
The
it.
devil is angry. And I know the devil is just fighting over the soul of someone that doesn't need him in his body.
I heard it. I heard
You
it.
really want to take on
Yeah.
my spirit, which has been ordained by God, blessed by God? Do you know I have
She's a
legions of
fucking
angels
narc
behind me
She is.
agreeing with me?
She never.
And you know
there's
it, you little
zero
fucking
humility ever. There's no
Yeah,
like.
you know that. You know that.
She won't even. She never fully admits
You
fault to
know that
anything.
Jesus
There's
surrounds
always
his
like a
children with
different like.
thousands of angels.
Yeah, there's always a reason why it's
Especially
somebody
those
else's
who've been
fault.
rejected by their father and
Ben,
mother.
is it me or is it really hard listening to this
Those who
fucking?
cry.
I don't know how you lived with her. Like
I know.
I'll do a 4-hour stream watching her stream because she's constantly streaming, and I get sick of her eventually. Like I have to take a break.
It's
No,
total
you want to
cringe
sit there
bullshit.
and make
Yeah.
fun of me while I'm speaking the Lord's words.
Yeah. 'cause
See.
she knows.
She
You wanna
claims
say
the
it's
Lord's word is.
cringe.
she claims moral
Why are you
superiority.
saying it's cringe? I'm speaking for the Lord. You might want to listen.
Oh God.
You might want to listen because he is not going to take your bullshit anymore. I'm telling you. And you're going to find your life crumble even more than what it is.
Fuck off.
And God help you. God help
You
you.
want to judge
But
me,
I don't
bitch?
think you're going to get his help because you've walked so
I'm here witnessing.
much
Shut the
over
fuck up.
him.
I'm here
like
witnessing
a
to atheists.
fucking
You don't do
walking
shit
mat.
for God.
You walked all over Jesus's body. You stomped on Jesus's body. You slapped Jesus's body.
Damn.
She getting a phone call?
It's almost like she thinks she's Jesus.
Yeah.
Exactly.
She has a God complex.
You walk all over Jesus's body and you stomp Jesus to the ground. All of
God.
you that are participating in this evil.
There.
Jesus Christ is king.
You're
He
not
will
Jesus
protect his
Christ.
children,
bitch.
and no amount of demon is
Oh
going
my
to
God.
stop him. Just know
Fucking
that
great.
Bullshit.
Jesus Christ is Lord. And
Stone
he
Cold Steve
will
Austin
reveal
style here.
all the
Yep.
unfruitful works of darkness. He will reveal
Fuck
it.
you.
That's what the Lord
Yeah.
will do.
Yeah, you know, it's weird
Lord-
because she acts like
Yeah.
you're a bad person for not wanting to be in a relationship with her anymore. It's really weird.
Pretty much.
Yeah, and it's like, no, that's someone's choice. If they don't want to be in a relationship with you, that doesn't make you a bad person.
Right. But
It's your
do you know
choice
why
in
she
life.
feels that way? Because she knows every guy that got in contact with her was a bullshit thing. And Ezzy's real because she heard her voice. She knows she's real. And it's triggering the fuck out of her. That ain't my problem.
Jesus
Definitely.
is
The Vicodin man.
Jesus Christ is Lord.
Yeah, he is, but
Jesus
you're
Christ
acting
is
like you're
king.
Lord, Shannon.
Jesus Christ is Lord.
Psycho.
Jesus Christ is king. Jesus Christ is Lord.
Is kin.
You
Why can't she say the letter
walk
G?
away from him?
Because she does
when
it
he
deliberately,
comes
I
toward
think.
you, just know
I'm from the South, so I don't see the
Crying out.
G's.
that the rocks fall.
I
right
heard
on
that
you,
she just
and you
recently
damn
claimed
well
she was
know
born
it.
in New
This has
York.
been preached to
And then
you
she
so
claimed she was
many
born somewhere.
times,
Like
you don't wanna
she just
listen.
like
So
constantly
Mr.
lies about stuff.
Revelation News isn't
Yeah,
listening
I
to
know the
Revelation
gospel,
very
Shannon.
much.
What if
I'm a-
people
And he knows it.
go on, Rev?
He
I'm a fucking
knows
reverend.
it.
I know the gospel. This stupid bitch is trying to say that,
He
oh, this
knows
is the
what he's
gospel,
doing.
Jason. I know the gospel.
He knows he is going against the Lord.
You know, it'd be
They
crazy
all
Oh,
is
do know
no,
they're
people.
no,
going
I'm
against the
not
Lord.
going against the
They
Lord.
have
The Lord
pleasure
freed me
in
from your bullshit, you
unrighteousness.
fucking cow.
They have pleasure in unrighteousness.
Oh my god.
It'd be crazy if people went into her chat and like typed warts or
Unrighteousness.
something.
Warts.
That'd be
God,
crazy.
yes,
I will be
They have
right
to
back,
type
guys.
God
Just feel
will
free to
judge
keep
the
reacting to this. I
immoral.
gotta step out of the room for just a second here.
All right,
God
Ben.
will
They
judge the
they have to
demons
write
within
in the
you.
chat. DP sent us
It's ending.
warts.
Yes.
It's ending. It's all
Warts.
ending.
Warts.
DP sent
Should
us
I
warts.
just pour okay.
DP sent us warts, guys.
That's right.
How
That's
about
what you
this?
put in there. I think that'll work, you know. I am so
Final
sick of this
warning.
bullshit. Yeah, final warning, my ass. Get out of my house. Final warning. Final
Yeah.
warning.
You're not allowed to not want to be with me.
Oh, she's about to open a seal, guys.
And
Here we go.
I'm about to open a seal.
I think we're crashing out again, Shabisky.
And he saith unto me, seal
Messing
not
up
the
a little
sayings
bit.
of the
A little
prophecy
bit.
of this book. For the
Looks like
time
it's
is
smoothing
at
out.
hand. He
Yeah.
that is
Cheers.
Here's
unjust,
Ben. What's up,
Let
Ben?
him be unjust still. He which
Fuck
is
yeah,
filthy,
we got Ben Pie
let
back.
him
All
be
right.
filthy still. And he that
God,
is
I can't
righteous,
stand her
let
voice,
him be
Ben.
righteous still. And he that is holy, let him be holy still. And behold,
I'm so done,
I
Ben.
come quickly.
So now she's just reading scripture. Like what is I remember the one night we raided her. It was when you were in the hospital, I think, or rehab or
Okay.
whatever. We raided her stream and she started just sitting there and watching those like Chosen One videos,
Oh,
and she
she's
just
psycho with
she
that.
just cranked it, and the whole time she was like shaking. She wasn't even talking. She was like shaking her head, like, "Yep, this is about me. Yep,
She's out of her mind, dude.
yep."
And that's why I keep telling the cops 5150 or she's out of her fucking mind.
Yeah.
I'm totally calm with the cops. I'm chill with them. They yelled at me because I did antagonize her a couple times.
I don't see how that's illegal. But what?
They consider it bullying a fucking disabled person. Well, she could bully me all day, I guess.
That is, yeah, I don't know. So she believes that God actually like chooses favorites, basically.
Yeah, which is bullshit. Yeah, I mean, if she's being attacked by the enemy, then
this is like 30 seconds long, so
it's really good though.
Thank you guys, by the way. Please use the Streamlabs link in the chat.
I fully endorse giving DP money because they're talented.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rev.
You guys would do a good show here, and I was always a pussy because I didn't want to hear bad stuff about myself, so I didn't ever come in and see that your show's good, you know?
Sure. I mean, no one likes to hear bad stuff about themselves, though. Like,
it hurts because the kid kicking and stuff, it just didn't happen, you know? And that makes me sad.
Well, all I'm going to say about that is the problem with this is that there's a video of you admitting it. I know you say that you don't remember that or whatever. Like, something happened.
I don't.
The problem is that exists. So
I know you're right.
So
I get it completely, and I own it. Something did happen, and when Zachary becomes of age, maybe he'll talk about it and say what he remembers. And I would say that's what happened.
Okay.
I'd believe Zach. He wouldn't lie. There's no reason for him to lie. None.
Yeah, I would say probably it's in his best interest to just stay the fuck away from this stuff.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Like, yeah.
But if you want the true truth, it would come from Zachary's lips.
Sure.
And maybe someday I could talk to him if he's comfortable. If he's not, that's fine. I understand that because I was a fucking dry drunk freak, you know?
Yeah.
Joy.
Rev's nice seeing you stand up for yourself. That's my little dog humping her hump toy right there. That's what that is.
Ew.
I have a little dog that's like really little, and she has this thing that she humps.
Okay.
Goes to town on it. And that's a dono alert.
You can see the dono alert, Rev, right? It's for you.
Thank you. It's been a long time coming to finally say I'm done with it because she's being a fucking narcissistic psycho right now. That's why I mentioned a perfect circle earlier. You guys got to listen to the song The Outsider and look at the lyrics. It's her to a T. It's exactly her.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I'm not sure which one that is. I know a perfect circle, and I remember when Twiggy was in a perfect circle too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's the time that he was there. Go ahead.
Okay. Let's see what she's saying now.
At the street.
Go ahead.
You abandon them at the streets. God. And then Jesus said after that, who is my friend? And they said, the man who saved him. That is my friend.
Earlier, she was saying she didn't have any family, but it's not true. She has family. They just don't want to talk to her.
Okay, here's the deal, too. When her dad died, she had a bunch of people talk to her from her dad's side of the family. They like her. They'd help her. She's so lazy, she won't even contact her family.
Really? So she does actually have people she could call that would help her.
Yep.
Really?
She refuses to do it.
And she was mad yesterday because you wouldn't wipe her ass, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So me and Shabisky earlier, we were saying that might have been her way of trying to reel you back in.
Yep, it is.
Okay.
And then she'd grab on my pants and stuff and try to get me to fuck her again. Fuck you. No.
Ooh. I would not there's nothing less arousing than wiping someone's ass. That's not a good pre-fuck ritual.
No, I didn't find it erotic at all. No.
Okay, I have to ask you this since I have you here, and it's fine. I'm not. See, I don't like to press people too much.
Ben, would you not blast my cell number all over? Because I'll give you my number personally.
Oh no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that.
All right, cool. I'll give it to you.
Okay. You said something crazy about smelling used tampons in a trash can.
I kind of mean I kind of mean it.
So you're attracted to used feminine hygiene products.
The smell of the iron, I think it does something to me a little bit. I admit that.
Hey.
Yeah. And I have eaten her on the period. I'll say that. It got me super high, man. I know it's the thoughts of it being so. She doesn't have a gross. She doesn't have a gross. Pussy.
There's probably no one on earth I find less attractive than Shanny.
That's fine. I understand that. Totally.
Yeah.
I understand.
And we I've seen your adult films, unfortunately, too, because people will like send people things, and it's like, oh, click this link.
With me 90 pounds heavier, and I had a little cock.
It doesn't matter. We couldn't even see you.
I know.
You're behind her.
She covers the whole cam, folks.
Yeah.
That's one huge bitch, you know.
Yeah.
She's big, man.
Yes. She doesn't seem like your type. Because there's been when she got so mad about this, when you were like, I guess there was like a
child abuser. No forgiveness for that type of SHXT.
This has got
fine.
Definitely gonna happen.
I accept that. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
There was the DoorDash delivery girl that said she was like a TikTok fitness influencer, and you were talking about that.
Oh yeah.
So I'm like,
she was hot.
Yeah, I'm like, what? You're into like a fit woman, but you got Shanny.
Yeah.
It doesn't match.
I'll show you exactly what I'm into, because the people stole her pictures, and it's bullshit. But I'll show you exactly what I'm into. Okay. And it's legal to do so. Her pictures are out there now. I won't show that. Okay. There's one where that's personal too. That's stolen. I won't show that. Okay. This one.
Excuse me, but I'm not sure I want to watch what's his name? Jason. What he's into. So I'm going to switch back to live Shanny and see what's happening there, okay? Where are you, Shanny? Shanny, where are you? Oh, there you are. All right, let's go back. Okay.
I know, right? Sympathy from me. What? Are you kidding me? I mean, you gotta be a bigger fool than I thought you were.
What's she talking about?
Stop, I'm high right now. Me too. Me too. Hello from the UK. Dude, he was already doing kissy faces at me, and his face was all DT'd, and it's like, yeah, you really want this? Like, fuck, no. I can't even do it right. Like,
so
I know he called me an SA yesterday, and now he's doing kissy faces.
He did, you know.
Like, dude.
I think he posted it. You can find it. All right, this is what he's just posted 11 seconds ago. Jason has just posted this 11 seconds ago. I need a break. See you soon. Where did he? I think he's removed. He has removed that post about the essaying. He's such a bitch boy, isn't he? How far back do we have to go? I would rather eat all the lead paint in this house, which is a lot, rather than ever touch or look at Shannon ever again. And this is for one girl. Enchanted Princess. Look at this. Enchanted Princess. And this Enchanted Princess boop, has disappeared. Izzy has disappeared an hour ago. And within the last few minutes, I need a break. See you soon. What the hell's going on here? Okay. Shanny at least is laughing at something.
Aiden start a Foodie Beauty Kuwait arc. Oh, geez. No. No. The way how crazy the Middle East is right now and always has been crazy, I ain't going into that. Why? We all stranger in this boring life until we break the ice.
Oh, yeah.
I have trust issues, Hussein, and a lot of trolls on the internet. You wouldn't want me. Nah. You wouldn't want me, Hussein. I'm a loud, brash woman with an attitude, and I don't take men's shit. You definitely don't want me. I am loyal. I don't know that, or I don't know that. You could say that. You could just be saying that. I'm loyal. I don't know that for sure. That's right, Easton, and a little crazy. I love earth women like you. That's actually pretty sweet, Hussein. Thank you. Nah, I'm not from Minnesota. I moved to Minnesota when I was 25. Lived there for years. Okay, look at your message. You've taken a picture of your watch. I love that. Hi, Bobby. How you doing? Yeah. A Muslim man ain't gonna be able to handle me. They may think that because they like, you know, American women, but nah, you can't handle me. I'm too much. What about a trans dude? I'm not. I'm not. I don't have a problem with that. What is my favorite foods? Oh God, one of those salads. I'm too much, also too hot to handle. I know, right? Like, no, no. You'd be miserable. I'd be miserable.
Okay,
I mean,
I'm
just to
miserable.
come here to
Listening
America.
to this is making me miserable. And as you can see, my smile has disappeared. So I am interested in moving on to something more interesting, something more like current events, like I had going before I screwed up the last stream. So I think I'm going to do that. Let's start off with Iran, because Iran still seems to be an ongoing thing, whereas Venezuela, we're waiting. You know, Maduro's on a ship waiting to be transferred somewhere, so we don't really know until Maduro hits land what's the next step with him. As far as Venezuela, I don't know. I'll just keep my eye open for anything new coming out. But in the meantime, I want to go to Goldie. Goldie. Actually, you know what? Tell you what. Tim has come up with a Tim Wilson, the guy who hates Trump, the guy who's got Trump derangement syndrome. I think I called the DTS in my last reference. I think it's TDS. Sorry. And then we can listen to Goldie, because I think Goldie's someone we should be taking very close notice of with Iran. So first we're going to watch this guy, Tim Wilson. He's going to talk about his prime minister and Venezuela, and then we'll go to Goldie.
Keir Starmer's line is, on the surface, admirably plain. The United Kingdom was not involved in any way in the American operation that struck Venezuela and seized Nicolas Maduro. Yet the political music is in the rest, not in that single emphatic bar. He refuses with equal insistence to say the words that the questioner really wants. Did we have any prior knowledge? Instead, we get the ritual of modern statecraft, fast-moving situation, establish the facts, speak to the president, speak to allies, uphold international law. That is not accidental verbal clutter. It is strategic ambiguity deployed like a fire blanket, smother the flames without announcing who lit the match, and without promising you will never cooperate with the arsonist again. When Starmer says not involved, he is drawing a boundary around operational participation, not launching aircraft, not providing bases, not flying missions, not running targeting, not lending a British badge to an American raid. It is a denial of co-authorship. It is not, and very carefully, not a denial of awareness. It's in this kind of affair, awareness is the awkward middle category that governments neither confirm nor deny because it sits in the shadowy chapel of intelligence liaison, diplomatic notification, and the Five Eyes habit of you should probably know this is about to happen. Why avoid a clean denial of advance notice? Because a clean denial is a hostage to fortune. If in 2 days' time some American official helpfully briefs a journalist that allies were informed, or that certain partners were asked to secure their embassies, or that a warning was passed about airspace and evacuation planning, the British Prime Minister is suddenly caught in a needless contradiction, not merely embarrassed, but impeached in miniature as a man whose words expire on contact with reality. Better politically to say what he can defend under oath, we did not take part. Better diplomatically to keep a channel open to Washington, because the price of a moral flourish is sometimes paid in consular blood. And consular risk is not a footnote here. It is the first duty of any government watching an ally set fire to a region. Starmer repeatedly pivots to the roughly 500 British nationals in Venezuela and the work with the embassy in Caracas. The Foreign Office response has moved towards maximal caution, advising against travel and instructing those already there to shelter in place and be ready to change plans quickly. That is not merely bureaucratic fussiness, it is the language of a state anticipating disorder, checkpoints, reprisals, street violence, or the opportunistic arrest of foreigners for leverage. So his caution is not only moral hesitation, it is crisis management still. There is a second audience listening just as closely as anxious families, Parliament, and the British electorate. We're listening too. Here, Starmer is trying to occupy a narrow ledge between two cliffs. On one side, denunciation of the United States risks rupturing the country's most important alliance at the exact moment that alliance has demonstrated it is willing to act like a unilateral empire in a hurry. On the other side, applause risks making Britain an accessory in the public imagination, and worse, normalizing the idea that kidnap plus airstrikes is an acceptable instrument of policy so long as it's used against a man we dislike. The political pressure on Starmer is immediate and noisy. Lib Dems have urged condemnation on the grounds that unlawful attacks make everyone less safe and effectively license Putin and the Chinese president to behave likewise. Greens have labeled it illegal. Conservatives, by contrast, have lent into the moral ugliness of the Maduro regime and suggested few will mourn his removal. Reform has flirted with the claim that, legality aside, the spectacle might deter rivals, and indeed, President Trump has hinted that Colombo might be next. In other words, Westminster is already doing what Westminster always does, turning a question of international order into a domestic morality play with competing scripts. Starmer's script is delay. Delay buys facts, buys alignment with allies, buys time for a coherent legal position, and buys the one commodity that politics hoards like gold, options. Then there is the third audience, the wider international system, now watching whether the old rules are simply stage scenery. The UN Secretary General has warned that the US action sets a dangerous precedent and raised concerns about respect for the UN Charter. The EU's foreign policy chief, Kaja Kallas, has called for restraint and insisted that the UN Charter and international law must be respected, even while restating EU's view that Maduro lacks legitimacy and that Venezuela needs a peaceful transition. China's foreign ministry has condemned the US use of force as a violation of sovereignty and international law. Venezuela itself denounces military aggression. Russia condemns it as armed aggression. France has publicly opposed the operation as corrosive to the principles underpinning international law. This is not a small chorus. It is a widening argument about where the power is returning to the most primitive grammar, might, rights, law, footnotes. It is important to recognize that many of those people, many of those countries and leaders who are condemning the strike recognize that Maduro is not a particularly positive influence in Latin America, and that arguably he didn't win his election. I think that's fairly clear. He's a parasite on the bottom of Latin America, but that doesn't mean that one should set a precedent by kidnapping and removing a head of state, no matter what you think of him, no matter how appalling.
I disagree, Professor Tim. I absolutely and totally disagree. Just saying.
appalling he may be. And that is really the point. It's about the precedent rather than the person. In that setting, Starmer's phrase, "I always say and believe we should uphold international law," is doing an immense amount of work. It is a moral claim, yes, but it's also a legal prophylactic. He is signaling that Britain is not endorsing a doctrine of cross-border seizure dressed up as justice, and that any British relationship with Washington remains, at least rhetorically, tethered to rules and not merely to force. Reuters reports him making exactly this point, explicitly linking his caution to the need for facts and to the...
I would like to see Ukrainian, European, and the United States doing exactly the same type of operation to go and arrest Vladimir Putin from his bedroom in Moscow or where the fuck he lives. That would be a beautiful thing to see. That would be just as big a gesture of justice to come than arresting Maduro. Anybody who, if you think that Maduro is not guilty of anything egregious, you're wrong. Sending Venezuelans by the hundreds of thousands into the United States illegally, the pictures that I've seen out of Venezuela, the one picture I can recall is this woman on the steps outside of a subway or something, giving birth to a baby outside. There's no medical, there's no health, there's no concern, there's no... Venezuela's a shithole. And it's about to be, I don't know, fixed, improved, at least worked on in a positive way. This guy with his Trump derangement syndrome, he's just a grumpy professor.
Importance of international law. But let's be candid, in a bleakly academic way, waiting for the facts can be prudence, or it can be some sort of Pilotean hand washing. The core facts are already public. They were public the moment the flames were seen in the sky, the moment the smoke was detected. The US says it struck Venezuelan targets and removed the head of state. The argument is not about whether an operation occurred, it's about the frame. Was it self-defense, law enforcement, regime change, rescue, or a hybrid creature that exists mainly to confirm?
I love it. Venezuela, the head of state of Venezuela, supports terrorism against the United States, supports sending hundreds of thousands of his citizens that he doesn't want into the United States illegally, because Biden accepted them. And he's also complicit, if not very, very important, an important cog in the drug trade of harmful street drugs into the United States, that kill. The last I heard was 300,000 Americans in 1 year. So yes, Maduro is an absolute military target, a legitimate target. And now he's caught. And now Venezuela's saved, liberated from the boot. You know, the boot from above. The boot where you can't even lift your head up. Tim, carry on.
Confuse the lawyers and calm the crowds. The United States is already presenting it as justice against narco-terrorism rather than regime change. Others reply that whatever the indictment says, bombs and abductions are not subpoenas. Here is the uncomfortable truth that sits behind Starmer's half denials. If Britain had advance notice and said nothing, it looks complicit. If Britain had advance notice and objected, it likely changed nothing. If Britain had no notice, if Britain had no notice at all, it looks marginal, like a country clinging to the American angle while pretending it's still steering the giant. None of these images are flattering. Oh, America, we love you. So Starmer chooses the only posture available that is neither lie nor surrender. He will not condemn until he's spoken to Trump. He will not praise at all. He will repeat, like a rosary bead, that Britain was not involved. I was not involved. I was not involved. I was not involved. I was not. Say 10 Hail Marys and a glory be. Is that statesmanship? Well, partly. It's also the sound of a middle power confronting a superpower that has decided to act like a law unto itself. Yes, the Prime Minister is in effect trying to keep Britain inside the room while insisting the room still has rules. He knows, because he's not naive, that once the precedent is set that leaders can be seized by force and flown out for trial, the precedent will not remain a bespoke instrument used only by the good side. It becomes a permission slip, floating loose in history and in geography, available to any state with aircraft, special forces, and a taste for righteousness. So,
bullshit. If any of those conditions were to be true, and any state that's a rogue state, that's an enemy state of our free culture, were to want to kidnap or grab the head of another state, and if they had the means to do so, they would have done so. They would be planning to do so. Maybe now they'll do so. But to say that now, because of what Trump did to Maduro, now the floodgates will open. Yeah, you're full of it, Tim.
the talk should end where Starmer keeps circling international law not as a pious slogan, but as the thin paper roof over a world that has started throwing stones again. If he truly means what he says, he will have to do more than establish facts. He will have to decide what consequences follow when an ally sheds the charter while claiming to defend it. That is the real test, and it is coming quickly because the world will not pause while London polishes its sentences.
I'm Iranian.
All right, now we're going to go to Goldie. But first, we have question and answers. Let's see, who do we have here? We got Sam. Sam wants to change the subject. Did J-Dubs get a sex change? I believe yes. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He fell off the... J-Dubs fell off the face of the earth. Actually, let's go check. Where are you? I don't even think I'm following him anymore. What's this? I'm not even following him anymore. Hold on a second. Let me go find him. Boy, that's weird, eh? Okay, before we do that, or while I do that, so that I don't... You think? I don't think so. I don't think he bought a clue whatsoever. Yeah, well, they did. That they did. But Sam, we're now going to turn over to Iran. You know Goldie? Do you know Goldie Gamari? Well, she's an Iranian, now a Canadian, who is very strongly supportive of the collapse and the removal of the regime and Islamism and all that ugly nonsense from Iran. You know her? All right. Well, she's up next. If I can find it. There we go. Go ahead. Go ahead, Goldie.
And here's everything you need to know in less than 20 minutes about what's currently happening in occupied Iran with the nationwide strikes and protests by Iranians against the Islamic Republic that the mainstream media won't tell you.
She's cute.
If you've been watching Iran this week, you already know that something huge is happening. It started on Sunday, December 28, with protests regarding the collapsing economy and the financial crisis, which quickly sparked into anti-Islam, anti-Islamic Republic, pro-revolution, and pro-Shah demonstrations that have rapidly taken over the country. Over the last 6 days, we have seen nationwide strikes by merchants, university students joining in, violent security crackdowns by the Islamic regime terrorist forces, reported deaths, Islamic regime officials attacking Iranians attending funerals, and mounting international attention, especially after President Trump gave an explicit warning to the Islamic Republic that the United States would intervene if the Islamic Republic does not stop murdering innocent Iranians. Events are still rapidly unfolding.
Sorry.
But right now, I'm going to walk you through exactly what happened day by day in the first 6 days, starting from December 28 until January 2nd. I'm also going to give you the important context from the Iranian perspective that you're not going to get from mainstream media or non-Iranian commentators. The immediate backdrop is the Islamic Republic of Iran's economic downfall. Inflation has skyrocketed to over 40%, and the rial, which is the official currency of the country, has collapsed to a historic low of 1.4 million rials to $1. Keep in mind, in 1979, when the Shah of Iran was still in power and before the Islamic dictatorship occupied Iran, the value of the rial was 70 to $1. So just put that into perspective. In 1979, 46 years ago, the value of the rial was 70 rials to $1. Today, it has dropped to a historic low of 1.4 million rials to the US dollar. On Sunday, December 28, because of the collapse of the rial, protests and strikes began to break out across central Tehran and various shops across the city. Shopkeepers shut down their stores in protest of the economic instability and financial collapse of the rial. Videos circulating from Tehran, the capital city of Iran, showed that these chants and strikes are growing. This first day was very significant for us Iranians because it didn't look like scattered anger. It looked like the start of coordinated market pressure. Massive store closures across the city, rapidly increasing crowds, and within hours of the first strike, we started hearing slogans and chants not about the economic crisis, but about who is responsible for the economic crisis and what shopkeepers want. In other words, the demonstrations quickly shifted from complaining about the economic collapse to calling for overthrow of the Islamic Republic, calling for revolution, and calling for the return of the Shah of Iran, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi II, who's currently in exile. At the same time, the Shah of Iran in exile, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi II, put out a video message to Iranians in occupied Iran, encouraging them to continue the strikes, encouraging them to continue putting pressure on the Islamic Republic in order to overthrow them, and encouraging all Iranians to join in the peaceful demonstrations. On the second day, Monday, December 29, the protests grew, not only in Tehran, but in cities across the country of Iran, including Mashhad and Isfahan. And while the mainstream media was still calling this an economic protest, Iranians actually know the truth. In less than 24 hours, Iranians were out in the streets gathering en masse, calling for revolution, calling for the end of the Islamic Republic, and they were also saying Javid Shah, which means long live the king. In other words, Iranians are calling for the Shah of Iran to return and lead Iran into a transition from the Islamic Republic into a functioning secular democratic system. Because what the mainstream media refuses to tell you is that if these demonstrations and protests were actually about the economic situation, why would Iranians be going out in the streets and yelling, "Long live the king"? Why would they be going out in the streets and saying, "In akharin nabarde Pahlavi barmigarde," which means this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return? In less than 24 hours, the story was no longer about a few shops closed. The story has now become that we are witnessing the biggest pro-revolution, anti-Islamic Republic demonstrations that we have seen in Iran in recent years. But what's even more important about these pro-revolution demonstrations is that Iranians are not only calling for the end of the Islamic Republic, they are also calling for the return of the King of Iran who is in exile, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi II. On Tuesday, December 30th, the third day of strikes, we see a major escalation. The strikes have now spread to university campuses. And while Reuters and mainstream media still claimed that university students are joining in because of the economic collapse, the truth is actually much different. Because if the situation really was about the economy, why would the university students also be chanting, "Down with the dictator, long live the king, and this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return"? University students are often the engine of sustained protest movements. And so the fact that university students, not just in Tehran, but across various cities in occupied Iran, are now getting involved in the anti-Islam, pro-Shah, pro-revolution demonstrations, that's a pretty big deal. And of course, at the same time, given that the Islamic Republic is a brutal totalitarian dictatorship, it also began violently cracking down on protesters. And keep in mind, the protesters had been pretty much peaceful up until that point. By day 3, the rest of the world was starting to catch on to what we Iranians had noticed right away on day 1, that these protests were no longer about the economy, and they were about politics. They were about overthrowing the terrorist Islamic Republic. They were about getting rid of Sharia law. They were about getting rid of Islam, and they are also about bringing the Shah of Iran back to Iran. By day 4, Wednesday, December 31, the demonstrations were in full swing. Over 50 cities in occupied Iran have now risen up and are participating in the nationwide demonstrations and protests against the Islamic Republic. Massive crowds are coming out, and the terrorist Islamic Republic is, of course, responding with violence, shooting directly into innocent, unarmed crowds of Iranians. His Royal Highness, King Reza Pahlavi II, also issued a New Year's Eve statement. My courageous compatriots, your presence in the streets across Iran has kindled the flame of a national revolution. The continuation and expansion of your presence and taking control of the streets is today our foremost vital priority. I call upon the people of Iran to join in with the nationwide strikes and protests. Government employees, workers in the energy and transportation sectors, truck drivers, nurses, teachers, and academics, artisans and entrepreneurs, retirees, and those who have lost their savings. Everyone unite and join this national movement. Iran and its streets belong to the Iranian nation, and we will be victorious because we are united and we are many. Long live Iran, Reza Pahlavi. By day 5, we started hearing the terrible news of multiple deaths of innocent Iranians at the hands of the Islamic Republic. Something that you won't hear about in the mainstream media is that there's something different about the current demonstrations. In previous demonstrations, usually by day 3, the Islamic Republic has already brought out its anti-riot security forces in full force. We're talking about hundreds, if not thousands, of armed anti-riot police spread across the country going after innocent, unarmed Iranian protesters. And so by day 3, we Iranians were already waiting for the horrible news of massive crackdowns, internet being shutting down, mass murders, things that have happened in the past. And yet it's already day 5, and we have not seen any of that yet. And while I do want to point out that even a single casualty at the hands of the terrorist Islamic dictatorship is a tragedy to us Iranians, the fact that right now we are able to count the number of casualties on both hands, that's never happened before. Usually by this time, our casualty numbers are in the hundreds, sometimes the thousands. Instead, what we are seeing are smaller numbers of the Basij military forces, the Islamic regime anti-riot police, small numbers of them. We're not seeing the massive turnout anymore. And what we are instead seeing are Iranians fighting back. They're fighting back, they're attacking, they're taking over IRGC police bases, they're burning Islamic regime cars. They are fighting back. Iranians are quickly finding out that the Islamic Republic is not as strong as it used to be. And a big reason for that is the 12-day conflict between Israel and the Islamic Republic back in the summer, where Israel significantly weakened the proxy forces of the terrorist Islamic Republic, significantly weakened the Islamic Republic's IRGC bases, and significantly weakened the Islamic regime in and of itself. And so for the first time in 47 years since the terrorist Islamic Republic took Iran hostage, Iranians finally have a footage of Islamic regime officials running away. Islamic centers are being burned down. Statues and effigies related to the Islamic Republic are being torn down and burned. Iranians are continuing to yell death to the dictator, Javid Shah. Javid Shah means long live the king. And they're yelling In akharin nabarde Pahlavi barmigarde, which means this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return. Unfortunately, the violence isn't stopping either. The terrorist Islamic Republic is continuing to shoot at Iranians, including those who are attending the funerals of innocent Iranians who were murdered just a few days ago because they were protesting. But again, what's really interesting about this is that instead of Iranians running away, they are fighting back. But now here's where it gets very interesting. Seemingly out of nowhere, President Trump, the president of the United States of America, put out a stark warning to the terrorist Islamic Republic. President Trump posted on social media that if Iran shoots and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue. We are locked and loaded and ready to go. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Guys, this is a huge policy shift for the United States. Back in 2009, when President Obama was still in power, when the Iranian people were fighting to overthrow the regime, Obama, instead of choosing to stand with the Iranian people, he chose to support the Islamic Republic and threw them a lifeline. And because of President Obama's decision to support the terrorist Islamic Republic back in 2009, many Iranians consider Obama's hands to be covered with the blood of the Iranian people because he had a chance to help Iranians overthrow the regime, and he chose to side with the Islamic terrorists. And so this message by President Trump has pretty much gone viral among Iranians, and Iranians are incredibly excited about this. But I want to make one thing very clear. This is not a call for World War III. This is not a call for boots on the ground. In fact, Iranians don't even want boots on the ground. But if there is some way that President Trump can help Iranians by weakening the Islamic Republic, that's making Iranians very, very excited. And President Trump's message has not only circulated widely among Iranians in occupied Iran, but they are now using his message to become even more motivated and even more emboldened to go out on the streets and finish the job. In essence, President Trump just gave the green light to Iranians to go ahead and overthrow the Islamic Republic that has been occupying Iran for the last 47 years, and President Trump stands behind them. I also want to quickly mention Israel and how supportive Israel has also been of the Iranian people in their fight to overthrow the Islamic Republic. And just a few days ago on Monday, when Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump were meeting in Washington, President Trump pretty much confirmed that he's given the green light to Netanyahu to do whatever he needs to do in the Middle East. And that includes going after the terrorist Islamic Republic if Israel feels the need to do so. And so now the terrorist Islamic Republic is in a huge predicament because not only do they know that Israel is monitoring them, but the United States of America is also monitoring them. And of course, the Islamic Republic, being the uneducated, inbred Islamic jihadi savages that they are, have responded by threatening the safety of American soldiers. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't think President Trump's going to take very kindly to the fact that a bunch of Islamic savages in the Middle East are threatening Americans. I have a feeling he's not going to take that lightly, and I have a feeling he's not going to ignore that either. The Shah of Iran, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, who's currently in exile and is the leader of the Iranian official opposition, has also now just responded to President Trump's message. President Trump, thank you for...
Hang on, let's bring Dror Shmuel. Shalom, welcome. All right, your mic is unmuted. You should be able to be heard, but we don't hear you. All right. Well, she's got a couple of minutes to go on this, so you've sorted out, and then we'll just keep on listening.
For your strong leadership and support of my compatriots. This warning you have issued to the criminal leaders of the Islamic Republic gives my people greater strength and hope. Hope that, at last, a president of the United States is standing firmly by their side. As they risk their lives to end this regime's 46-year reign of chaos and terror, they send me with a responsibility and a message to seek the relationship Iran once had with America that brought peace and prosperity to the Middle East. I have the plan for stable transition for Iran and the support of my people to get it done. With your leadership of the free world, we can leave a legacy of lasting peace. The situation in occupied Iran is escalating quickly, and we are constantly getting more and more videos coming out by the second. What's also really interesting is that usually the Islamic Republic would have shut down the internet by now, and yet for some reason, Iranians are still able to communicate with the outside world. For example, back in November of 2019, the Islamic Republic shut down the internet for 1 week and they murdered over 5,000 innocent Iranians in what we call Bloody November. And yet this time around, they haven't been able to do so. Iranians are still getting internet access, which makes me think that there might be someone or someones who are inside occupied Iran quietly helping Iranians behind the scenes by making sure that they have stable, reliable internet connections so that Iranians can continue sharing with the world exactly what is going on in occupied Iran. If you want the latest updates and breaking news about what's happening in occupied Iran right now, make sure you subscribe to my channel and tune in to my live feeds. But for now, I just want to say, based on everything that I have seen so far, this is the closest in 46 years that Iranians have ever come to overthrowing the terrorist Islamic dictatorship and freeing Iran once and for all. And the fact that the terrorist Islamic Republic occupying Iran has responded to President Trump's notice by continuing to murder Iranians, by continuing to shoot into open crowds, and by now threatening the safety of American soldiers, I think the writing's on the wall for the Islamic Republic, because I don't think Trump's going to let that one go. There's everything you need to know about what's happening in Iran in the last 6 days.
Okay. Also, Goldie is coming up, is going to be going live in about 90 minutes. So hopefully I'll still be going. Someone has come to join us. So let's just get him right in here and see what happens.
Hello, Sid. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Cool.
Yeah, everybody can hear you. We might have a bit of a lag thing going. So, welcome, Dror Shmuel.
Yes.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. How are you doing?
All right.
I'm sorry I mistook you. I'm sorry I really mistook you for White Buffalo. I guess I was like not really at my sharpest because your accent sounds so alike, but his is more Australian. So I finally, when I saw you on the live stream, I turned your live stream on, and then you said, "It's slander. He's slandering me." You know, remember?
I was playing it wrong because I knew you'd got me wrong, so I was just having fun with it.
Yeah, well, I was being a bit of a dick, but because he's a white supremacist living in Australia, and he likes to.
Who was telling you that? No, that's not Sidney Winston. I think Von Helton or no, J-Dubs or somebody. I forget. Somebody was telling you that's not Sidney Winston. That's not, and you were saying no.
It was the woman. It was the woman from Jersey. I forgot her name.
Woman from Jersey.
The Irish woman that J-Dubs talks to. It's like she was out on the balcony with somebody. It was Von Helton and her together. I forgot Shannon. Remember Shannon?
Oh, Shannon, blonde Shannon. Yes.
Blonde Shannon. Yeah, right.
Yes, it was her. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
But somebody mentioned something earlier on in the comments, and I wanted to just touch on that a little bit.
But are you noticing that there's a real shift in attitudes from many people that were prior to the developments that are from day to day are becoming more Jew haters? You know, I'm honest. Like a lot of people that were kind of like neutral or indifferent are all of a sudden becoming more like this White Buffalo guy in Australia. Australia has really become so is
Canada. I mean, I was watching New Year's on CBC. Listen, watching anything on CBC is watching Canadian culture at its finest, right?
Okay.
I'm watching. Right. So let me do this. So I'm watching this New Year's celebration of, Toronto's coming up to New Year's, and and there's flags in Canada and this and that. And then New Year's comes and goes, and then the commentators are still out by the place where they were celebrating New Year's. And in the background, while they're talking about, the new year of 2026 and what we left behind and all that, they were just talking, blah, 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 blah. But in the background, there were these 2 or 3 massive Palestinian flags being waved around like this in the background. And a big sign that said something like, I forget exactly, but 2026 is Palestine. Something like it was like
Palestine will be free.
On New Year's Eve, in the background, the new Canadian culture is Palestine, and Canada has only itself to blame for going ahead and being the stupidest country in the world by recognizing a Palestinian state.
Well, I grew up in New York. I'm a Brooklynite, and I'm following what's happening in New York City. And when Zoran Mamdani was sworn in City Hall, that very same night, after New Year's Eve, that very same night, there was a big gathering in Times Square of like hundreds, if not thousands, of Muslims and Arabs that are like fanatical, and they had a prayer right in the middle of Times Square. They were squatting in the street, and they over the loudspeaker they were singing their Muslim prayers, as if to demonstrate that they had conquered and taken over New York City. And guess what? That very same day, Mamdani ordered all of the municipal buildings in the city to be lit up in Muslim green. So all of the buildings in New York, I'm dying. It's like in your face, Islam has conquered you. You know what I'm saying?
I just find it astounding. I was there on 9/11. I was listening.
So was I.
I was at work here, and I was watching. I saw the plane live, the second plane live, flying to the buildings. Muslims,
my brother was there.
Muslims. I thought right then and then, and I said it out loud, which didn't do my career very good. Didn't give my career any boosts, but I said it out loud. The Muslims have got to get out of North America. There's no fucking place for them. Now, 25 years later, there's a Muslim mayor of New York.
Yeah.
I'm
astounded. I'm dumbfounded.
I'm astounded in the one way, but on the other hand, we all know that the pendulum swings both ways. And there's absolutely no way, in my opinion, that Islam will win. In fact, Sam, I'm predicting that when it goes to the global stage, I'm predicting that the West, the Arabs, the West, the Chinese,
the Iranians,
the West and the Chinese, and the Russians, will group together, will ally together against Islam, against the Muslims.
Well, the Chinese are adamantly anti-Islamic. They have so many laws on their books marginalizing and limiting the growth of Islam. They call Islam a mental disorder. The Chinese authorities, the government has labeled Islam a mental disease. So they don't allow mosques. They don't allow minarets. But you know what I want to, a certain point I want to make. It's happening right now. You're going to have the overthrow of the Iranian regime. The Iranians have dealt with an Islamic fundamentalist regime for 46 years. Okay, they couldn't throw off the shackles, the yoke, and now they're finally doing it. But they're demonstrating their absolute resentment for Islam now, and these are Muslims that are sick of the Islamic Sharia law and of Islam. So they themselves are proving how much they loathe this religion. They loathe it.
Well,
You know?
because it's also it's a religion. It's a it's a way. It's a government.
Political. Yeah,
It's
political.
political and it's a
Yeah.
religion. And
Yeah,
once
yeah.
you put those together and you can't separate them, then
Yeah.
you have what's called a failure. A
Yeah,
failure
but
in the making.
but they allied themselves even way back then in the 70s. They allied themselves with communism. I mean, it wasn't just an Islamic revolution, it was a communist revolution in Iran because they joined hands. They allied with one another. And it's the same phenomenon now. You have the leftist progressive socialist communists, and Mamdani's a communist. It's the same kind of process playing itself out. You know,
So
people need to remember.
how's it gonna play itself out?
Well, in New York City, I have a feeling that the Jews are going to be persecuted heavily. I mean, it's going to get worse and worse for them. I mean, he's going after them, and I don't know what Trump is planning on doing.
What do you mean
but
he's going after them? In what way?
I mean, Mamdani's a two-faced snake. He's a chameleon. He's a
I understand that,
two-faced.
What do you mean he's going after the
He's
Jews?
already overturned all of the previous mayor's, edicts and laws. Remind me the former the protective measures for the Jewish community in New York City, not allowing BDS and not allowing the pro-Palestinian activists to demonstrate in front of synagogues or to harass the Jews or in the college campuses. Do you remember the name of the mayor? I already forgot his name. Mayor of New York, the former one, the one that just
Eric Adams.
Eric Adams. Sorry. I'm not following. But Adams was friendly towards the Jews and friendly towards Israel, and he put in protective measures that the police were actually allowed to stop demonstrators and anti-Israel, anti-Jew, protesters. But now, but yesterday, on the same day, Mamdani overturned all of those laws.
Okay. Now, I would actually support Mamdani if he came out tomorrow morning and said, in New York City,
Mm-hmm.
an individual's right to bodily autonomy overrules everything else. Which means no child, until they're an adult, no child can be forced to have any mutilation or anything done to its body. In other words, no nipping of the little finger as a gesture of some kind of a religious ritual.
They do that.
No mutilating any penises as a gesture of religious ritual.
But he's a Muslim.
If Mamdani came out tomorrow and said that, I'd be very, very happy. I'd support him.
Well, he won't do that. He's a two-faced chameleon.
I hope he does.
He's very duplicitous. I mean, he talks a good talk. He learned very well from Barack Obama. All the rhetoric, all the speech making, all the fluff, all of the warm and fuzzy. I'm gonna make you feel good, and then he does, the exact opposite.
If Zoran Mamdani really hated the Jews, he would ban ritual circumcision right now.
Oh, that's what you're saying. Oh, that's the point you were trying to make. I got you. No, but because he's a Muslim,
and I would support it. Not that I hate.
But because he's a Muslim, he would never do that. He's a believing Muslim. The Muslims believe in circumcision. The Muslims get circumcised at the age of 13.
Yeah, but
that.
They don't. Nobody makes a big fuss about it. You can't say, "Listen, look what the Jews do. They make a big celebration. We're gonna inflict such pain on this baby by cutting off the tip of his penis." I mean, it's so fucking. To me, it's such. I get so angry when I hear people laugh about it and make fun of it.
I had it done. My son had it done.
Your son. If I had a son, he was no way he'd be circumcised. No way.
Yeah, well, we differ on religious beliefs and
It's
traditions.
got nothing to do with that. I number one, individual rights come first before everything else, and bodily autonomy is part of individual rights.
I understand where you're coming from. We might not agree. We might not agree on this point, but I'm saying
let's debate this point. Let's debate this point. Okay, so individual rights, we agree
ritual
on
circumcision,
priority, right?
Okay,
we agree on that. Individual.
All right. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Do you agree that women should be allowed to have abortions?
You know what? I had a long discussion when I was in university in New York City in Midtown about abortions and ethics and when is the cutoff date and if it should be allowed at all.
No, forget about the cutoff date. Yeah, just yes or no abortions.
I'm not happy with the freedom to have abortions, but in certain instances, I hesitantly support it. But at a cutoff date of like the first trimester.
Right. So you support it under certain conditions. Now,
right.
You support
right.
an adult, a fully adult human being, a woman, a fully adult woman,
right?
Support her right in some circumstances to make decisions about her own body.
Yeah, well, you know what? There's
you still think
debate
that she doesn't have full bodily autonomy.
No. There's the debate about when the fetus is viable and considered a human individual in its own right.
I didn't ask you about the fetus. I'm asking about the abortion of the fetus.
I'm saying that
yes or no. It's a yes or no thing.
No, it's not a yes or no. There are conditions. There are terms.
Exactly.
There are.
So yes, you agree with abortions.
Only under certain circumstances.
It doesn't matter whether it's under a circumstance. It's still an abortion. Well, no matter what circumstance it's under, it's still an abortion.
I don't support leisure abortions. I don't support the crazy, lunatic, leftist, progressive atheists going out there deliberately getting themselves impregnated for the sake of having a satanic ritual of abortion over many times. And they do this. There are crazy women that are actually proud and actually do this, and they're satanic, and they've been put out. They've gone in front of the cameras and they said, "I enjoy having abortions. I go out there, get pregnant in order to get abortions." They are sick. There are certain types of women.
Hold on. Who's ever said that? Bullshit.
No. Leftist, progressive, communist, atheist, tattooed, loony, woke type women with the blue hair, the purple hair, the pink hair. Those crazies. Some of them have been actually on record filmed saying, "I have aborted many of my children deliberately."
Nonsense.
I go out there.
I've never heard that. Well,
I can show you this footage.
You've got to share. We have to be on the same footage when we're talking. If you say, "I saw this, I saw that, and I saw the other," nobody else has ever spoken about it. Then that's kind of something that.
No, I've seen this. It wasn't just wacky Alex Jones videos. It was during these protests and debates that actually these woke, progressive, communist, leftist, atheist, lunatic women have gone in front of the cameras and said, "I enjoy aborting my pregnancies. I do it as a ritual. I enjoy it." No, and they weren't joking.
That's not exactly everybody, all right? That's extreme.
I'm just saying there are extreme. Yeah, okay, it's not the norm.
No matter what laws you make.
Yeah, this is the extreme, and I'm against the extreme. I'm just trying to make a point. There are circumstances. There are extenuating circumstances. There are certain lunatic, crazy women that do this as a satanic.
What do you mean by satanic?
They do believe in this. They believe in
What is,
this
I don't believe
symbol.
that there's such a thing as real Satan. I think satanic is a parody of Christianity. It's not a real thing.
It is, but you know what? If it's the antithesis of Christianity, it means that they have no boundaries. They believe in doing what they will. It's their motto: "Do as thou wilt." That's their like genuine, organic belief in Satanism, not as some evil deity, but as the antithesis to the limitations of religion and Christianity. We'll do whatever we want, and we permit it because it's freedom and it's pleasure. And by the way, my name in Hebrew actually means liberation and freedom. Dror, I was born on Passover. It's symbolic of the Exodus. It's a name given to children born during Passover. Connecting it to the liberation and the freedom from slavery. So I understand the concept of freedom and liberty, but the Satanists that you have in America today are bent. They are twisted. They believe in doing things deliberately to mock faith and to mock religion. I'm sorry. I don't know if you subscribe to this, I believe.
I'm an absolute strong Gnostic atheist. I don't.
But you're not. But you're not a
I know
Satan.
for a fact. I know that that this God that you talk about is imaginary. So,
But you're not. But I hope you're not a Satanist. You don't believe in
I'm
Baphomet.
absolutely a Satanist. I'm a Levian Satanist, 100%. I make a parody of religion.
Oh no.
Well, of course, because it's open to it. It's open to it. They come up with this fake imaginary God, number one, and they expect us atheists to buy their story.
But why do atheists always retreat to Satanism? Why do you retreat to
I don't. I've never heard this before. No, an atheist retreating to a Satanism. I've never heard that before.
Because Satanism is the antithesis of religion, especially of Christianity and Islam.
It's satire. Satanism is a satire.
No, but the elites are the elites do
okay,
believe.
Well, the elites you could talk about, but until one of them comes into this room to defend him or herself, we can't really fairly talk about elites, because I don't know.
But I'm just saying it's out there. We know that that's their religion.
It's out there, but if it's out there for you, that's one thing. But if you say it's out there and I've never heard it, then I don't.
Well, what about Bohemian Grove and
Bohemian Grove, other than that it's then Von Helton said it's 6 miles from Jess or whoever.
Big Sur, it's up in the mountains of Northern California, in the forest.
So what?
That's been verified. The elites
that doesn't matter. God is still imaginary.
In your mind, I mean, that's your opinion. We have the freedom of religion. I don't agree with you.
I know that there is no God. You can have the freedom of religion. You can have the freedom of faith, but it doesn't.
Yeah, but you want to be. You want to
imaginary.
Yeah, but you want to make these really adamant claims with confidence, as if it's going to influence me or affect me or the audience. That's your choice. You are in the minority.
Now you're just projecting, because you make these claims that God exists and God this and God that in exactly the same way as I make.
Sure, that's why
God doesn't exist. So don't throw it back.
Sure, no problem. We both take positions where we believe adamantly, and we project and we say we know, but we'll agree to disagree. I mean, this is where we don't agree.
Sam,
no, if you say there's no debate, then it turns into a holy war. It turns to a religious war.
Do whatever, but there's no debate that God does not exist. There's no, we can't talk.
There's a disagreement and there's a debate. If you say there's no debate and no disagreement, you leave the door closed and you leave it. I'm
happy with that. I'm happy with that because I put it behind me.
Yeah, but it ends up it ends up. You know where it ends. But you know where it ends up. It ends up with Islam taking over.
You should lead or get out the way.
No, it ends up with Islam taking over.
Bullshit.
No,
All
that's what's
religion
happening.
is nonsense.
Atheist. Wait, wait,
And
wait, wait,
all
wait.
gods,
No,
all
listen.
gods, all gods,
Atheism,
all gods,
nihilism,
all gods,
Satanism
all
has
gods are
led to the
hey, come on, Sam,
rise
you got
of
to give me a chance to
Islam in
talk.
the West.
You got to give me a chance to talk and finish my sentence. But
Okay.
all gods of all religions are all imaginary.
Well,
So-
so is this.
so-
So if
so-
that's the case, so is Baphomet. So is Satan. Why do you
Of
put his
course,
image up?
Baphomet is imaginary, idiot. Of course. Yes, now you get it.
But you like to rub this image in people's faces, and you like to rub the image
For
of the
some reason or
pentagram
other,
in
you
people's
get pissed off
faces.
about some stupid statue. I mean, really.
No, symbolism and imagery has an influence. It actually gets thoughts in people's minds. It actually gets emotions. It actually gets
So
emotions
everybody's a
heated.
child. Everybody's
No,
a
it's
child
a
and has to
human.
have their
It's a
thoughts
human. It's a
controlled.
human. It's a human. Effect. It's a human tendency. So you can't ignore it.
Oops.
That's what it does. It puts the thought in people's minds, and people are very infantile. They start worshiping that thing as a deity, even if you intend it to be fake or a joke, or if you intend it to be not real. You put it out there in front of people's faces, and they'll start believing in it. They'll start worshiping in it. I studied fine arts. I studied illustration, photography. This has always been part of human nature. All right, I'm telling you. It's not something you can ignore. It's not a joke. You put that in front of people's faces, they start worshiping it. They start believing in it.
Bullshit, man.
No,
You have such a low regard for the intelligence of
no. It's
a
just
human
basic
being.
human instincts, and it is a primitive, infantile human response. That's how the primitive mind works.
Well, I think that you have the your brain has the power to
You give people too much credit.
evolve its primitive mind into a critical thinking mind, like we have today.
No, you give people first of all, people
You
are
will not allow
indoctrinated.
yourself the freedom to explore what if God is imaginary. Have you done that?
While I was in art school in New York, I had my episode of tinkering and trying a liberalism and if not atheism, it's like I could never go in the direction.
That's not what I mean.
No,
I mean,
it's in
your
the
head,
blood. It's
God
not just
doesn't exist.
indoctrination. No, I'm a 100% a Middle Eastern Mizrahi Jew. That if you tell me try atheism, I would prefer to cut your head off like a Muslim before I would try it.
But what do you mean by try atheism? Because that's something that I've never been able to understand. Try atheism.
Well, atheism leads to nihilism, and it leads to hedonism.
Stop jumping ahead.
Mhm.
What is atheism in your mind that will lead to nihilism? I don't understand your understanding of atheism, because when you say
atheism is
that,
all right. Well, let me speak.
It doesn't connect.
Atheism is a form of rebellion against established institutional religion out of resentment. And once you go down the path of atheism, you become a resentful person.
What does that mean?
It means you're challenging the norms, and you become a bit of a deviant. You become a degenerate, because you're in a constant state.
Atheists are degenerates?
You're in a constant state of conflict and wanting to turn things over. You're in a constant state of struggle. You have no internal peace, nothing, because you have no God. You have no higher power.
Sam, stop.
Mhm.
I'm an atheist.
Well, you wanted to know. You wanted to know.
I said, stop. I'm an atheist, and I'm not in a constant state of turmoil. I am in a state of peace. I don't understand when you say atheists are in a constant state of turmoil and peace. And
When
atheists are always questioning and this. Where do you get this? Just stop.
Look what you're doing.
Just let me finish.
Well, just
Where
look
do
at
you get?
yourself.
Just let me fucking finish, man.
Fine, go ahead. You're proving my
So
point.
I'm asking you, where do you get this nonsense from about all atheists this and all atheists that? How do you generalize when I, as an atheist, have no connection with anything that you say about atheists?
By virtue of your behavior, you can just tell. I'm just not insulting you. It's just a proof. You're just proving my point. You're in a state of
That doesn't make
constant conflict with people that do believe in God. I mean, you have no peace. You cannot let it go.
okay. Well,
I
now
mean,
you're
if you
talking crap. Now you
no,
now
I mean
you're
it's the
Sam,
truth.
Sammy,
Why do you
no.
want
Now
to?
you're,
Why do you want to
now you're
argue with the point and debate the point?
Maybe you're trolling me now. That's what I think.
I'm not trolling you. I'm being honest. I mean, if you had
You're
your
honestly
internal
trolling.
peace,
All right.
if you had
No,
peace,
because
if
you're
you had
making statements, you're making claims that you cannot back up and that are obviously irrational.
no, it's not. It's not. I'm just proving my point. If you lived your life as an atheist, you would leave religious people alone. Just like religious people would leave you alone if we all believed in freedom of religion.
I don't. I
But you
have no.
can't let it go. You have to constantly fight it.
I have no problem with religious people. I have
Mhm.
never ever had a.
So why do
I've
you
never.
constantly have to
Hold on,
challenge
let me
them?
fucking finish. No, I'm going to mute you if you don't let me
All
finish. All
right, go
right?
ahead.
Because
Fine,
you
go ahead.
cannot control. You cannot control every single situation that you're in. Sometimes, and this
I'm
is
not
one of them.
trying to. I'm proving a point.
Well, what you're doing is being very disrespectful to me by always interrupting, and I take that personally. Okay, so please stop.
All right.
So you cannot open your mind and do a thought experiment with yourself and say to yourself, okay, I'm going to now put God to the side. God doesn't exist, and I'm not going to consider God in anything.
All
Have you
right.
ever done that? Yes or
Sure.
no?
Yes,
Yes or no?
I have.
Okay, good. Now, once you've done that, how did you go back to possibly bringing God back in? What questions did you actually ask?
Because
I'm not sure that they were very deep.
All right, you want me to answer there, Sydney?
I will
Should I
not
answer?
interrupt you when you're talking, is all I can say to you. Please
All right,
don't
do you want
interrupt
me?
me
You
while I'm
asked me a
talking.
question. Would you ask me a question? Do you ask me a question? Do you want me to answer?
No,
You want me?
no.
You don't want me to answer.
Keep quiet. When I ask you a question, from now on, just keep quiet.
Oh, wait. So it's all rhetorical questions just to shove it in my face?
Why did you? Why do you answer a question with a question? If I ask you
I'm
a
not.
question, why
Yeah,
do you
but
answer the question with a question?
I think that's very
When I ask you a
disrespectful.
question, instead of answering my question, you say to me, "Do you want me to answer your question?"
But you just told me I'm not going to. I don't have the right to answer any of your questions. That's very
That's
disrespectful.
because
That's just
I was
like.
being facetious because you asked me if you want an answer to the question that I just asked you.
All right. Well, so you asked me a question, and then you told me no. Are you being honest or facetious, or what? What do you want? Do you want me to talk? Do you want me to answer or not?
Well, you're obviously not on the ball, so yeah, give me an answer.
All right. Well, sure. I had an episode in my life where I tried what you were suggesting, and I saw the pit of hell, and I quickly turned around and went back to believing in God. I saw this image that you're putting in front of my face. It scared the hell out of me. I turned around and went back to God.
You saw an image in front of your face?
Yeah, this evil thing you're rubbing in everyone's face here. This illustration.
Okay, so you saw this thing in front of your face. Now, on October 7th, when the Arabs were committing atrocities against our fellow Jews,
Yeah, they were
where
committing.
was God?
Yeah.
Where was God?
They were committing satanic atrocities.
Why didn't this apparition appear before the the rapists' faces, and then they could say to themselves, "Oh, I'm not doing this anymore."
Maybe because
Oh,
too many Israelis.
You're very special, but those women who got burned and raped and the babies, God doesn't give a fuck about them. God only cares about you.
No, maybe because there was a buildup of this angry, resentful atheism amongst the Jews in Israel, in Israeli society, where they became satanic, hedonistic, pro-homosexual, deviant, that all that energy built up and it came back as a boomerang with the Hamas Satanists doing the things they did, the atrocities they committed. When the Jews go astray, bad things happen. That's my answer to you.
But do you realize that you're not making any sense to anybody?
For you, it doesn't make any sense
No,
because
I'm not.
you're
I'm
angry. You're
there's 8
angry and
people
bitter
watching.
at there being a God.
There's 8 people watching, and all of them are scratching their heads. I can see they're all on camera.
Sure, because they're Gentiles. I'm being pretentious and I'm being
Because they're
condescending, but you are like them. If you don't believe that there is a balance to the spiritual realm, then
There's no
you don't
spiritual
believe in it.
realm. It's fake. It's all fake. God's imaginary, spirit's imaginary, everything's fake.
Well, I don't agree with you.
Anything to do with what you claim to be the supernatural is just nonsense, man-made.
What did you marry a non-Jew? Were you married to
I
a?
don't talk about my personal life.
Well, it seems like you really fell off the wagon there as a Jew, because most
Okay.
Jews.
So what you're going to do, because you've lost the argument, you're going to use.
No, I don't. I'm not losing the argument. I'm just saying.
You're going to go and generalize and say most Jews this and most Jews that.
No, it's an observation.
You're so disrespectful or so scared.
No, but you're very bitter. You're very bitter. You're a bitter person.
Population.
No, it's just an observation. I've met Jews like you in the past, but you are especially, aggressive, bitter, and hostile because of your hatred for faith in God and religion. I mean, and you should know that most Jews are not like you. Most Jews are not like you.
This is where you're just absolutely totally funny. You're hilarious.
It's just your behavior. You can see.
You make up shit and then you spew it out in public for everybody to consume, and we just laugh at you.
That's all good and fine, but people can see your behavior and your language and how you're lashing out.
That's right. And they don't say a word about it.
That's if they're like you, I can understand, but you should. But you need to come. You need to come to terms.
Come and save me.
No, I'm not saving you. You need to come to terms with the fact that the majority of the people that you belong to, if you call yourself a Jew, do not think like you and do not believe what you believe in. That's just something you need to realize.
But we haven't gotten past the fact that all gods are imaginary and made up by man.
You're making a declarative statement as if I'm going to agree with it. I don't agree with you.
Okay, well, how did your God come into existence?
You're asking me a really profound philosophical and theological question that can't be answered with 1 minute responses. All right. Sam was exposed as harassing underage girls a while ago. Really?
I wonder who.
Why do people online always have this obsession? It's just like John. They're the ones projecting. They're the ones into pedophilia, and so they're projecting everything onto everybody else. And I'll tell you why. Pedophilia is part of this unbridled, liberal lunacy that you allow via atheism and Satanism. When you say everything is allowed and there's no margins, no limits, people actually begin to legitimize bestiality, pedophilia, all of the all of these disgusting deviances, because there are no limits. There is no God. It's all nihilism. This is what atheism and Satanism leads to, nihilism. And then you get this confusion, and then you get people accusing one another because they are actually indulging in this sickness, in this depravity. It's out there for everybody online. And that's why, just like John, you remember all of his, outbreaks accusing, what's his face from Oklahoma of being a pedophile? He likes little girls. He said, no.
He does. Von Helton is a pedophile.
No, the other guy, the guy in Oklahoma, what was his name? The guy that works in the auto parts business that they were having an argument with, the guy that got John thrown into jail, he called the police on him. Okay, so you have a fellow atheist as one of your followers here, joining in the bash the believer, bash the religious guy. All right,
Well,
I got you.
You got to understand that we're rational people. We are logical thinkers and critical thinkers, and we have come to the conclusion based on everything
Good
that
for you.
okay, that there is no God. So when you talk about and tell us that we're crazy or we're nihilists and we're pedophiles and we're whatever the fuck you go into because you don't understand what atheism is, it's hilarious. It's hilarious to us, dude.
Enjoy yourselves. I'm not here to fight you. I didn't
You're talking
even
about
realize. Todd Malicote. So I'm just pointing out, I'm making an observation. All this stuff is out there to consume for the whole world. It's very accessible, and it turns people very, very sick and bent. Okay, yeah, and religion and critical thinking are like oil and water, right? So you either choose to focus on religion and focus on critical thinking. You can go both ways. I'm not talking about being a bisexual here. I'm not talking about deviance here. I'm saying there are two fields. I'm saying there are two fields of thinking, two fields of study, and if you don't mix them, it's fine. You don't have to mix them. One is a matter of faith, and one is a matter of, objective critical thinking, and you don't have to mix them.
You can,
but
you can't. Faith and critical thinking don't.
Yeah, but your resentment for faith and religion.
I don't resent it. I resent you for being intelligent enough to know the difference, but not actually accepting it.
But look, the
you're
jive.
in total denial about it. You know.
No, you're in the atheist. No. The atheist jive and the arguments you make, I'm very familiar with. I wasn't born yesterday. I know the approach. I know the methodology, and it's tiresome, and it's something that you're just not going to win me over with. I'm sorry.
Okay, how about these Jewish terrorists? Can I win you over with those?
What are these people?
You remember Baruch Goldstein?
Okay, yeah.
You remember Schlissel?
All right, yeah.
Yeah, well, these are Jewish terrorists. They're killed because of God. They're killed.
All right, well, the Muslims behave the same way. The Crusaders behave the same way. They were mad. They were mad, genocidal, and massacring fanatics. Okay.
So you agree that these people were pushed to do what they did by the Torah?
No, out of vengeance, out of pure malignant vengeance. The guy was
Goldstein, right? You're talking about Goldstein?
Yeah, sure.
Schlissel didn't kill Muslims. He killed a young Jewish woman.
Oh, right, at the gay parade.
At the parade, yes.
Yeah, the gay parade. No, I don't agree with that.
What's your excuse for him?
No, I don't agree with that. That's a
hold on. You had an excuse for Goldstein, but you don't. What's your excuse for Schlissel?
I don't agree with him. I won't make any apologetic.
You agree with Goldstein?
No, I don't agree with Schlissel. Schlissel, the one who stabbed the lesbian Jewish girl to death. I don't agree with that.
She was a lesbian? She was having sex? She was having lesbian sex when he stabbed her? I don't believe you.
She was there at the gay parade.
I'm sorry.
And I don't agree with what he did. I think that was extreme, and it was unwarranted, and it was wrong.
What do you think should have happened to him? Death penalty?
He should be sitting in jail for this, and he is.
Death penalty?
There is a death penalty now for terrorists in Israel.
Schlissel. Should Schlissel get the death penalty?
And look, yes, even him. There are Islamic.
Goldstein was killed by his.
But no. I'm turning this around now and pointing it at the Muslims. Okay, Muslims that commit terrorist acts against Jews in Israel should be put to death.
I agree.
Okay, we agree on something finally.
But you know what? The reason I bring this up is that Goldstein. It's Goldstein. It's the Goldstein incident that turned me against. That made me question: am I a Jew? If he's a Jew, am I a Jew? And my answer was no. If he's a Jew, I'm not a Jew. That was the end of that. Now, so I'm an atheist, and now I'm a Zionist. Okay, I'm a Jew afterwards because I'm defined as a Jew, not because I am a Jew, but because I'm defined as a Jew.
That's okay. Look, I am not a psychiatrist. I'm not a therapist. If that's the choice, and that's the choice you made, Good for you, all fine and dandy. When you try to elicit a response from believing Jews, or to try to win them over, or to question their faith, or when you try to indoctrinate, or what's the word I'm looking for when you enlist? If you're trying to enlist me into your way of thinking, you need to realize it's counterproductive. Most Jews don't think like you, and they will never think like you.
When I was a teenager, I was younger than a teenager, and I found out about the Holocaust, and I found out about the horror of the Holocaust, and I saw the pictures in the Jewish Museum, and it just fucking
I was there.
the hell out of me. It shocked the hell out of me, and I questioned right then and there. Okay, where were you, God? Where was this Jewish God who we love so much, who loves us so much? And as soon as I asked questions of the rabbis and the community, and got the fucking deer in the headlights look, and some kind of a stupid answer from the rabbi, which I'll tell you in a second. I lost all
confidence.
Not confidence. I lost all understanding that there could be a God, that this God that they say there is could possibly be. There's no such thing as this God, because the Holocaust, God went to sleep at the time when the Jews needed him the most.
No,
he goes to sleep.
No.
Good night.
No.
That was the end of that. Getting back to the rabbi, to the rabbi that I asked the question to. I was 14 years old. My friend had lost his mother, so he used to go to shul every night. And I used to go with him because he was a neighbor. So one day after shul, after the service, the evening service, I went up to the Rabbi Dushinsky, and I said to him, because I'd been to the Jewish Museum not that long before, and I was shocked. I said to him, how could this Holocaust happen to us Jews? I mean, I was so shocked. I said, where was God during the Holocaust? Like, how do we explain this? Guess what Rabbi Dushinsky said to me in response? He says to me, he goes, look at me. Look at my beard. It's gray. It's gray. How can I explain that it's gray? It just is gray. That's it. That was it.
That's
what a fucking stupid fucking response.
Well,
as far as the Holocaust is concerned, where was God? There is no God. That's how. That's how I came to my critical thinking, logical explanation for there is no God.
All right.
End of story. And then to sort of put some whipped cream on the Sunday, October 7th happens, and where was God? Same thing. So there you go.
Fine. All right. Well, you had your say, and you went on your tirade, on a monologue. Okay.
So you're gonna do the same thing now?
No, I'm just gonna kind of like let you in and share something with you. I was in the United States Army, enlisted in the United States Army. And I was stationed in southern Germany, Bavaria, outside of Nuremberg, where the Nuremberg trials were held. Okay, that's where my base was, in Ansbach. It was just about a 20-minute ride outside of Nuremberg. I was always in Nuremberg. And when I was there in Germany, I went to Dachau, outside of Munich, suburb of Munich, and I actually went to Auschwitz in Poland. And it was very heart-wrenching, and I had like a serious kind of psycho response when I was there. I actually had my head shaved, and I was looking like a Holocaust inmate. I was seeing myself in the pictures of the Jews there in the camps when they were in the exhibition in the museum. All right, so I was like relating. I was there, connecting to what had happened, and I saw the crematoriums and the gas chambers. And the shoes and the teeth and all of it there. And
let me ask you this.
And I was having a visceral reaction. I was having a visceral response to what I was witnessing.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it can seem very insulting and very, you could get under your skin to a lot of European Jews, especially because my parents and my family don't have exposure to the Holocaust. These are European Jews. And I'll tell you, as much as it might annoy you and get under your skin, that what had happened in Europe that led up to the Holocaust is very complicated, and it had a lot to do. This I won't give you simple answers like that rabbi. That's really, it wasn't. You know,
He was
he was,
an old, experienced rabbi from the
yeah,
community.
but he wasn't. He wasn't a qualified to give you a proper response because.
Obviously. Actually, that's not
But
true, because I asked Rabbi Fagelstock here, who is sort of my age, and he's a Lubavitch, and 30 years ago, we used to be friends. I asked him the same thing, and unfortunately, he fucking lost his shit on me, told me I was uneducated and this, that, and the other. When I finally came out to him, I said, look, I am an atheist because I don't believe in your God. After 2 years of listening to his Monday night lectures, I finally told him that I'm not convinced. Woo, did he lose it with me? Fuck, I've never
well,
seen
you don't.
switch like that.
Yeah, well, you don't see me doing that. You don't see me responding that way. I'm not that kind of person that's just reactionary. Because I've had.
I know, but I did this in front of his family and everybody. So.
Well, I understand where this can lead. All right, I struggled with this my whole life as well.
My
Believe
whole life
me,
I've been an atheist. I've never been a believer, ever.
no, but I struggled with October 7th. I was here in Israel, and I was literally in New York.
Stupid to say I struggled with it. What does that mean? Everybody said I struggled with it. Like what?
And
What?
I saw
To this day, I
9/11 with my
struggle with it. To this very
9/11. I
fucking
saw
day.
with my
Today
own
is
two
October
eyes.
7th, and I feel exactly the same way I did on
Well,
that
you know
day.
what? I was traumatized by many events. 9/11. I was a cabbie in New York City. This was after I got discharged from the military. It was like about a few months after I came back from Germany. 9/11 happened. I was in Vegas when the terrorists were partying in Vegas by happenstance. It was a coincidence. And then I came back, and that happened. And it was during when I was driving my cab. My brother calls me and tells me, "You got to open it. You got to see what's happening." I saw it with my own two eyes. My brother was working at Merrill Lynch. He ran away from the collapsing towers. He had dust on him when he came home. We thought he was dead. That was a traumatizing event that I lived through and went through. And the same thing on October 7th. I live in the north. I live in Haifa. I thought the whole Arab world was about to overrun us, and I would have to die in some sort of massacre. All right, I was in a.
So all of that.
I was in a altered psychological state of real trauma. All right, and we went through this entire war. I had missiles dropping in my neighborhood, on my head here in Haifa, and I was heavily traumatized. So it wasn't just what I saw in Germany when I was a U.S. A service member in Germany. And by the way, I was also in the Israeli Defense Forces. But I'll tell you, from my angle, my take on it, my belief system is that this proves to me that there's a God. I'm not resentful. I'm not antagonistic.
Okay. All right. You've made your point. I get it. But my question to you, and Marcus has the same question, and everybody I think has the same question. With all these experiences and places you've been to and traumas that you've had to endure, where was your God? Where was the Jewish God?
And in those episodes, God had turned him away. God was allowing evil to act. Why? Because the Jews had failed him. All right, the Jews of Europe had intermarried, assimilated, and converted to Christianity for several centuries during the Enlightenment and during the time of Napoleon, when he allowed the Jews to intermingle with Gentile society and intermarry into Gentile society. It was the period of the Enlightenment. Okay, that was the spiritual death knell for the Jews of Europe, which finally led to the Holocaust. All right, and
I can almost understand why people hate Jews now. You refuse to assimilate. You think you're better than everybody else. You think you've got
Yeah.
some kind of a moral umbrella over the societies of the world. I'm not
Yes.
surprised people don't like you guys.
I don't care if they like us or not. I'm not here. This is not a popularity contest. I'm not here to win them over. I'm telling you, I'm giving you an answer, and you're not going to guilt trip me. You think Jewish guilt tripping works on a Jew? Your shtick doesn't work on me. Sorry,
Well,
Sid.
the problem with you is you're not being very honest. You know,
I am being very
you're
extremely
telling me that I
honest.
have a shtick, and I'm trying to have a conversation with you, and you saying that I'm following some kind of a script according to an organization, and
No, it's an atheist script.
whatever dreams you got going in your head, that's all they
Mhm.
are. As I'm afraid that's all they are when it comes to me.
If that works for you, that argument works for you, fine. You can throw all these accusations
Because I
at me.
still asked you a question: where was your God? And
I gave you an answer.
No, you didn't. Where was your God? You said your
No, I
God
gave you an
turned his
answer.
back and went to sleep. So
there
what
was
kind of a God is that? What kind
there
of a
was a
God is one who
process.
turned
No,
his
he
back
wasn't.
and
Didn't
went
go to
to
sleep.
sleep
No, there was a process
based on the
that led
fact
up
that
to it.
the Jewish
There was
the
a
Jewish
process
people
that
aren't
led up
listening,
to these events.
So that little baby who got killed on October 7th is in such deserved it because
He didn't deserve it. No, he didn't deserve. No, didn't deserve it. None of them deserved it.
People are going to
It's
hate
just
Jews even more because of what you said.
no. He didn't deserve it. There's no such thing as deserving. Okay.
You just said
There's a matter of yin yang. You know that Judaism is more of an Judaism is more of an Eastern religion than it is a Western religion.
Let's go back to the beginning.
Mhm.
The babies were raped and burned, and people were killed, and
Yeah, just the same as what happened in the Holocaust. Yeah.
Horrifically,
Right.
What's the word? Horrifically treated.
Mutilated.
On the day of October 7th. So
yeah,
on
mutilated.
each individual person that happened to, where was their Jewish God?
All right. Well, I'm telling you, you're asking me a question that's based on faith and a theology, and my philosophical take on it is that there is a yin yang balance in the spiritual realm. Okay, when you go off kilter. When you go off kilter and the balance is tipped, that's when evil takes over. You bring in the darkness. All right. Now, when the Jews of Europe, not all of them did this.
Hold on, you're bringing in terms that I don't understand.
Because you refuse to understand. There are spiritual ramifications. Okay.
Spiritual.
The Jews of Europe
know very well that the spiritual doesn't exist in my mind. So
because you don't believe in it, my answer doesn't make sense to you.
Because you know it's not true.
You say so. That's what you believe.
If something doesn't make sense, then it's obviously
it's not about making sense. It's about spiritual belief. It's about the belief system. This is 3,400 years of history of the Jewish people that have refused to assimilate, refused to disappear into the nations.
So faith does not mean specifically that God actually does exist, but faith in God exists.
Both exist in my mind.
Hold on a second.
I don't make a distinction.
If you have to have faith to believe in God, then God cannot exist if you have faith to believe in him, and he's not just there, that you don't need the faith because there he is, right?
That is a circular argument that I don't agree with. No.
How's it circular?
I don't agree with you. There is a God, whether you believe in him or not, whether you have faith in him or not.
But
there is a creator.
It doesn't matter whether you believe in him or don't believe in God. God does not exist. But if you have faith in God, that's
for the human mind.
The actual faith in God exists, but not the God itself.
If you want to indulge in that kind of mental masturbation in order to appeal to your, perceived intellectual, superiority, fine. Whatever you want.
Thanks for the compliment, man. I appreciate it.
That's fine by me. You could go ahead and do that. But I'm telling you, putting me down and saying these things does not affect me. I wasn't born. I wasn't born yesterday. I'm not a teenager, and I'm not in my 20s. I'm familiar with this kind of approach. And again, You're
I
not
know,
gonna out.
it's
And
just
again,
direct questions that you can't handle.
I'll give you
You
a
can't
response.
handle
That
it. You can't handle
no,
answering a direct question.
I'll give you a response that will really connect with you. You are not going to out Jew a Jew. All right.
Come on. That's stupid. That's like saying circumcisions don't hurt. Ha ha ha. It's okay.
No, you're not going
All
to out Jew
fine.
this Jew.
All
I've
fine.
lived long enough.
Let's celebrate the genital mutilation. That's you Jews. That's what you Jews
Well,
do.
that's
guys
where
are
you
nuts.
now. That's what you retreat to.
You
Your
guys are
mockery.
absolutely fucking out of your mind.
No, you guys retreat. You retreat into this mockery. Well, look, you want to identify with the
Tell me
Jews.
that you Jews do not mutilate baby penises of the boys. Tell me that you don't do that. You're lying if you're lying if you do.
Well, so what? So what? It's a ritual.
Oh.
It's a belief.
You're digging yourself a bigger hole than I thought.
Why am I digging a hole? No, it's a belief. It's what we. It's a part of our identity.
So, if genital mutilation is a ritual, why should I revere your?
You call it genital mutilation. We, for us, it's something else. It's a holy ritual of indoctrination into the Jewish faith, into believing in the one God.
Yes, correct.
Mm-hmm.
You only get there through genital mutilation.
That's what you like to call it in order to mock it. I don't call it that. All right. Now, your choice of language.
What do you call it?
Brit Milah. It's a brit. It's a covenant.
Exactly?
Well, there's nothing.
I know, but
there's nothing more holy.
Covenant, what are the procedures for Brit Milah?
Oh, you want to talk about the supposed baby dick sucking? That's where you're going to run to now to make that kind of mockery.
You're the one who brought that up. I'm talking about the halachic procedures for Brit Milah. Why do you bring up homosexuality?
Because that's where you people run to mock this ritual. That's where you people run to.
It's not a.
It's mockery. It's all. It's all mockery. Look, but why? Let me ask you. Let me put you. Wait. Let me put you on the spot. Why do you still identify as a Jew or a Zionist or pro-Israel in any way? Why?
Because it's a ritual of genital mutilation. That's what.
No. Why do you identify with being a Jew in any way? Why are you pro-Israel?
I don't. I am identified as a Jew.
Why are you pro-Israel? Why are you pro-Israel? Why?
None of your business. That's none of your business.
Well, you can ask me whatever you want, but I don't get to ask you any questions.
Why am I pro? Okay, no, you're quite right. I shouldn't have said it's none of your business. I can answer that question. I'll tell you why I'm pro-Israel. Number one, I grew up we're probably the same age or close to it.
Yeah. Sure.
Within 10 years, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Within 20 years, let's say. But
no, I'm 50. I'm 50 years old. This is a picture from when I was younger.
Oh my God, you're just way younger than me. Okay, so I grew up during the period of the 6-Day War. I was like 10 years old, I think, when the 6-Day War happened.
Mm-hmm.
No, I was 11 when the 6-Day War happened. Sorry. And I went to a secular Jewish school.
Okay.
But there was religion, there was, morning services, and there was all the celebrations and all the prayers and all this kind of stuff. But if you wanted, you could go. You didn't have to go. But they taught Hebrew, which was the big thing. And I was I found I was really good at languages. So I was pretty good with Hebrew. To this day, I could read it, I could write it, everything.
Awesome.
Yeah. So during my time at this Jewish school, which I went up until the age of bar mitzvah, I learned about Israel, about the struggle with the Jews and the Arabs and the terrorism. But it was always Jews and Arabs, Jews and Arabs, Jews and Arabs, Jews and Arabs. Nothing else. There was no Palestinians. There was no Libyans and Egyptians. It was Jews and Arabs, Jews and Arabs. That's it. To this day, I believe that it's still Jews and Arabs. It's not Palestinians and Gazans and Syrians and blah, blah. It's none of that. It's Jews and Arabs. So that's where I stand on that. And I don't think I'm wrong.
Well, look, if you want my take on it. I gave John a big spiel about Islam, and Islam is a heresy of Christianity that originates actually in the 4th and 5th centuries prior to Muhammad. There was a counter movement to Constantine's Council of Nicaea and the universal faith that he established for the empire. It was known as Arianism that came about in Egypt. Okay, and there was a debate. That's why they actually had the Council of Nicaea in order to consolidate Christianity. Arianism.
There was this guy called Arius.
Yeah, it influenced Islam.
He was a bishop. He was a bishop of one of a series of churches or whatever
in Egypt.
He believed that, as opposed to the Orthodox, who believe that Jesus and God are one.
Yeah,
Arius believed that there was a time when Jesus was not. So there's God, and after God comes Jesus. So they're not one and the same, but they may be close. And that was what the Council of Nicaea was Nicaea.
Right. Okay.
So those two things.
Okay, that schism was considered a heresy. He was anti-Trinitarian. Okay, and he didn't believe the authorized Catholic version of Jesus told him to accept.
After the council,
but from these heresies that were never as much as the Romans wanted to wipe out these heresies and Gnosticism, they could never fully wipe it out. All right, and it thrived in places like Nabatea, like Petra. Okay, that's a Bedouin city carved into stone. I was there in Jordan, southern Jordan. That Nestorianism and Arianism and all of these ideas thrived in the middle of these trade routes of the caravan routes. Ideas were being different types of people.
They were all dependent on their belief that Jesus actually existed.
Right, and he didn't. All right, it's a fraud. It's fake.
God, then the Christian faith makes no sense, as Melif Germany.
No, Jesus is a literary invention of the Greco-Romans, of the Flavian Empire. It's proven 100%.
Right.
There's
but God is
there's 100% evidence in the Gospels. In the Gospels themselves, there's proof of the invention of Jesus as a literary invention, a character.
Jesus is an invention, but so is your Adonai.
Have at it there, Sid. Good for you. You're not convincing me. And so I'll get back to the point. Arianism.
Same logic.
And
buddy.
no, it's not. No, it's not. Arianism influenced other forms of heresies that were opposed to the Catholic canon, or whatever you want to call it.
Arianism is still around, by the way.
Yeah, well, sure, Unitarianism, but I'm telling you, the foundations or the inspirations and the influences that brought about Islam originate from these Christian heresies. Okay, if they altered it and modified it a little bit, it still does not negate the point that they adopted the main sort of kind of like foundational beliefs of these Christian heresies to formulate Islam. The Muslim Jesus resembles the Jesus of Arius. All right, and not to mention that he was taught by his wife's uncle, who was a Nestorian, a priest. His wife Khadija, his first wife, who was older than him, she was the owner of a big business and a merchant kind of like trade, and she was rich. And her Muhammad's wife Okay, this is their history. They don't deny.
But
Muhammad's
the whole of
wife.
Islam is also made up. So why even
No,
bother
but the
talking?
history of the history of Muhammad is actually legit. There was a Muhammad, but Mecca is not where it is geographically located today. That this is a misconception,
There was
and
no
this is a
Muhammad.
lie.
There were
No,
millions
there
of
was.
Muhammads, probably, but there was no
No,
God Muhammad. There was no
I
prophet
was in
Muhammad.
Petra. Look, I was in Petra, and I was in the real cave of Hira, where he supposedly had his a Pauline kind of what was that when Paul was struck off his donkey? He had his epiphany. All right, so Muhammad supposedly had an epiphany in this cave where Gabriel, struck him and all of a sudden told him he's going to be the prophet,
See,
whatever. But
it's all
but I'll
fantastic.
tell you. Let me finish. Look, there is an actual real cave of Hira in Petra. The description of the holy city of Islam is one for one exact and perfect when you connect it and associate it with the city of Petra, okay, in Jordan, what is now Jordan, okay? If you haven't seen the documentary, The Sacred City, I highly recommend it. You should watch it. If you want to be, given tools or ammunition,
Rules for what?
historical evidence and proof
Of
that
what?
there was the founder of Islam, not in Arabia, rather it was in Nabatea.
Yeah, but that's people. People, yes, but the actual
No,
facts
and
and
the
the
wait,
details don't. We
the
don't believe.
details do matter to me. The Christian influence on Islam is undeniable, and it can be
Oh.
deconstructed as well as
Well,
the
why did
okay.
the Jews allow the Christians to emerge?
What are you talking about?
Well, Christianity emerged from Judaism, and the first Christians were Jews. And
No,
why
they
weren't
weren't.
they? What do you mean they
No,
weren't?
no.
Of course they were.
No, they weren't.
Yes, they
No,
were.
they were messianic rebels. They were Jewish messianic rebels that
You want me to
believed
go?
in the
You want me
that
to go to
believed
school for this
in a
one?
warrior Messiah. You could have called them the original, authentic messianic Jews of the first century. Their history was co-opted. It was stolen. It was scrubbed and rewritten by the authorities. Okay, that's the real
Dude, I'm
history of
going to prove
Christianity.
you wrong, buddy. I'm going to prove you wrong right now.
You can the Ebionites were not Christians. Okay,
Okay.
the
I asked Google.
Nazarenes were not
Wait, wait, wait,
Christians.
wait. I asked Google, were the first Christians Jews? And the answer is yes. The first Christians were ethnically and religiously Jewish, viewing themselves as a sect or renewal movement within Judaism, believing Jesus was a long-awaited Messiah, a Jewish
Wrong.
concept. What? Don't
This
tell
is
me wrong. I'm reading it to you. I'm
wrong.
reading to you from
This is the
Google.
established history. This is the
So I don't.
accepted
No. We're not. Stop.
established history.
I gave you the Google response to your response, and that's it. You're proven wrong. Now we just move
No,
on.
Google is
Yes,
not
now we
God.
just move. No.
Google is not the authority. Google is not God.
I don't care. I don't care. That was what we did. I gave you the response. You were proven wrong by Google. Now we move on to
No,
something.
I wasn't proven wrong by Google. Google doesn't always get it right. AI doesn't always get it right.
That's
If you
what
see, wait a minute. If you actually let me pose this question to you. If you actually realize that Jesus is a manufactured fraud of the Greco-Roman Flavian dynasty, along with the Herodians, if you read Caesar's Messiah, how dare you tell me there were authentic Christians that were originally Jews? You have no concept of what the real history is. There was a false history that was written, and Google is going off of that false history. I'm sorry, Sydney, you're wrong.
Well, I've given you what Google says. You show me how I'm wrong.
Fuck Google. You don't believe in God. Why?
Show me how
Why?
I'm wrong.
Wait. You don't. Wait.
No, stop it. Show me how I'm wrong without Google.
Well, you supposedly claim to be an atheist, but you surrender all authority to this high-tech AI response as if it is the divine godly authority. You're wrong. You can't
But it gave
question
me.
what
Hold
you
it.
read from
I'm not
what you
wrong.
read
I'm
off
not
of
wrong. I'll
Google.
tell you why I'm
And
not wrong.
I pose this question to you.
I'll tell you why I'm not
If
wrong.
you-
Hold on a second. Shh. Stop it. Stop it. I'll tell you why I'm not wrong. Because not only did it say, yes, the first Christians were ethnic and religiously Jewish, it goes on to list some key points about the early Christians. Jewish origins, a Jewish sect, and
Okay.
rabbinical. I mean, come on. It's all to do with Jews. There's nothing about
when you
Christianity.
realize
There's
when
nothing.
you
Let
wait,
me
wait.
finish. Let me finish.
Mhm.
But there's nothing about Christianity that has nothing to do with Jews in the very, very beginning. So
Right.
I'm
Did
just
you
saying to
did
you,
you
I'm just saying to you, if you've got something to prove that wrong,
Yeah, well, I can prove it to you. Wait, did you ever
go ahead,
see?
bring it,
Did,
bring
did
it.
you ever see the documentary James
No,
Valiant's
that's
documentary?
not proof. Ask me, did I ever
That is
see?
proof.
I did not see
No,
it. So, so
there
bring me
is
proof. I didn't see it. No, I
there
didn't. I didn't
is
see it.
there
I
is
didn't
the
see it.
false
So bring
there
me
is the
something else.
established
I
false
didn't see
history.
it. Bring me something else.
There's the documentary Caesar's Messiah and
I
Creating
didn't see
Christ.
it. I don't want to see a
As
documentary.
an
I want to
atheist,
see
it is a
something that you.
prerequisite that you watch these documentaries.
Oh,
Otherwise,
come
you
on.
have no concept of the real history.
You're
This is a
watching a
fraudulent
documentary?
history.
Oh,
Watch
really?
Joseph Atwill's Caesar's Messiah
So
and
according to
watch
you,
James Valiant's
according to Sam
Creating
from
Christ.
Israel, according to Sam from Israel, Google is wrong about early Christianity being a Jewish thing.
Yes, it's a scam. It is a stratagem. It was a military psychological operation. The Gospels were written in Rome.
Okay, so
on the part
so
of the
because
Flavian
he
dynasty,
doesn't really let me
sponsored by
speak,
them.
I've had to mute his mic a little bit. But what I'm saying is that I want to read a little bit more about what's going on here from Google. I'm not going to accept that Google is wrong on this, that Google is sometimes wrong and therefore they're wrong here. But I'm going to say that the key points about the early Christians, they had Jewish origins. Jesus and his first followers were Jewish, preaching to Jewish people in Judea. A Jewish sect. Early Christianity was essentially a Jewish sect with followers called Nazarenes or members of the Way who believed Jesus fulfilled Jewish prophecy. Shared beliefs. They shared core Jewish beliefs, including the monotheistic worship of Yahweh, but added the conviction that Jesus was the resurrected Messiah to the Jews. And then growth and separation and so on and so forth from there. So that is what Google says. It sounds very, very convincing. It actually compares to historical readings that I've done in the past. So we're going to accept it as such. All right.
Am I muted still?
You never were muted.
I thought you muted me.
No, I didn't mute you. I just wanted to have my say.
Oh, you got your say. And I totally disagree with Google or Wikipedia or the established false history. It's a false history, 2,000 years worth of false history. I recommend you watch or read Caesar's Messiah, the book and the documentary by Joseph Atwill. It's not too difficult, and it won't be too hard for you as an atheist to consider his thesis. Caesar's Messiah.
It's a book.
Yes, a book by a researcher, a Catholic researcher who has proven that the established history is false.
Caesar's Messiah is a 2005 book by Joseph Atwill that argues that the New Testament Gospels were written by a group of individuals connected. Yeah, well, yeah, that's all. We know that. There's nothing controversial about that. Big deal.
So they wrote a false history.
Besides that, so what?
They wrote a false history, and the original first century
Gospels were false. We know the Gospels.
No, not just that the Gospels were false. The history is false, and Jesus never existed.
I know that Jesus never existed. I've always said that Jesus.
So why do you believe that the first Christians were Jews?
Yeah, that doesn't mean to say that that Jesus was the first Christians were Jews. They believed in a
No, if
myth.
there was no
Jesus
Jesus,
Christ
how
is a
could the
myth.
first Christians be Jews? It was
Because the
a
mythical
hijacked.
Jesus, the mythical Jesus was a Jew.
No, it was a hijacked history. There were no Christian Jews, and there was no Jesus. There was the Messianic Jews, and their history was stolen, co-opted, hijacked by the Greco-Romans that wrote a false history. It was all psychological warfare. That's what you need to understand. You need to get that through your head.
People, you see how crazy Christian religious people are. They
No,
brainwash.
no,
Yes.
no. This is a false history. Wait a
Listen to
minute.
what
Wait.
you're saying, man.
Wait a minute. You believe everything. You're an atheist and you doubt the existence of God, but you believe the official script of 9/11. Do you believe the official script of 9/11? You don't believe there was a conspiracy behind it?
I watched 9/11. What are you talking
No,
about?
but there is no conspiracy behind 9/11. Nothing.
What conspiracy are you talking about?
You don't have. You have Building 7. You have no recollection of the whole. You're not one of these people that
What
actually.
conspiracy are you?
You're not one of these people that actually entertains real conspiracy theories that are
I don't know
proven and
what.
legitimate.
Hold on a second. Why are you bringing up conspiracy theories that I don't even know anything about? For as if I know something about them.
Because if you understood conspiracies, you would understand why this book is called.
I don't do conspiracy theories, dude.
No, the Roman conspiracy to invent Jesus was an obfuscation of real history. The victors write the history. The victors determine the history.
I saw
And
a movie
Josephus,
called Creating Christ, which was by
yes,
James
James Valiant.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there you go. So it's the same as Caesar's Messiah, probably.
Yes, if you saw that, you would be able to deduce, if you thought clearly, that the history of the Jewish rebellions of the first century was co-opted by the actual opponents. They co-opted.
It doesn't matter.
And it disproves the
It
existence
doesn't
of
matter.
Jesus.
Jesus didn't exist. End of story. It doesn't matter
Yeah,
why.
so there were no Jews that believed in Jesus. There was no Jews that believed in Jesus. The first Christians were not Jews. It was a false history. It was all fatuous. It was all manufactured.
So
This is what you need to get through your head.
Well, why is it that I've never read anywhere else other than from you today that the first Christians were not Jews? You're the only one. And I've watched series, or sorry, I've listened to podcasts on Bibles and Bible stories, and
they all have a Christian bias.
Jews and Jesus in the very beginning were one and the same.
No, this is a Christian bias. Okay, they wanted to syncretically.
Jesus is mythical. He's mythically a Jew.
Yeah, well, that doesn't make sense. That's not rational thinking. The objective was during the time of Hellenism, during the time of the Seleucid Greeks, prior to the Romans. There was the objective of what you try to do in the modern day of melding and syncretizing pagan idol beliefs with Judaism, or trying to erase Judaism altogether.
I agree with Mara. You agree in wacky? You believe in wacky conspiracy?
Believes in every wacky conspiracy on the net, but Google AI is wrong, of course. Okay.
There you go. You see?
All right. So these are resentful Christians, or they're believing Christians whose agenda is
he jumps to some kind
whose agenda is to poison the well and make the Jew believe in Jesus.
Instead of being conciliatory and saying, "Okay, I see you're an intelligent person. You have a certain point of view. Let's find out why you have that certain point of view, and maybe I'm wrong." Instead of doing that, you say right away, "Oh, you're a resentful Christian, hateful Jew, blah blah blah."
Well, you're an atheist, a nihilist. You believe in Satan, or you believe that Satan is false, but you believe that having Satan out there as some sort of thing to rub in people's faces to annoy them is a good thing. But you have believers in Christianity and Jesus that whose feathers get ruffled. They get all butthurt when you tell them that Jesus is fake. The history of the first century is totally fake. It's totally false, totally
All,
also, you know,
all gods are imaginary.
manufactured
You don't. You see, when I say
and adulterated, totally
when I say that
adulterated
Jesus
history.
is a myth, when I say that Jesus is a myth, you say, yeah, exactly, you're right. But when I say that all gods are imaginary, oh no, you're wrong.
No, I don't have to agree with you on everything. There's something I agree with you on, and Jesus is a
Well, you
fraud.
can use your mind. Jesus
No,
is
I've
fully
used
we
my
can
mind.
prove it. God is
Rational,
imaginary. We can
clear,
prove it. I don't understand
rational,
why
clear
there's no
deduction
difference.
from the
There's
information
no
I
difference.
absorbed
There's no
that
difference.
Jesus and the history of the first century regarding Christianity and Judaism is completely adulterated. It was adulterated by the people who invented Jesus, the Flavian dynasty, the Greco-Romans, and actually Jews.
Yeah, okay,
There were
you're lying. You're talking nonsense with every word you say. You're refuting what the internet and Google and AI has said about the answer to my question, which made total and perfect sense because it's true. But you didn't agree with it. You somehow, for some reason or other, because you're brainwashed and indoctrinated in some ridiculous way, you just like you wouldn't accept that genital mutilation is ritual Jewish
Are you happy?
tradition,
You're putting it out
which
there.
and
You
it's
wanna rub my
barbaric.
back, enjoy yourself.
There's absolutely no value
It gives
to
you a thrill to just
genital
say those things.
mutilation
You
of
love doing it.
8-day-old
Fine by me. It
baby
doesn't bother
boys.
me.
In
But
fact,
if you need to realize,
I don't
I will.
understand. I don't understand how you can how a Jewish woman, a
do
mother
you
of
have
an
actual legitimate
8-day-old
intellectual
baby can
curiosity?
willingly give her baby to a mutilator who she knows is going to inflict incredible pain upon the baby, cut into his flesh and remove part of his body. How do Jewish mothers do this? What is wrong with them? Fuck, man, you like these people? You're part of these people? I am absolutely shocked. I can't believe that you accept this.
Your mother allowed that to be done to you.
Yeah, what have you got to say now?
Well, are you going to kill her for that if she's still alive?
Yes.
Are you so resentful towards her that you're going to throw that crap in her face and try to guilt trip your Jewish mother?
Very slow.
You're going to try to guilt trip your Jewish mother? Anyway, let me be a little more serious and down to earth, and I will be conciliatory. Okay, if you read the thesis, you'll realize that it was a conspiracy of powerful families, and amongst them was a family that came out of Alexandria, it came out of former high priests in Jerusalem. They were called the Alexander family. And they were actually part of the conspiracy of creating Jesus.
Sam, why are you fucking going on and on and on? I said to you, yes, Jesus is a myth. We agree with it.
So the inventors of
why
Jesus
do you fucking go
partially
on and on about
part of the group was partially Jewish.
We are done with discussing the Flavians and the mythical Jesus. We agree, both of you, me and you. Jew and atheist agree that Jesus is a myth. So
there were no such things as early Christian Jews. That's all in nomenclature, semantics.
Then you're being very disingenuous right now.
No,
I said to you, we agree that we agree that Jesus didn't exist. We agree on that. That's it. And I said, let's put it to bed. I said, let's put it to bed and let's move forward. But no, you've got to fucking go and prod me and say, yeah, but we also agree that no early Jews were Christians. Blah, 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 blah. What a child you are.
They were brainwashed as slaves. That was the whole objective of feeding them the gospel. That they were forced to believe in this falsehood. That's what, if you want to call them Christian Jews.
So what? Let's
as slaves in Italy, in cities like Naples.
Let's move on to the next topic. And the next topic is God is imaginary.
So you say.
Yes. Now let's talk about that rather than talk about these stupid Jesus myths. We'll talk about the God myth. Religion poisons everything. God is imaginary.
As far as Christianity and Islam, I agree with you 100%. Judaism is the one true religion.
Did I say that?
No, I'm saying that. I'm throwing that in your face.
So you're saying that Judaism, so genital mutilation is the way to go. Nothing else.
For the Jews. For the Jews, yes.
Oh, so what about Islam? Is Islam the way to go for the Jews?
You're subhumans. You're lesser than us.
Is Islam a way to go for the Jews?
No,
Is Islam a way to go for the Christians?
no.
So then why do you say Judaism is the way to go for the Jews? Obviously.
Yeah. You don't
So
matter.
why do you make a big
We're
deal
better than
about it?
you. You're lesser than us because you have no God.
Which means, well, actually, you've just shown that the opposite. Because if you're that arrogant, you can't be
Yeah.
very humble. And if
No,
you're
I
not
don't care
humble,
about
you're not a
humility.
God-fearer.
No, you want to make this argument?
If
This is where
if
I
you're
can
not
make my
humble,
sense.
you don't fear God. Sorry.
Fuck humility. Fuck your modesty.
have
There's
been outed.
Judaism
You've
is
been
the
outed
one true
as a fake.
religion.
You've
All
been
other
outed as a
religions are
fake.
false. Jesus is false,
Outed
and you have
as a
and
fake
Jesus. You have a
believer.
Muslim Jesus, so Islam is
You-
false. So fuck both of those faiths. Okay, they're false. They believe in an idol god.
But yours is true. Your religion is true. The one that
Yeah.
mutilates genitals. That one's true. Yeah.
Yeah, I should mutilate your nose. Circumcise your nose. You have a big fat Jew fucking nose.
Is that your best argument?
That's my greatest argument.
Oh my
Your
God,
nose
you
needs
are
a
so
your big
you are
fat
very- Sam,
crow beak needs a circumcision, like
you're
real bad, like urgently.
You're
Yeah.
very shallow. You're a very shallow person, unintelligent, low IQ.
Oh,
That's
bring it
probably
on.
why you believe in God.
Just throw all of those silly insults my way. I'll throw them right back in your face.
All right, let's hear them.
All right. You're a lowlife. You have no intellect. You're sad, miserable, resentful, a godless, lowlife nobody.
Ooh, Freudian slip.
And you're going to pay. This is the time the Messiah is about to be revealed.
This is where you nail the last. You hammer the last nail into your coffin when you say.
No, I hammer you to the cross. You're the new Jesus. I'm crucifying you. I'm crucifying you by your fucking big Jew beak. All right, you shameless, godless piece of shit.
Ad hominem. You see, there you go. Now you're getting all upset and all. What's the word?
Heated. I'm getting like
heated. Oh,
I'm getting like a what do you call that when women have after they lose their periods? I'm getting a hot flash. I'm getting a hot flash.
Don't denigrate women like that. You're not a woman.
Oh, but you're a feminist also. Oh, you want so you conspire. So you also believe in the feminism trip. All right, but you don't want to believe it.
What's feminism? I don't understand. What is that?
What do you
believe
think about
in it, but I'm not sure what it is.
women lib and feminism is fine.
You tell me what I believe.
No, I'm not. You know what? Fuck you, Sid. I'm not answering your fucking questions anymore. Go fuck yourself. My battery's running low. Fuck you.
Did I get to you, Sam? Oh.
No, go fuck your mother.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, what a respectful Jew who actually believes that genital mutilation is something that is special for his religion, specialty. That's terrible. That's absolutely terrible. Can you believe that people think that way? They actually believe that genital mutilation is okay. Because an imaginary God in a book written by man said so. It's ridiculous. That's the one thing I've got against the Jews. The one thing is their genital mutilation practices. Well, Sam seems to have gone silent and disappeared. Bye-bye, Sam. Yeah. After the mutilation, you don't even get that. You get to scream and shout and cry while everybody else eats and drinks and has fun. And congratulations! They mutilated your boy. Congratulations! They mutilated your boy's penis. Oh, I'm so happy. Jesus Christ. No kidding, eh? He got frustrated. He started calling me names and he ran away. What do you expect? What do you expect? Anyway, enough of having fun. Let's go see what's happening. Where do we start? As usual, we start with at the beginning. We got. It seems to me that Shanny is still alive.
Serial
So let's
killer
go and join
will
it.
strike,
See what's happening.
for he is being manipulated by a Wookiee.
She's still going on about Wookiee and Jason.
Like, shit, why you gotta do that to Wookiee's name and give him a bad name like that, man? Wookiees are loving creatures.
This is not very interesting. Oh, it's time for Goldie. We're just in time.
Sorry, that was Easton.
Oh, fuck. She put it off
I'm not
another
gonna
half an
stop
hour.
till he snaps and gets physical, sadly. Really? This is gonna be awful, man. It's just constant, like, stirring him up.
All right.
And here I am, all happy-go-lucky, you know?
Where is Jason? But anyway, while
What is
he's
a
taking a
vi-
break, let's go look at, what was I going to look at? What was I going to look at? I don't remember. Carry on, Shanny. I'll find it.
Right, William? Oh my God.
Oh, here it is. So I was going to show you this.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. This is Trump's Truth Social. So he posted yesterday, I guess late last night, the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference later today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I think we watched some of that this morning. But what I think is hilarious is what he presented afterwards. So there's this. This is from Donald Trump. But we can't play the music. So we're not going to watch that. This is also from Donald Trump. Nicolas Maduro on board the USS Iwo Jima. There he is in his flannels or in his sweats with a bottle of water. See how humane Americans are? They give Maduro a bottle of water. More than the Arabs did to the Israelis when they were hostages in Gaza. Okay, here's some pictures of them watching the mission unfold. There's Rubio. There's Pete. There's the boys. There's more boys. Tense moment. A very tense moment. Oh. Okay. What are they doing? What's going on? Oh, man. Can you imagine the tension that these people are feeling? Look, there's a general, what do they call him? Raising Cain? General Cain? In charge of it all, I guess. Marco, not looking too concerned. Watching, but hey, no stress. No negative stress anyway on these people's faces. Wow, look at that intense concentration. That's General Kane. There's the military part of the government. Just watching it all unfold. Okay. Oh, Emmanuel Macron wrote something I didn't even know about. Emmanuel Macron, president of France, he writes, the Venezuelan people are today rid of Nicolas Maduro's dictatorship and can only rejoice. By seizing power and trampling on fundamental freedoms, Nicolas Maduro gravely undermined the dignity of his own people. The upcoming transition must be peaceful, democratic, and respectful of the will of the Venezuelan people. We wish that President Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia, elected in 2024, can swiftly ensure this transition. I'm currently exchanging with our partners in the region. France is fully mobilized and vigilant, including to ensure the safety of its nationals during these uncertain times. Let's see this. I want to listen to this.
Venga por mí. Aquí lo espero en Miraflores. No se tarde en llegar, cobarde.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your
Excellent. Fuck around and find out. Excellent.
Venga por mí.
Yeah. Okay, we've seen this. All right, that's it from President Trump and his Twitter account. They're sending him to space? Yeah, hope so. Distance yourself from this planet, Mr. President Maduro, as fast as you can. Okay. I'm kind of waiting for Goldie, because she's going to give us the up-to-date on Iran. And I am willing to... What do we got? We've got, what, 20-something minutes? All right, let's find something to do for 20 minutes. Let's get rid of that. Any suggestions? If not, I'll find something. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Well, we were watching Von Helton earlier. So let's carry on watching Von Helton. Because it sort of fits in with the theme of this stream, the Von Helton. Let's see. All right, Von Helton, carry on talking your nonsense as you usually do.
So here this guy has made a video saying, does Planet 9 exist? Well, of course it does. It's Planet Eris, and we discovered it in 2005. Now, here's the funny thing about it. All right. Here's the funny thing about that. All right. This elliptical This elliptical pattern over here just so happens to coincide with the exact same elliptical pattern of the now infamous Nibiru. All right. This is why this shit's so near and dear to my heart, because the ancient Sumerians warned us of a planet of the gods called Nibiru that had a 3600 loop orbit, exactly like planet Eris. And in fact, they described their planet as similar to planet Eris and its moon dysnomia. Okay, and planet Eris and dysnomia, like I said, represent destruction. Okay, when they come through our solar system, they wreak havoc every 3,600 years. All right, and so this disingenuous little prick here was either doing this to get
He just said 3,600 years. He's always saying 36,000 years or 38,000 years. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He never knows.
views, or he's ignorant of study, or I'm not even going to speculate. Okay, I'm just glad that I pwned his fucking ass, because that's exactly what I've done. Because obviously Planet 9 exists. Its name is fucking Eris, and we discovered it in 2005. Duh. But see, this is why Flat Earth is gaining ground, because you motherfuckers lie. Does Planet 9 exist? What a load of shit. Of course it does. It's Planet Eris. Now, Planet Eris just happens to also be the mythical, or, well, not mythical now, of course, planet Nibiru, spoken of by the ancient Sumerians. And you can get pissed off at Sitchin all you want, but the truth of the matter is that Sitchin was correct. We found Nibiru. It is planet Eris. We found it in 2005. It has the same exact orbit as Nibiru. It even looks like fucking Nibiru. I mean, we found this shit, man. We found the motherfucker. And in fact, I tried to find the fucking news article and I couldn't find it, because it came out of a magazine. But we actually discovered this bad boy back in 1983. But I couldn't find that article. It apparently has been scrubbed from the internet for our protection. But yeah, as far back as 1983, where we're talking about this son of a bitch. All right. So this motherfucker gets on his Planet 9 real. Does it exist? Well, of course it does. Fucking liar. And like I said, I'm not being unfair to this guy. He says in the video several times that he's not sure whether it exists or not. Not sure that it's real or not. And that even NASA says the same thing. And he's not the only one. Like I said, I'm not just picking on this guy. There's a shit ton of videos out there about Planet 9, whether it exists or not. Now, you say, well, Vaughn, how do they know this? Okay, they know it because allegedly when the planets are orbiting around the sun, they wobble. Okay, and this wobbling is supposedly due to the fact that there is a larger, heavier body out there than the body that preceded it. Okay, so Pluto, you can see there, Pluto is very small, and Eris is about the same size. And so when Pluto was shaking, that indicated that there was something else out there that was causing that shit to happen. Okay, so I can't stand a fucking liar. I really can't. If you don't know about a thing, that's one thing. But this motherfucker shows you the goddamn pattern of the damn planet. He shows it to you. So does he know it's real? Of course he fucking does. He either did this to get views, or he might even be on NASA staff for all I fucking, who the fuck knows. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is that I caught the fucker in a lie, a bold-faced lie at that. All right. And this is why Flat Earth is gaining ground, because you globetards want to fucking lie at the drop of a hat and drop it yourselves. And that is exactly why Flat Earth is gaining ground. All right. And that's just the truth. Sorry.
Well, then let's go check it out. Okay, so what did he say? Is Flat Earth is Flat Earth gaining ground? Whatever that means. Let's see what it says. While the belief in a flat Earth has seen a significant resurgence in visibility and public discussion since the 2010s, largely driven by social media algorithms, it is not gaining ground in the sense of widespread, scientifically acceptance. The core belief is still rare, but the number of people who express some doubt about the Earth's spherical shape has increased. So it's not gaining ground. Another lie, another von Helton lie, exposed by Google it. Bloody hell. Anyway, where is old Mayor McCheese? Where was he? I lost him. There he is.
Don't lie to our fucking face, man. You know, but anyway, it's fucking Nibiru. Funny how he never brought that shit up. Ain't it? Ain't it funny how he never mentioned that part in his video? That it was fucking Nibiru, the destroyer. Because I mean that's basically what it is. It's a destroyer. Comes through and destroys fucking everything, lays waste to everything. And there goes the alarm on my kids' door. I'll be right back.
All right. This is time. This is where we get to see von Helton's father side. Alarm went. Let's see, and he says he'll be right back. So the alarm went. You'd think he's going to go and spend some time with his kids. You think? Let's see what happens.
We'll be right back after these messages.
So he went and he did something, made sure his kids were quiet, and now he's right back.
Alrighty, I'm back. Rant mode back on. Anyway, like I was saying,
Was he screaming at his kids? Is that why he's saying rant mode back on?
you know, you want to know the real reason why flat Earth is gaining ground is because you motherfuckers lie. Okay, stop lying. All right, this motherfucker went on for, what was it, 16 minutes and 20 seconds. Well, I don't know if it's real or not, but here's a goddamn pattern for it. How the fuck you gonna know what the goddamn pattern for the damn thing is if you don't even know it exists? You know. But yeah, you know, you want to know why flat Earth is gaining ground? There it is. Fucking lying to our goddamn face. And he knows he was lying because he shows you the damn elliptical pattern of the damn planet. He knows. He knows. And I'm sorry. I just can't take being lied to my face, you know? And if I thought for 1 second this guy genuinely did not fucking know, I wouldn't be making this video. But he knows. He's showing you the pattern, the projected the flight path, if you will. He knows. Okay, he did this video to either get views or to just even troll people. I mean, he might even be just trolling people. You never know. But in any event, his video, like I said, I'm not picking on this guy because his video isn't the only one out there. There is a whole plethora of videos and websites and shit devoted to this. Well, I don't know if Planet 9 exists or not. I just don't know. They do know. They fucking do know. They're lying. They're flat out fucking lying. They don't want to admit that in ancient Sumerian writings, we already knew what the fuck it was. It was Nibiru, and it was the home of the gods, and that they're coming the fuck back after 3,600 years. They're going to fucking check us out, make sure we're on the QT, and if we aren't, they're going to go, then they're going to it's going to be a whole fucking restart of the human race again. Just like it was the last 3,000, what, 3,600, whatever the fuck it was, whatever number it is. I have to look it up again. Might even be 36,000. I don't fucking know. Anyway, it's a big ass number. And they'll come back.
What a fool.
And they'll see if we're on the QT. If we're not on the QT, that's it. Humanity done. And they just restart us all over again. Supposedly we're like the 5th try at this shit. We're like the 5th try. And, you know, Thoth mentions it a little bit in the Emerald Tablets. And I think some of the hermetical writings talk about it. But yeah, man. Don't blow smoke up my ass, man. Since 2000. Well, if talking conspiracy shit, I was doing it before there was even a fucking internet. I was doing it back in the fucking 70s and 80s. All right. Alex Jones, David Icke, none of them motherfuckers ain't got shit on me because I've been doing this shit a lot longer than they are. And listen, the phrase get woke and go broke is a true statement. All right. You see these motherfuckers getting thousands and thousands of views and getting all this money and going out on tour and all this shit. Stay away from them. Get woke, go broke is a real thing. You will not become a millionaire by telling people the truth. You won't. You won't. You won't.
All right. I guess we have enough time. I'll let this run. I got to take my doggy outside, so you got a few minutes without me. Yeah, no kidding. Eh? Anyway,
Won't even be allowed to rent a fucking auditorium. You know how I know? Because I tried.
Yeah.
You got that black chick and that white dude. Supposedly conservatives. Nah, they're not conservatives. They're COINTELPRO. Real conservatives that are really putting out the truth cannot get an auditorium. As soon as I tried to get an auditorium and they found out I was a true conservative and not COINTELPRO, denied. Seriously, denied. Real conservatives cannot rent auditoriums and tell people the truth. No fucking way. They won't let you. They will not let you. How many of you conservatives watching this video think you can get up in front of your class in college and tell the college students the truth about conservatism, about religion, about politics, about all that shit? They'll fucking shut you down in 2 goddamn seconds. And you know I'm telling the truth. You know I'm telling the truth. All right, so stay away from these motherfuckers that are running around with all these thousands and thousands of views because they're not real. They're not legit. They're COINTELPRO, or they wouldn't have all them views. That's a fact. That is an absolute fact. And hey, I'll tell them to their face. I don't care. I'll tell it to their fucking face. It don't bother me one whit because they're all COINTELPRO. They're not real. That black chick, that black conservative chick that's making rounds. I wish I had their names in front of me, but I don't have their names in front of me. She gets this show on YouTube or something, and she brings in a fucking imam and starts talking to the imam about how great Islam is. I'm like, are you fucking high? You know, I mean, what is Islam's claim to fame, class? What is their claim to fame? Oh, killing people. They've been doing it for 1,400 years and they ain't gonna fucking change. All right. You cannot reform Islam. In order to reform Islam, you would have to remove Muhammad from the entire book. Okay. Well, you can't do that because Muhammad killed all the other peaceful prophets. He killed them all. There was peaceful people went to Muhammad, said, Muhammad, we got to stop doing all this killing. And Muhammad had them put to death. Anyway, enough said about that shit because they're COINTELPRO. There's no doubt. When you can rent a humongous auditorium, yeah, that's not. Get woke, go broke. Okay, I have never been successful at making money by telling people the truth. Never been able to get a big audience. Never been able to do any of that shit. Why? Because get woke, go broke. When you wake up to the truth and when you try to impart the truth to others, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to receive it, and they sure as fuck ain't going to support you financially. They just won't. Okay, it's a lie. All right, so this is all bullshit. Wish I could find that motherfucker. Let me see. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can. Let's see. Young conservatives. That ought to give me something. Young conservatives. Young conservatives. All right. Let's see here. Oh, Facebook. I can't go to Facebook. Ben Shapiro. That's his name. Ben Shapiro. Out of the blue, literally out of the blue, he rents a fucking auditorium. And nobody tried to stop him. Nobody. Nobody tried to stop him. Well, let me tell you something. They find out you're a true conservative, a real conservative, and you're trying to get the truth out to people, you will be stopped. You will be prevented from renting that auditorium. But Ben Shapiro didn't get stopped. Oh, no. He was able to rent an auditorium and get up and have a big thing in front of the cameras and shit. And yeah, okay. Yeah, no get woke and go broke for him. No, sir, buddy. And he's getting millions of views, and he's getting all kinds of money from PayPal and Patreon and all this shit. And yeah, what a lie. Ben Shapiro, COINTELPRO. What is that black girl's name? Candace, I think is her name. Candace. What is it? Candace. Let me try Candace. Candace Owens. Yeah, Candace Owens. Yeah, Candace Owens. Another COINTELPRO. She's not a true conservative. Let me tell you something. If you want to test Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens, here's how you do it. You walk up to them and you say, "Hey, I have a challenge for you." And I'm sure Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens will go, "Okay." And then you tell them, say, "I want you to say the name Rothschild out of your mouth." That'll shut them up. You know, and not only will it shut them up, they'll probably fucking get up and walk off the stage. They'll get up and walk off the stage. You'll never, ever hear them mention the name Rothschild or Rockefeller. Ever. You know why? Because that's who's funding them. Durr. Where do you think they're getting all their funding from? How do you think they're getting all these views and all this accolade and all this attention? They're funded by the elites, man. They're COINTELPRO. They're funded by the fucking elites. Like I said, try it yourself. Don't take my word for it. Try it yourself. Say, "I'm a staunch conservative. I believe in freedom of religion, especially." Oh my God, that'll get them. Freedom of religion. Tell them you support the AR-15. That'll definitely send them fucking packing. And then say that you want to rent an. Oh my God. Hang on again. I'm being interrupted again. Hang on just a second. Damn it. Oh. We'll be right back after these messages. All right, I'm back again. Hopefully this will be the last interruption. I'm doing this early in the morning. I should have done it during the night, but I'm doing it early in the morning, so I'm getting all kinds of interruptions. But anyway, but yeah, Candace Owens, and Ben Shapiro are COINTELPRO. They are not true conservatives, and they sure as fuck ain't truthers. Like I said, anybody that doubts me, catch them at one of their rallies and say, "Hey, I got a challenge for you. Say the name Rothschild and Rockefeller out of your mouth." They won't do it. They'll get up and walk off the stage because they're fucking COINTELPRO, just like anybody else that's making millions of views. Okay? Get woke, go broke is a real thing. Okay? You will go broke trying to tell the truth to people because people don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to know the truth. Okay? You're not going to get rich being a conspiracy theorist. You aren't. Alex Jones is fake. David Icke is fake. Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, anybody that is getting millions of views and getting all kinds of accolades and all kinds of attention, they're all fake as hell, man. Well, Vaughn, if they're fake, why did they kick Alex Jones off of all the media? He's probably done. They're probably done with him. Okay, when they're done with somebody that works for them, they kick them out. Okay, they throw them away like an old newspaper. That's what the hard left does. That's what the elites do. I mean, hell, Alex Jones ought to be lucky. I mean, they killed fucking Aaron Russo. They killed his ass dead. So Alex Jones ought to be lucky. They didn't kill his ass because they very well could have. All right, because that's what they do to people that they confide in. They kill them. They used to. I think they've kind of mellowed with age. Anyway, the point is that yeah, these guys are fake, man. They're not real. Not real at all. Okay. Anyways, that's pretty much all I got. Just wanted to rant about this shit because you want to know why flat Earth is gaining ground. You want to know why flat Earth is doing so well. Flat Earth is doing so well because you fucking globetards lie. Okay, you lie at the drop of a hat, and that's a shame because you really shouldn't. But the whole sphere thing is a lie anyway. How did this whole concept of the planet being shaped like a ball get started anyway? Anybody know? Anybody remember? Anybody actually do research instead of just fucking taking NASA's word for it? Anybody do any actual fucking research on this shit? Because you got to understand, this whole idea of the Earth being shaped like a ball didn't used to be. Okay, everybody used to believe the Earth was flat. Okay, this thing with the Earth being shaped like a ball, that's a relatively new thing as far as humanity is concerned. It was started by a Roman who was pissed off at the gods. That's it. He was pissed off at the gods, and he came up with the idea of the Earth being shaped like a ball. And it ties in with religion because up until then they really didn't have a sun-centric system. Okay. And then they decided to use Helios. Okay, Helios means the sun. They decided to use Helios as the center and the progenitor, you might say, as well. But he's in the center, and then you've got all the other planets rolling around. Yeah, that's not by happenstance. That was in an open act of rebellion against the gods. That's why it was done. And that's why you'll find atheists all over the place just celebrating the globe. The globe is a great thing. It's a great thing. Why? Because the original idea of the Earth being shaped like a globe is because it was in rebellion to God. Okay, that's why the atheists like this shit so much, and that's why they will staunchly defend that damn globe, buddy. They'll defend it to the hilt. Why? Because it's actual rebellion against the gods. That's how it got started.
Have you ever heard such nonsense in your life? Well, you're hearing it now.
Look it up. Don't take my word for it. Look the shit up. Find out who came up with the original idea of the Earth being shaped like a sphere, and then read why he did those things. He was in rebellion against the gods of the day, the religion of the day. He was doing an act of rebellion against the religion of the
I actually missed who he's talking about because I was out with the dog. Who's he talking about?
day. Seriously, look this shit up. Don't take my word for it.
And I'll look it up.
But yeah, and so that's why the atheists are all running around supporting the sphere, the globe, because it was an act of rebellion against the gods. It was.
Oh, he's talking about the atheists supporting the theory of the globe Earth because of what? I'm sorry, I'm not following.
In defiance of them, even. All right. So now you know the real story, and so now you know why the whole idea of the Earth being a sphere is all bullshit any fucking way. But it's nice to know that I can catch globetards lying right out of their teeth, and catch them on fucking video doing it, and then it just bolsters flat earthers, man. It just bolsters us, okay? It gives us ammunition. I mean, you guys go around fucking lying to our face, just like NASA does. You're gonna catch both barrels, man. Especially from me, because I'll call you on your shit. I'll call you on your shit. I don't care. I don't care.
Man, keyboard warrior,
Yeah,
you're
it's
right.
all bullshit. They're all in bed. Oh yeah, and Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, they're in bed with Islam. I guarantee you, if Islam took over America tomorrow, Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens would be up there, like a bunch of fucking seals, clapping. They'd love it, man. They love it. They want Islam. They probably want Islam to take over America. Because in their sick, twisted mind, see, they believe that Islam is far superior to paganism and Christianity anyway, right? You know, it's the up and coming, it's the rising star, and so therefore, you know, it should have every right to take us over, kill us all in the streets, like they did in Beirut, Lebanon, and like they did over in Kosovo. Because that's what Islam does. See, when Islam takes over a country, they go out into the streets and they slaughter everybody. They do. They do. Look it up. Don't take my word for it. Look it up.
Oh, fuck off.
So, yeah,
Look it
look
up,
up
look it
Lebanon.
up.
Look up what the Muslims did in Lebanon. Look up what the Muslims did in Kosovo. They killed the Serbian Christians in the streets by the thousands, while the UN and NATO just stood there with their fucking arms folded, watching. Didn't even lift a finger to save the Serbian Christians at all. Because them Christians are bad. Them pagans are bad. It's the Muslims that are the good guys, right, guys? Right? Yeah, absolutely. All right, anyway, I'm done with my rant. But yeah, man.
Oh, good.
Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro, totally COINTELPRO. No question about it. Get woke, go broke. You couldn't tell it by Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens. Because they got the money, honey. They getting them big bucks. Getting all them views, getting all that attention, being able to rent big auditoriums that you and I couldn't even possibly be allowed to rent. Because I know I tried. I tried to rent an auditorium. Fucking just lies everywhere, man. Just fucking lies everywhere, dude. It's sad. It really is fucking sad.
What
There's
you can do
lies
about
going
it,
on
Vaughn?
everywhere. Crazy, crazy shit. But anyways, I'm gonna get off here, and now that I've been interrupted twice, I'm finally done with my video. But that's okay. I mean, I chose to do it early of a morning. That was my mistake. So, but anyways, I'm gonna get out of here. Y'all have a wonderful day and a better tomorrow. Bye.
Bye. Bye. There, just stop. All right, I want to go over to Iran. I want to see what's going on there in Iran. But in order to do that, I've got to go here, and we're waiting. We're waiting for Iran. This is probably worth waiting for. So let's do some waiting. If anybody wants to come in and join the room, link is at the top of that chat. It used to be. Oh, it still is. Good. So come on in. And don't be like Sam from Israel and be a little whiny bitch. Oh, if you can be like Sam from Israel and be a whiny bitch if you like. I'll just tear you down. That's all. But we don't want to do that. We want to be nice. And we want to find out, why is Goldie taking so long to go live? Oh, she is probably going live at 1:45, which is in 9 minutes. No, yeah, I don't know. What's it now? 15:39. So in 6 minutes, she should be going live. If she goes live at 15:45. Live at 15:45, Iran. Goldie. Actually, I should put her into the Goldie. Goldie Gamari. Gamari. There. Edit it. So let me make another change. So who did we cover today? Von Helton, Shanny and Jason, Iran, Venezuela. Who else did we cover? Jewish ritual male penis mutilation. We won't be discussed that, right? And we will be discussing that more because that's a hot button issue. As we wait for Goldie. That's funny. See, that's a problem with these people who are so brainwashed and so indoctrinated into their nonsense that they get angry when their what do you call it? The curtain. But the curtain gets opened up a little bit and they see behind it, like in Alice in Wonderland, they get so angry. Oh my God. Yeah, he wanted to deface me for sure. But you know why? He couldn't handle the genital mutilation that I threw at him. Because that's what Jews do. They mutilate male genitals. That's their thing. And I'm totally against that. So what do we got here? 3 minutes before she goes live? What's the time? Let's see what's happening with Shanny and Rev. Whoop. Shanny and Jason and Rev and Jason and Shanny and Jason and Jason and Rev. Oh my God. What about this woman? Is she still alive? She's still alive. I'll just run this until Goldie comes.
He's like a teenage girl.
Come on board.
I'll be honest. He's like a teenage girl up there watching wrestling and talking to his girlfriends that are completely platonic. You don't know what love is.
This is like repeat, like the same record over and over and over.
I said you don't know what love is. I don't know what love is. No, you don't. He is crying over the fake girlfriend. He's like, I'm going to wait for her for the rest of my life. Okay, dude. I may not be a smart man, but I know what love is. James. I couldn't help it but do the accent.
Fucking crazy.
I want to know what love is. I want you to.
You're waking up the sleeping. You're waking up the dead. Look at her. What a performer. What a performer.
Imagine you're seething in hatred for someone that actually loved and cared for you. Why can't you be moldable like I want you to? 'Cause I can't be controlled, bitch. No, the universe isn't happy with this shit, man. If you know what the collective is, the collective knows what I'm talking about, you know. But the universe right now is so fucking pissed about what happened that motherfucker doesn't realize he's gonna get tidal fucking waves over him. He's gonna get mountains crushed on him. He's gonna get fucked up because he's breaking up a holy covenant by Jesus Christ, and you don't want to mess with God.
Oh,
that's a very stupid thing to
very
do.
scared. Very scary.
It's best to be a good person and take the punches.
Take the punches.
Do you want some water, Rev?
Oh, she's so concerned. Look.
He's mad at me for wanting water, that I asked if he wanted some water. Jeez. I'm sorry I was human.
This is live, right? It is live.
He identifies as a 12-year-old girl. That is so fucking weird and sick. And the way he talks and sexualizes the 12-year-old girl. Like, what the fuck? Do you want to order some food?
She's trolling him. That's great.
Leave me alone. I want to continue to be manipulated by this obvious troll. Leave me alone.
She's crazy.
What a dope.
What happened there?
You see how I was the brains in this relationship? As he just got me in the DMs. She says he looks smelly. You didn't bait so long that she could smell it all the way to Maryland.
Horrible. Horrible.
Okay, Frosty, keep wishing.
Oh, Melly. Melly's here.
Candyland while in La La Land, Kristen.
Hi.
Well, hello. How are you?
Hello. Hello. Just come to say hello.
Okay, good. We're going to go here and wait
Are
for...
you a little bit... I can... You're quiet. I'm not sure if I am. Probably not. I'm always loud.
I can hear you fine.
But I... must be something at my end, though, because
Remember,
I can
we had
hardly
this
hear you.
problem before, remember?
I can hardly hear you.
Oh, shit. That means... Let me just check if I'm coming through on... I'm coming through.
You've been coming through all right on YouTube, so that's all okay. It's just me right now with this. That's probably at my end a problem then.
Right. Yeah.
Let me just...
Yeah, people say they can hear me fine. Oh, she left and gonna come back. Come on, Goldie. Goldie was going to go live at 3, and then at 3:30, and then at 3:45, and now it's 3:52. So we wait. It's probably going to be worth it, though. Bong.
And then she does this, and then she does this, and then she does this, and then she does this to me, and then she does this to me,
beautiful.
and then she does this to me. I'm a really sad boy. Without any acknowledgement over the shit he's done. I get that. You talking shit about me.
Wow.
And talking about shit about me. Well, shit. I can do the same. I can do the fucking same, man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's on YouTube all day long. Yeah, I am. I would have rather have us stay together and we could be sitting on the couch watching some good shit and laughing. But nah, man. You wanted that pink-haired bitch. Well, she got a fiance. And I already talked to her. I was named after a nasty, nasty lady named Michelle Sabat. He would pick her nose and eat. Ah, Jesus Christ. Bye, booger. You're gross. I'm not.
Emily?
Hello.
Ah, there you go. Beautiful.
Oh.
How's your can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm still, I don't know why you're still quiet to me. I can just about hear you, but I guess that's my problem at my end. Don't worry. Oh, wait.
Wait.
Oh, what's happening?
Could be that you've chosen the wrong speakers.
Oh, no, I can hear Shanny all right. I can't hear you.
Oh, we have a lag, that's why.
I can hear you now, I think better. I think it'll settle down. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I think we just have a lag. It's what I think. Do you have your radio on?
Who's talking
Me.
shit about?
Do you have your radio on? Are you watching YouTube?
That's so horrible.
Are you watching YouTube?
Oh my goodness. Oh dear.
Oh dear. Oh, Goldie might have arrived.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, good.
But when Shanny isn't talking, otherwise I can't hear you, and I mean it's difficult.
Okay, Goldie's about to start, and we're going to.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I just probably. Oh, wait a minute.
What? So we're going to be. Goldie's going to be talking about Iran. Iran. What do you want? Oh, something's happening. Oh, they're still playing the music. We don't want to hear the music, do we? No. We want to hear words, man. Oh, something's happening here. This is probably some kind of a anthem of some sort. Little baby girl. Look, they've got footage from pre-1974, 1979, I mean. How long is this going to go on for, this anthem? Wow, this is quite the introduction. There she is. I'm sorry that I cut off the sound here, but I just don't want to hear this. Look, she's very nationalist. Oh, come on, Goldie. You should be talking about how Trump should be making his way into Tehran to personally arrest Khomeini. That's what I want you to talk about. Doesn't this ever stop? Fuck. When is this gonna end? Oh, finally.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's live stream edition of The Goldie Show. My apologies for being late, guys. I was not even supposed to do a live stream today. For those of you who have, who were with me, you all know, like, I was going to take the day off, to recharge. And then there's been so much going on right now. We are going to talk about President Trump. We're going to talk about Venezuela. We are going to talk about the increase in demonstrations. We're also going to talk about some of the rumors we're hearing. We are also going to talk about one of the most recent, craziest videos that has just come out of occupied Iran. And part of the reason that I was delayed is because I actually wanted to translate that video, add subtitles in English, and put it out there. So we are going to get into all of that. But Tusi TV, Mahir Tusi, literally just started. Tusi TV just started his live stream. So I want to go to his live stream because I want to see what he has to say. And then when he is done, we are going to. That's not what I want. When he is done, we are going to continue with our live stream. So here is his live stream. And let's go, guys. Let's go. He just started broadcasting a few minutes ago, so we're not far behind here.
Welcome back to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Mahir Tusi, and day 7 of the Iranian uprising, day 7 of the battle between the Iranian people and the Islamic occupiers, and the regime have lost yet another day. It's now been a full week of street battles in multiple cities and towns. We can now confirm that a number of cities, including Hamadan and Delijan, have now fallen into the hands of the public. Of course, the regime have a chance now tomorrow to recover, to try to take back control. We're going to go through all the videos that we are receiving from Iran and our sources. And there's a lot of updates also about Venezuela. Of course, if you haven't seen our latest update on Venezuela, go check it out. After this one, we're going to come back and give you guys the latest news on Maduro, who is now in New York City, and also what is happening inside Venezuela, as of course the battle to complete the collapse of the communist regime continues. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get your reaction live as usual. Let's talk about what's happening. So Mahalat, Delijan, Hamadan, and Elam have now fallen currently as of tonight. But the Iranians are also tearing down the Islamic Republic flags from the streets. They've been doing that for the past few hours. To the first clip that we have. Oh, we have to apologize. We sound, yeah. Couple of very important things to mention, as I expected tonight to get much worse than this, but unfortunately we can confirm that a number of Iranian people have unfortunately been killed tonight. We are receiving more names and photos and essentially identity of the victims, but there's still a lot more. So stay with us as we get more information about those who unfortunately have now been murdered by the Islamic occupation forces. Delijan has also now been taken over by the Iranian people, and Qasem Soleimani's statue on its 6th year anniversary of his assassination being burned down. We've seen a lot of his statues today and yesterday around the country. Obviously, I've shown you guys some of them. I think this is like the 3rd or 4th one that I've seen so far. They have his statues in almost every city now, which makes no sense. Just do one big statue in one place, you idiots. Just wasting money for no reason. But it doesn't really matter. All these monuments are now coming down. Security forces are losing their equipment. They're losing their cars and bikes and everything else, including this in Tehran, the capital, earlier tonight. And there is more to come. I don't understand how they've managed to completely lose control of their own equipment. There is some graphic videos that we have received that we are still trying to verify that. The Iranian people are becoming quite creative in their fight against the Islamic occupation in order to take control of the bikes, take control of the police cars and security cars, and of course the riot gear and everything else that there is. Now, staying with Tehran, in Narmak, people saying everyone needs to join, come and join, or the regime will start mass killing of the prisoners, the political prisoners. That's the most important thing, because they have kidnapped so many people. They've arrested them. And if this dies down, if the people surrender, all those people will die. I say, isn't it true that the internet has been turned off? So they've been doing that. They've been slowing down the internet massively. Today, during the morning and afternoon, it was basically off. It came back up again. So it keeps happening. I don't know what's going on in Iran. Yeah, she's saying everybody needs to come out, otherwise the political prisoners will get killed. It's a crucial time right now for this revolution. Just mentioned the names of the prisoners and those who've been killed. They have control of the streets, though. Just saying, come out, people, come out. This is again in Narmak in Tehran. East Azerbaijan have now joined the revolution as well, the eastern part of Azerbaijan. The uprising in Maragha have now escalated. Let's go and see what's going on in East Azerbaijan. Well done, everybody there. Don't mess with the Azeris. Yeah, death to the dictator. And Mahalat is yet another area that has now fallen into the hands of the population in the Markazi province. A vehicle associated to the Islamic occupation forces has been captured and destroyed. They are going to run out of cars and bikes and everything else at this point in the next few days if the people continue this. But as I've been repeatedly saying over the last few days, when they lose, they lose, they're desperate, is when they start shooting and just killing people. Because they don't want to make it obvious. They don't want to randomly go during the day to just shoot at everyone. Technically they can, but they know if they do it in a more obvious way that everybody's watching, including Israel, including the United States. So what they end up doing is when it gets dark, things get ugly. And when the regime forces get cornered, or when they basically find a quiet area and they see 3 or 4 people basically on their own, that's when they take action. So when they are killing, that's when you know that they are losing. It's not actually because they are winning. But the Iranian people are sending messages to President Trump following his message of support and a warning to Ali Khamenei. Let's go and see what this is.
I'm an Iranian girl in Iran, and I say thanks, Mr. President Trump, King Reza Pahlavi, Reza Pahlavi, این است شعار ملی جاوید شاه.
So yes, she thanked President Trump, and of course mentioned her loyalty to King Reza Pahlavi. Now, several people were unfortunately shot outside a local police station in Parand. This is when the public managed to attack the police station and bring it down. But of course, the security forces were not going to just give up that easily. They have shot. We're trying to find out the number of casualties. Of course, we're not getting any official numbers from the authorities, but from our sources. Let's go and see what happened there.
آقا اینم نفر دوم که با گلوله زدن 3 نفر
Three people, he says.
3 نفر رو تو پرند زدن.
We got injured people there. Now, because we have to blur this. There's yet another one in the car, apparently. All the young people. It's, according to the eyewitness, about 12 to 13 people got injured at least. So yeah, they've gone absolutely insane, of course. Now, the anti-Islamic protesters have also taken control of the streets in Haftahoz area. This is in the northeastern part of the capital. Let's go there. There's a lot of there's some breaking news coming in, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to get this confirmed. This is a major news update that's just coming from Iran. There is an attack on the government. Let me just double check this before I give this to you guys. This is we need to verify this first. Something that the BBC doesn't know how to do apparently these days. Okay. What? That's interesting. All right, well, we'll get back to that in a second. There is a bit of a chaotic situation inside the government. Not even the regime itself, just the government. They may have lost control. I'll get that confirmed in a few minutes. There's a lot of messages of support and thank you to President Trump. I'm going to show you all that in a second. But the more surveillance cameras are getting destroyed in Mahalat and other cities around the country. This is I said this earlier today. It's one of the most important things that they can do. Attack the telecommunications posts and the surveillance cameras, because these are the tools that they obviously use to identify people. Let's go. We are also getting some updates from Venezuela, which, as I said, I'm going to come back and give you guys all the news from South America, because it also relates to Colombia is kicking off in Colombia as well. Elam is another city that has now been it's been under control of the people for the past few hours after earlier clashes. A number of people were shot there as well, but this is the end result. This is their new revolutionary song. This is the final battle. Pahlavi is returning. That's what they're saying. The fight continues on the streets. Never give up, never surrender. Amazing. Well done, everybody. Amazing, guys, amazing. But clashes continue across the country anyway. Tonight did get ugly. For example, this clip. I think we can now confirm the breaking news. Yeah, they're just running after the protesters. Reaction as well. Bring Catherine back. Yes, if she's preoccupied, I'll bring her back. And of course, Emily Schrader as well. I will also ask the lovely Goldie, who I can see she's watching right now. I'll bring Goldie on as well from Canada. Oh, Canada. Goldie, keep your eye on your messages for tomorrow if you're around. One of the few real-time reliable channels out there. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. We did have a bit of a fight earlier. I'll get to the breaking news in a second, but I did have a massive fight earlier with a BBC presenter. This is the most fascinating things I've seen, by the way. A BBC presenter, David Aronovich, something itch. David had a bit of a meltdown, saying Toosey is not a journalist and no one sensible expects him to be accurate. So no, I'm not stupid or dumb, but unlike you, I am handicapped by the fact that I actually know what I am talking about. This is in response to someone saying that the BBC is not covering this and they're lying about what's going on the streets. And but as I said, in my response, the BBC propagandist, the David Aronovich, claims that I'm not a journalist and attacks 2CTV, which is currently the most watched and trusted geopolitical news channel from the UK. David and his BBC bosses will be out of the job if the British taxpayers didn't give them free money. Now, that is the reality of the situation, but when it comes to these guys, they're not even making money because they are being subsidized by the taxpayer. Now, breaking news now confirmed, ladies and gentlemen, several Iranian government websites have now gone dark, including portals for multiple departments, government departments, ministries, and the city halls, administration offices, multiple websites, and the infrastructure, the online infrastructure of government departments have now been hacked. A huge cyber attack. Usually, when it comes to cyber attacks, you do get hacktivists, and they tend to, for example, do a prank. They take over Khamenei's website, they put a joke on top of it. But no, they brought down all the websites, and I'm going to make a list after this. So this is the breaking news now, that a huge cyber attack completely paralyzed the online infrastructure for the Islamic Republic government. We'll get back to that with more information shortly. And if the BBC's David Aronovich is watching, this is how you do verification of the news, darling. Not like you and your stupid BBC bosses. Now let's go to the city of Hamadan, which is yet another city that's fallen and been taken by the protesters. Let's go and see what's going on there. And then we're going to give you guys some messages of support and thank you from the Iranian people to President Trump.
an older video. These videos from a few days ago.
Now, it's crazy. Some idiot in the live chat just said Iran is going to turn into an S-hole like Somalia and Afghanistan. Now, if you don't understand life, you don't have to get involved. You could just go to bed. Imagine comparing Iran to tribal fake lands like Somalia and Afghanistan. I'm not even going to entertain this. I'm not even going to respond. It's complete chaos. Iran is so strong as a land and as a culture that even in 1979, when the Islamic occupiers took over with a paramilitary coup with the support of Jimmy Carter and France and others, and chaos happened, the monarchy went, the country fell apart, right? But Iran stayed Iran. The land stayed as it is. It just got occupied. It didn't turn into an S-hole like tribal bits. This territory is there, that territory. Even in 1979, Iran stayed intact, but they don't get it. Anyway, now messages to President Trump from the Iranian people continues. We showed you the first one, and this is yet another one. This is a photo. President Trump, your message has been heard by the people of Iran, and we express our sincere appreciation. Now, this is quite interesting because this is a charm offensive. So the Iranian people are now basically acknowledging the message, and President Trump's team will be watching, of course, the White House, and they will be communicating this with the president, not necessarily just this photo, because there's so many now going around on social media. And the White House is going to like this. Ironically, this is going to put more pressure on the White House to act by seeing that people actually are appreciative of what President Trump said yesterday. There's another message as well. I put the translation on the screen for you guys as a technically subtitle. Let's just go and see that.
از ایران میگم که نماینده ما شاهزاده رضا پهلوی از آقای ترامپ و آقای نتانیاهو بابت حمایتشون از مردم ایران متشکرم. ما مردم ایران همه مردم دنیا خصوصا مردم آمریکا و اسرائیل دوست داریم و فقط میخوایم در صلح و آرامش و آزادی زندگی کنیم. پاینده ایران.
Yeah, so she says, from Iran, I say that our representative is Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. I thank Mr. Trump and Mr. Netanyahu for their support of the Iranian people. We, the people of Iran, love all the people of the world, especially the people of America and Israel, and we simply want to live in peace, tranquility, and freedom. That is a very, very important message, again, coming out of the country. Now, of course, more streets are under the control of the public, at least until tomorrow, to see if the regime is able to bring some reinforcement. So the crowd continues to increase anyway, definitely in Tehran, you can see, but in Khorramabad as well, and many other cities, the regime is lashing out badly. Unarmed civilians are carrying the injured people out of danger. The whole thing has turned into a complete war zone. Watch this. Wow. So unfortunately, we do have a lot of people who have lost their lives, been murdered by the occupation forces. There is a lot of names now, unfortunately, but so I'm just going with what we've just received in terms of some of them. Of course, there will be more, and we'll cover that. But first one I can now confirm, unfortunately, is the 22-year-old Sagar Etemadi. Sagar was shot in the face 2 days ago in Farsan, and she was injured in the hospital. After a couple of days, tonight, she's gone. She's passed after her injuries didn't really, well, I mean, the hospitals are completely chaotic right now anyway. But Sagar is not the only one. There are many others. If we could mention one more, there's another young man who was killed this time in Lorestan, Nurabad. His name was Ahad Ebrahimpur Abdoli. He's also gone. Now, they did not die in vain. They did it for the legacy of the future generations and the freedom of the land that they stood and defended. 13-year-old child, 13-year-old. Mohammad Qassem Rostami was also targeted for wanting his country to be free and democratic. There are many others, and what we've seen over the last 7 days is every now and then the regime try their best to claim some of these guys as one of their own, saying when they know it's embarrassing, they say, actually, no, they were our supporters. They were IRGC and they got killed by the enemy. They call the people on the streets enemy. But one by one, their families, their dads and everybody come out and clarify saying, no, the regime are lying. Our kids were not IRGC and they were killed by the IRGC. Now, the fight continues. The reality of the situation is right now, everybody is waiting to see the consequences of the Venezuelan situation.
Yep.
We'll keep an eye on that. As I said, I'll give you guys a full update on Venezuela as well, because things are still happening on the streets of Caracas and other cities. Mr. Trump's song, Barbuda music video, search or act Mr. Trump's. Okay, I'll do that. Thank you. Candace Owens' ex meltdown is so glorious. Is she having a meltdown again? Oh God, why? What is wrong with her? I kind of don't want to see it, but I want to see it at the same time. The UK launched airstrikes on Syria. What's your opinion? So that's the thing. So there are consulted efforts from the European side. We'll cover that later as well, by the way. UK and France just took some action in Syria. This is simply Macron and Starmer trying to strengthen their coalition of the willing nonsense, the European army chaos, because they've been quite overshadowed by President Trump and the United States military around the world, whether it's in Yemen, whether it was in Syria recently, whether it's obviously in Venezuela, and they want to be seen to be doing things. And the reality is there are other places that is going to be imploding soon, including when you look at the Serbian-Bosnian situation. But clearly the Europeans don't seem to care about that, but they are going around looking after their tiny interests in the Middle East. I'll cover that properly as well. Lula Mamdani, woke rights.
I'm actually Johnny, I'm just waiting for him because I sent him another super chat because he said, you know, keep an eye on your messages. But I don't think Tusi, I don't think Mahyar has my phone number. So I just sent him a super chat and I'm like, which messages where?
Interest.
So
thank you, Sammy.
I'm just waiting for that.
And Ivan is here saying that the IRGC no claims bonus is gone. Yeah, all the cars are gone. Yeah. It's been a little bit of an embarrassing day again for the Islamic Republic. Super chat from Australia. It seems like Iran has a sophisticated and well thought out transition plan. Trump plan seems a little less developed. Either way, 2026 could be the year of tearing down despots and tyrants. Yes. President Trump's plan would be seen right now as spontaneous. It's not. They've already thought this through, but they don't want to show all the cards right now, especially obviously when it comes to the opposition in Venezuela. It's all going to fall into the right place in time because the regime hasn't completely fallen yet in Venezuela. So the fight continues there. I was at school when it got taken over Iran. Women used to wear bikinis and beautiful long westernized dresses when the king was in. Yep.
Of course.
There we go, Goldie.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Saying Iranians are cheering for Trump. Did you see it? Yes. Thank you.
That was
yeah,
an
I'm
old
going to get in
one.
touch
No,
with you
it's my
tomorrow.
new
by the way.
one. Yeah.
Another
You're gonna get in touch with me. How? You don't have my number.
one, and Ivan, thank you, saying, is the uprising not breaking international law? I know.
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah, the left wingers, the liberals, suddenly are really, really passionate defenders. Even though when Maduro and Ali Khamenei were breaking international law, they didn't seem to care. But suddenly they care. Oh yeah.
Like maybe I'll have to I don't know. How do I do this? I can go forward a little bit. That's not it. I might have to just watch his live stream tomorrow or something to figure out how he's gonna get in touch with me because I don't know. Anyways, all right, that's fine. He's going through the super chat, so I will end it there for now. Just want to give a huge shout out to Johnny. Johnny, welcome. Thank you for joining. How are you?
Past my bedtime, but I thought Goldie invited me to come on your channel, so I'll come.
It is definitely past your bedtime. But you know what? You have no excuse because Lucy's on TV right now and he's in the same time zone as you.
Yeah, it must be a night owl.
He's just all over the place.
It's a funny
Doing
guy.
great work.
Is it crackly or is it me?
It is crackly. I don't know if there's like something with your audio or like maybe some sort of feedback or something. Yeah, it's crackly. When your mic is on, it's crackly. Yeah. You need to put headphones in or something.
It's crackly off. Even when I was
Oh, for
listening
you. Okay, so I can't hear the crackliness when your mic is muted, but I can hear it when your mic is unmuted.
Oh, how strange! Because I can hear it when I was listening into it with the mic muted. So I don't know.
Strange. Do you want to leave and try coming back in? Maybe that'll fix the audio issues. Do you want to change your audio settings?
Maybe if I go to Wi-Fi. Let's see.
I might have something to do
How's
with
it
audio.
now?
All right. So
How's it now?
I think it's better. Oh yeah, I can't hear the crackliness anymore. No, now you froze.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you
Is
now.
it better now? I'll put it on Wi-Fi.
No. I think it's your mic.
Oh, sugar. I don't know. I've got it on
All right.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah. All right. Hopefully.
I wanted to give you some breaking news. Hopefully
Yes, give me the breaking news.
Elon Musk just replied to Harmony.
I was just going to bring that up actually. So, yeah, for those of you who don't know, this was about an hour ago. So here we go. Let me see let me make sure I'm sharing the right page here. And yeah, like this is crazy. Like Elon Musk, he replied to Khamenei. So actually, let me see if there's a better way of setting up the screen here.
I was trying to understand, like in X Spaces, we were trying to figure out what it meant. It wasn't easy to translate it.
Well, what do you think this means?
I don't know. If false, in terms of the actual fasting into English, people were saying like false hope or wish it's not going to happen what you think is going to happen or something on those lines. I couldn't quite understand the Farsi into English translation of what he said because he wrote in Farsi to him.
He did. So basically, wait, I saw this somewhere. So actually, an Instagram account. Let me bring that up because there's a really good Instagram account. I was just looking at it on my phone. They provided the proper context here. So let me just pull that up. I think it was Mihan. What is it? It was Mihan means motherland. Did they do it? Okay, so it was the English account here. So here you go. Here you go. Let me share this instead.
Famous last word.
So apparently, Musk trolls Khamenei on X, and he says, "My gosh, my parents were gonna like send me a voice message now." Zehi khiyal batil, which basically means Musk's reply is a famous saying in Persian that translates best to wishful thinking or famous last words. So when Khamenei tweeted out, "We will not give in to the enemy," Elon Musk basically responded with famous last words.
Yes.
But this is quite important, I think.
Yeah. This is huge.
Because I can't see him just doing that without a nod of some description. That follows, other rumblings. And I don't know if you saw the latest. Is a place called Khorramabad.
Khorramabad, yep.
Apparently, is in the control of the revolutionaries.
I heard that. So let me go to the most recent updates here. I think it was. Oh my gosh! Look at this. Oh, you know what? Can I just say I love Neo? I love Neo Berg so much. So the Elon Musk memes are already coming out. So Khamenei, we will not give in to the and then Elon is like famous last words. And then, do you know what this scene is from? Do you know what this scene is from?
I'm trying to look at it.
So there's a very famous it's like a very famous meme. There's like this Iranian TV show, and so this Iranian TV show, it's basically Islamic regime propaganda. And so part of the propaganda is they show like the Shah's men with their like murdering or whatever, which is fake news, like it never happened, right? But when that came,
yes,
turn that into a meme. So for the rest of you, let me pull up that meme so you guys can get a little bit of input and insight into Iranian humor. So it's let me find the scene here. So here we go. So this is the meme, and then like this is the video basically. So I just want to put it in context. So this is like a TV show that the Islamic Republic created a few years ago, and it's basically historical revisionism. So what they're showing here in this scene is like the Shah of Iran, like his men, like the Artish, right? So the Shah supporters were supposedly going out and they were just like randomly murdering Islamic regime clerics. Obviously, like this literally never happened. But when the Islamic regime made this scene, Iranians turned this into like a meme. So let me show you the scene here. So you can see like the Islamic regime clerics running away. And then this is the part. So there's like this guy that's like, supposedly shooting at him point blank, right? Obviously that never happened because the Shah never did that. As we're seeing the footage coming out from occupied Iran, the footage itself is the Islamic regime dictators who are murdering Iranians. But this is like, look how quickly Iranians made this meme, Johnny. Now that's showing Elon Musk shooting at.
Yeah, it's so good like that.
Oh my gosh. And it was made with grok. Look at that at the bottom. You can see grok. So this was made with grok. So there you go. But yeah, Elon Musk, you're right. Elon Musk is now trolling Khamenei. That's huge.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it's been quite a day of news, really. When I woke up and seen what happened with Maduro. And
what are your thoughts on that, by the way? Because I have my thoughts, but I'd love to hear what you think is going on with that.
Yeah.
And then I want to go to some of the super chats because there are some people who've sent super chats and I want to respond to them.
Yeah, sure. Of course. It was building up, but it completely caught me off guard, the timing of, and also what they did. I thought they would, when it was building up, maybe do strikes, but not what they did in terms of capturing him and taking him back to the US. I mean, that's going to be a stuff of movies and Netflix documentaries for sure. I think it's more significant than Assad falling.
You think so?
Yeah, because it involves money and trade. And there wasn't hardly that much money or trade with Assad. Assad was more political flex, more territorial, more utilization of the kind of crescent that they were trying to form, and their proxies. Whereas Maduro and Venezuela is a lot of it is financial, because they're a cartel, and the Islamic Republic are pretty much a cartel in their own right, and they've got billions invested in Venezuela, billions. So I think the US and the CIA no doubt know about that. And then you think, why? Some people say, why arrest Maduro? Why not, just take him out, which they could have easily done. Because arresting him is far better. One, in terms of the symbolism of it all, because if he dies like, oh, a fallen hero, blah, 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 fighting the Americans. Secondly, the amount of information that guy must have, not just on the narcotics trade and everything else that goes with it, but also on the Islamic Republic and what they're doing in terms of the shadow fleets of oil. Probably a lot of those tankers had gold and cash instead of oil. Who's doing what? Bank accounts. A lot going on there. That's my thoughts. What about you?
I mean, so I tweeted this out earlier, and this tweet actually got a lot of attention because I wasn't really checking my social media today as much. I was supposed to be taking a day off, but I saw the news about I literally woke up to the news of President Trump attacking Venezuela. And then I was kind of thinking about it, and I was, talking to my family, and I was like, oh my gosh, like I think this is huge. And here, let me show you my tweet that I put out this morning, where I say, I just realized something. Trump went after Maduro first to make sure Khomeini and the terrorist Islamic Republic occupying Iran can't escape to Venezuela when the Islamic regime falls and Iran is freed. All of the IRGC's assets, drone factories, and military bases in Venezuela are now in the hands of the United States. And I basically said this right before President Trump's press conference. And then in his press conference, he said the United States is now going to control Venezuela until we can transition to a democracy. So he's basically sending a signal to not just the Islamic Republic, but every single other terrorist organization out there who has assets, money, weapons, arms, agents, whatever in Venezuela. Like, they're screwed. They're screwed. And the fact that this happened so quick, like literally they just went in there with like a helicopter, took Maduro and his wife, and then they went out and no one was the wiser. Right? So Venezuela is full of Islamic regime agents, and they're screwed. Like, they're probably like freaking out, figuring out how to get out of the country right now. That's how I see it.
Yeah, and I think this came, I don't know if it's a coincidence, but Laranjani did a tweet saying that US soldiers
Wait, Johnny.
What?
Trump just posted something on Truth Social.
What?
Obama failed to support Iran's freedom protesters 2 decades ago, but Trump just rectified that.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
What's going on?
I don't know. So Neo.
No,
like,
that
I love
means
her.
something.
It means something. Wait. How do I even get on Truth?
It breaks the StreamYard. I try to do that, but you're doing it by laptop, so it'd be different.
Yeah, I'm on laptop. I'm on laptop. Truths. What the heck? Wait, what is this? How can I
just rectify that? What does he mean by that?
I don't know. Okay, so it's a link to a news article. Obama failed to support Iran's freedom protesters 2 decades ago, but Trump, let me remove the super comment, but Trump just rectified that. And then
No,
it's
no,
a
that's
link
big.
to this.
What he said. He's done something. He's done something. He doesn't say like that.
Jeez, these guys can't figure it out.
And he
man.
follows on what that Patrick Bet David tweet said,
just
that
can't-
Iran's
they can't-
next and Khamenei and Peshkian have lost control of the country, despite some of these negative swipes of late.
Okay, so I clicked on the Truth Social link to the news article, and this is what comes up. So why don't we watch this? Why don't we watch? Well, actually, no. So before we watch this, let me go to the super chats because we have a number of super chats, and I want to get to them. And then we're going to watch this video because President Donald J. Trump literally just linked this video to his Truth Social. So we have a super chat from Peekaboo. It's a new era. So Irania, just so no, the name of the country is Iran, but thank you for that. And then we have a super sticker from Ghost. Thank you for that. Michael says, Goldie, keep on rolling on. Thank you. We will. Appreciate your support. Guys, we're just getting started. This is crazy. Henry says, I followed Tusi faithfully for the past 6 months or so. Now I've discovered your channel. I'm torn. I have to bounce back and forth. Haha, as American. God bless the Iranians and their king. Long live freedom. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support. Thank you for supporting our show. And yeah, like, listen, if Tusi's doing a live, go watch Tusi and then come back. Because his lives are much shorter and then I go on for much longer. But it's a good problem to have. So thank you for the support. W Sky says, the arrest of narco-terrorist Maduro is a big blow to the Islamist communist axis. The communists are in panic mode. Khamenei is next. TikTok. I certainly do believe that as well. Henry Mann says, what a shame to use so many young lives in the struggle for freedom. May they be forever. Guys, we have so many young people who have lost their lives. Like, I still think about Kian Pirfalak. He was a 9-year-old boy. He was shot by the Islamic regime officials as well, like 3 years ago. So if we were actually going to like sit back and just spend one episode talking about every single young person that the Islamic Republic has murdered, we would need like a week. We would need a week or 2 weeks to go through every single innocent Iranian who's been murdered. Like it's absolutely horrifying. It's really sad. Rocket says South Carolina loves the people of Iran. Goldie and Tusi, thank you, and Johnny as well, guys. Johnny, my special guest, he's here with me. So give some love to Johnny as well. Mark of Reality. I thought Venezuela was where the mullahs were supposed to escape to. Quite a coincidence, but you 100%. That's my thoughts. Like everyone, like we all thought that the mullahs would escape to Venezuela, but now that Venezuela is under American control, that's one less country that the Islamic Republic can go to. Rocket became a new member. Thank you so much, Rocket. Appreciate your support. Mandy Mooney sent a sticker. Thank you. Henry says, as an American, I am MAGA. I support my president and his support for the prince. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And you know something, like we also refer to the Iranian Revolution as MIGA, which is make.
Well, that's all very nice, but we have our own little community here who we follow. When you get boring, Goldie, I'm sorry, but we want to know about Iran or Venezuela, what's happening right now. So until you come up with something, just kidding. We're going to go back to the whale.
You're just another person. Oh. All right. Thank you, Laura. I'm having egg roll in a bowl over rice tonight. Yummy. Gavin, you are the best boy that ever lived.
This is better than...
Just remember that.
Pathetic. Our content creator entertainers are letting us down.
Oh, pizza. Yum.
Oh, what an
I
ugly
love
voice.
Pizza.
Yeah.
And the spicy pizza they sent, that was actually pretty damn good. Because I'm like, I like spice. I like how it makes my body feel afterward. Like spice high you get.
What are you talking about?
Ayo. Oh my god, I love this cat. Foodie was just eating pizza and now she's at the of course. Of course. But I would have gone to the dispensary first before eating the pizza. So it'd be a more enjoyable experience.
Let's go here again.
Message saying, I can't believe you slept through it with the attack on salami and
Bordeaux, yeah.
Zampani and Bulgari and stuff, and what happened with Israel.
Yeah,
but
so true.
I'm quite.
Is
blown
that
away
why
what
you're
he's-
staying up tonight?
Well, I'm quite blown away with what he's just said. Trump just rectified that. He's done something big.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that. We are gonna get to that. I just want to get to through the super chats here because I don't want to keep people waiting. Scott says, "Such great news! A lot can happen in a week. Here's to the success of the new Iran." Thank you so much, Scott. Thank you for the support. We love America. God bless America. And by the way, to all the Americans in the chat, especially all of the MAGA Americans, I have a special video from you from Occupied Iran that I will be playing later. So stick around for that because you will want to see this video because Iranians in Occupied Iran, they have a message for President Trump and you don't want to miss this. So thank you for all your support. We have a new member. Thank you, Glenn. Henry says, MAGA and MIGA sounds awesome to me. I'm sorry for what President Carter did to the Iranians. Yeah, I mean, President Carter did a lot of terrible things. So did Obama. Like, it's always been the Democrats, Johnny. It's always been the Democrats who've been on the side of the Islamists and globalists. And it's always been the Republicans who've been on the side of freedom. And on
Hello.
Hello, I'm trying again.
Oh, there you go. How are we doing?
Okay. I still got you low in the mix, but I guess I can't do anything about that. Every time I join, that's what happens at the moment.
It could be that you have another audio.
No, I've got nothing else. No, nothing else going. I don't think. No, I just every Bluetooth. I guess I can switch off the Bluetooth just in case.
So sometimes that might be the problem. Yeah.
That's true. That's true. Let me just do that just in case something is picking up on something that it shouldn't.
Sometimes also if your Bluetooth is logged in on both your phone and your PC or something, that could also be a problem.
Very true.
Oh, what do you want, baby? What do you want, my doggy?
Okay, maybe let's switch off the computer.
Good girl. So what's going on? Oh, something we can agree on.
Oh no, you're distorted.
I'm distorted now? Oh no.
Yeah, no, you're distorted at my end. Oh, wait.
Do you have earbuds? Maybe if I put my earbuds in, it'll help.
Yeah, I'll try
Maybe
it.
that's the problem. Hold on.
I mean, not that I have something that important to say, really.
No, let me try mine in. Let me put mine in and maybe see if I'm the problem there. Could be. Could be. Okay. Now. All right. Mine are in. How are things working?
Okay.
Okay. So I hear you through my earbuds, not through my speakers. So my microphone's not picking up any on my speakers.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But is it any improvement?
No. I can
No.
hear you though, rough. I can make out what you're saying, so I guess that's okay. And the audience, I mean the viewers can as well. That I think everything is all right at their end. So,
So why don't you turn? Oh no, no, yeah, no, yeah. You can't do anything about it if that's the case. I'm sure you can, but we haven't we haven't done a good troubleshoot. But that's all right. So, do you support my statement at the bottom of the screen? You want me to read it if you don't see it? I don't hear you. Do I hear you?
What is it that you're saying?
Oh, there we go. I said, do you support my statement at the bottom of the...
Judea and Samaria are an integral part of the state of Israel. I don't think I can, give an answer off the top of my head on that one. I mean, I don't know what are they at the moment. I guess they're not. Right? Are they a part? No, I don't. I'm not. I don't know enough about that to give an informed answer.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'm not informed. So
Very good. No problem. Not everybody knows everything. Have you got questions?
That's a fairly complex question to ask. I don't know what your issue is though with I was surprised about circumcision because it's a medical procedure which is performed a lot. I mean, my partner is circumcised. His father was a medical doctor. He's a medical doctor, and it is something that is practiced for all sorts of reasons, like the world over. So I don't know what your hang up is on that. I mean,
would you like me to
it has
tell
got
you?
medical.
Would you like me to tell you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Will you listen?
Of course.
Okay. Well, the first thing you said was your boyfriend or your partner and he's circumcised and he's doctor. His father's a doctor, medical procedure, this, that, and the other. Very nice. Okay. That is not circumcision. That is not Jewish circumcision. Jewish circumcision is a ritual where somebody who's not trained in medicine in any way whatsoever takes the little boy's 8-day-old penis and snips a piece off of it. No training, no nothing, no whatsoever. For the reason of religion, because in the Bible it says to snip off the top of the little baby's penis. That's the only reason that they do that. And I am 100% against that practice. That mutilation, the practice of ritual mutilation. I'm 100% against that.
Okay. Right. Okay. In the way that they do it, considering they're not qualified.
No, the fact that they do it at all, the fact that there's no reason for it. There's absolutely no reason for it. And if you say it's a health reason, then you've got to answer for all those millions and millions of men who are not circumcised, who do not have health problems. You got to answer for that.
No. I mean, it's not. It's a choice really of the parents, isn't it? Whether they consider it to be beneficial or not.
But don't individuals have bodily autonomy?
Oh yes, but as a baby,
you still have bodily autonomy.
I mean, there's some things.
Nobody has the right to hurt a baby.
No, nobody has the right, but it's not something that I don't has the right. But there are some decisions that you will not be able to decide over, that your parents will make for you whilst you're an infant.
So your parents have the right to hurt a baby. Parents have the right to hurt their baby.
Well, I don't know if you can call it that.
I'm asking you that. Oh, circumcision?
Well,
genital mutilation? without anesthesia and
Well,
just
it's not
with
mutilation.
with the scissors. I mean, with the scalpel. I mean, it's just horrendous. It's horrendous.
Well, I'm sure.
And you know what they do? They put this baby on a cushion, and the grandfather or some member of the family has to hold this baby, and they have to and watch. And as soon as they cut into this baby's penis, if you're there watching, the people who are watching, they all go, oh, they all go like this because they can't watch it. So barbaric. It is a barbaric ritual which is performed every single day, and a total blind eye is turned to the barbarity of that mutilation. It's and I do not understand how in the 21st century how we put up with this primitive barbarity. It's horrible. That's my opinion.
Okay. I mean, I don't necessarily. I mean, do not agree with you on that. I don't think it's barbaric. I think it's a lot of sort of, we view everything like that, everything to do with, anything to do with the genitals as suspicious these days. Every man becomes a predator because of they have their daughter sitting on their lap, and I think I don't. There are clear reasons. I mean, I could go into.
Excuse me, what?
Sorry. That's the sort of thing. That's a zeitgeist. That's the sort of opinion that is floating about, and I don't necessarily.
How does circumcision?
No, I was just giving it as an example.
Morph into somebody's daughter sitting on your lap.
Because everything gets sexualized and everything gets looked upon with suspicion.
So, hold on a second. So, circumcision is a sexualized.
But you kind of sexual. You're saying it's kind of barbaric and sexually perverted.
Well, did I say sexually perverted?
Well, maybe I misunderstood that.
Did you put words in my mouth?
Okay.
I said it was a mutilation of the penis.
Okay.
And that's certainly not sexy.
Okay.
Unless maybe to you it is. I don't know.
Well, okay, maybe I interpreted something into it. It just sounded a little bit. But I mean, it's people don't. It's not like that it's not doing it for nothing. I mean, it's you might consider the reasons for it. For you to not be important,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter why I do it, Melly. I'm talking about the rights of the baby.
Yeah, but there's
talking about the rights of
the
baby for the bodily autonomy rights of the baby. That's all.
So what about piercing your child's? What about putting earrings, piercing your child's ears? What about all the other decisions you make for your baby that they can't take themselves?
No, it's all wrong. Bodily autonomy means bodily autonomy. Until the baby is not a baby anymore.
You have to make decisions over your infant child, which the infant can't decide themselves.
Why do you have to make negative decisions?
You choose a name.
Why do you have to?
Because they can't. Because they cannot choose themselves.
Why do you have to ask? Why do you have to make decisions that hurt the child?
Because circumcision doesn't hurt a child. There's no negative effects on the child in adulthood. There's no negative effect on the male. In fact, a lot of men think it's a great thing. The ones my ones do anyway, for hygienic reasons, all sorts of. I mean, it hasn't got a detrimental effect in adulthood.
I can't believe you're saying that.
Well,
I said to you specifically, fucking specifically, this little baby of 8 days old has his penis mutilated. And
it's not mutilation, though. Removing the foreskin is not mutilation.
Why let me fucking finish one sentence?
Finish.
No, really.
Are you getting angry? I thought that was my role. I thought I'm the one that's supposed.
Jesus Christ, you just won't shut up. I get angry when I get interrupted, just because
Okay.
I feel that I give you the respect to finish what you want to say, and then I'll respond. But when
I
I'm
think-
talking and you interrupt, just like you're doing right now, it's very annoying. Yes, I get angry. Of course I get angry.
I'm not interrupting. Go on.
I think you're a hypocrite, and I'll tell you why. Millions of men are not circumcised. I've not heard in the medical dictionaries or medical podcasts or anything that it's a problem for these millions of men to keep themselves hygienically clean. So when you come and say to me that a circumcision, well, it could be for health, and it may be health, and it's not painful, and there's no long-term effects, and there's no this. I get absolutely shocked when you say that, because I say to you from the very beginning that, do you agree with me that young babies should have, that everybody should have bodily autonomy? You say yes. And then I mention circumcision and you say yes, but. So this is why I say that religion, I agree with Christopher Hitchens. Religion poisons everything, because if it wasn't for religion, you would not support the mutilation, the genital mutilation of a penis. You would not support it
That's
if it
not
wasn't
true.
for religion. Oh, really?
No, because lots of medical, my partner does as well. Lots of then you have to get.
Talking about I'm talking
May
about
I speak?
I'm talking about religious
May I speak?
mutilation. No, if you speak to what I'm talking about, that's fine, because I'm talking about religious Jewish ritual penis mutilation. I'm talking about that. So please, your boyfriend is not part of this conversation. I'm talking about bodily autonomy of
But you've thrown a lot in there. You said a lot of things. You said, for example, that you've thrown in things about autonomy. I said right from the start, I don't think there's some things. Of course, a baby a baby has autonomy, but you haven't got. It can't decide on certain things. So some things your parents will decide over until you can decide over them yourself. Okay, and unfortunately,
why then? No, the parents have a duty to decide for the positive and not the negative. And when you decide to harm your child physically by mutilating his penis, that is not a positive.
I think you're wrong in describing circumcision as mutilation, and I think if there's lots of medical writing that will tell you that is not so. Okay, if you're saying there's nobody who recommends that, you're wrong about that, and it doesn't have a negative effect.
Well, you're wrong about that.
Well, there's lots of medical writing.
You are wrong about that.
Okay, well.
Because it does have psychological effects to men when they're adults. And it does have physical effects to men when they are adults. You're not a man. How do you know? You've never been circumcised. You've never been mutilated.
No, that's true. That's true.
So what gives you the authority to speak for the men who have had this done to them?
Okay. The authority I have, I can only go by personal experience and the ones that I've met, the one that is currently my partner.
You met somebody whose father was a doctor, and they performed a medical circumcision of some kind under medical surgical conditions. That is not Jewish ritual genital mutilation. So don't confuse the two, okay?
Okay, I mean, there may be. I'm not. Obviously, I have to. The way that the whole thing happens, how they perform it, the circumcision, I have to read up on that. I don't know exactly what happens there, exactly how they do it. You obviously do. You know more about the ritual than I do.
You haven't taken much interest in Judaism, have you?
Well, not enough. That's very true. That is very true, and it's something I absolutely, because we're talking about the Judeo-Christian religion.
And remember, yesterday I was telling you that Germans are anti-Jewish. Germans hate Jews.
No, that's a really
part of the fabric. It's a part of the culture, the fabric of Germans.
That's a horrible thing to say. To accuse somebody, to accuse a nation or a person on account of
your nation has a history
on account. May I speak?
Your nation has a history of holocausting and cremating Jews by the millions, and you know nothing about Judaism. That just says everything.
No, I should know more. I've always looked through it through a Christian lens. I know quite a bit about Judaism, but I've always looked through it through a Christian perspective. But for you to say that me, on account of my nationality, have in my are inherently racist, that's a really awful thing to say.
I have never called you racist.
What do you mean? You said Germans are inherently, it's in their fiber and their makeup that they're anti-Semitic.
They're bigots. They're not racist. They're bigots.
Well, more bigots then. Say on ground of my nationality, I'm bigoted. It's a horrible thing to say.
I didn't say you specifically, although I
am German, so
exactly. And the fact that you're German and you grew up in the post-Holocaust Germany and you learned nothing about Judaism is
I'm not saying that I know.
It tells me everything
nothing
about
Judaism.
It tells me everything about Germany and what they give a shit about the Jews.
Really? Yeah. All right. But as I'm growing up as a Christian in a Christian country, yeah, I don't know. I know about the Holocaust. I know about the history of Germany, but I don't know about a specific Jewish tradition or rituals. No, I don't know enough about that. All the stuff I know about, I've looked through Christian lens. Right. I think probably most people that aren't Jewish would probably say the same, whether they're Italian or French or American or even Canadian. Or is that not? Are you saying that Canadians are familiar with Jewish rituals and traditions?
How can I speak for Canadians on any particular subject?
Or South Africans then?
Everybody has their own point of view, and I'm not going to generalize for everybody and pretend that is a correct thing to do, and that I've made the correct generalization. I don't do that. It's disingenuous to do that, and I run into that a lot. Disingenuity. Unfortunately.
Well, I'm trying to be as genuine as I mean. I'd hate to be seen as a hypocrite or disingenuous. And if I'm giving that impression, then I have to try and sort of, I don't know, say something different. I don't know, but that's certainly not where my heart is. Definitely not.
What you have to do is you have to be well read on the subject that you're talking about. You have to get yourself educated and not argue with somebody who is when you're not, because that's very frustrating. When you argue and you say things that are not well thought out and don't make any sense, and you still stick to it without really being able to really source why you're saying what you're saying. It almost sounds like repeating something that somebody else said.
I don't think I have. Sorry, but okay if I come across like that, but I have thought about these things deeply. I do think that I'm fairly well informed on most things, maybe not as informed as you on certain subjects. Other subjects I know more about. Jewish traditions I don't know a lot about now, to be honest.
I don't know much about Jewish traditions either, but this particular circumcision tradition, ritual, I know everything about. And nothing about it is logical. Nothing.
Well, some things are logical, and some religious practices, are maybe going against the current sensitivities and the current zeitgeist. But it doesn't mean they can just be dismissed out of hand. And
genital mutilation can be just dismissed. You think?
But it's not mutilation.
Why do you call mutilation not mutilation?
Because mutilation is something that I guess would have a negative effect and take away something that is
It does have a
absolutely-
negative effect.
It has a negative
It
connotation.
crushes the foreskin of a penis. What are you talking about? It doesn't have a negative effect. What about female genital?
That's a different thing, though.
What about female circumcision?
That's a different thing because it makes it impossible
What
for the
about-
women to have pleasure during sex, which is not the case with
What about
male circumcision.
female circumcision? Are you okay with that?
That's a different thing, though.
Are
Because
you okay with it?
no, it's not prescribed. It's not
Absolute
ritual.
hypocrite. You're an absolute hypocrite.
Yeah, because it's nothing. It's not.
Hurt the males, but not the females.
Yes, because number one, female circumcision is not prescribed anywhere in the Bible.
The Bible
Number two, may I speak?
But male circumcision is prescribed in the Bible.
Well, yes, that's what we're talking about. Yes, it is.
So you have no humanity in you. You say the Bible says it, even though it's barbaric, I'll do it.
No, it's not barbaric because it has no negative effect on the male. Where in female circumcision it takes away the ability for the woman to feel sexual pleasure, which is not the case with male circumcision. It has no negative effect on the male.
What gives you the authority to state that it has no negative effect on the male?
Because it hasn't. It's fact. Because it's fact. It's been, it's just a fact. I mean, I have no authority. I mean, it's just a fact. So it's not me having authority. It's just a fact.
If you're saying it's a fact, you could point me to the fact. In fact, I'm going to ask Google what you said.
And I find your use of Google rather boring. I mean, anybody, you need to go to primary sources for study as well, Sydney. You can't just put things into Google.
Effects on adults, or when adults. When does Jewish ritual mutilation of male babies?
Oh my God!
This is what you're saying. You're saying there's no negative.
No,
effect.
you have to put
I'm
an
not saying
objective.
you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Sydney, if you want an objective answer, why don't you just put in an objective question? What's the effect of circumcision on the male? I mean, you can't just put in those leading. And also, what comes up the first.
Stop. What is the effect? What did he say? What is the effect of
male circumcision
on the male? You said.
Something like that. Yeah, you have a little bit more neutral.
I want to put in how you said it so that I don't get it wrong.
And I'd rather go to.
So male circumcision, the surgical removal of the foreskin. But you see, this is where it's not. I'm gonna have to add Jewish because there's no surgical in Jewish circumcision. Sorry, Jewish circumcision. There we go. Jewish male circumcision is a fundamental religious and cultural practice signifying the covenant with God. So you got to mutilate your penis to signify a covenant with God. That's already crazy. Marking ethnic identity and welcoming a male infant into the Jewish community on his 8th day of life. It's performed for spiritual reasons, though studies show no long-term psychological harm and acknowledge potential medical benefits like reduced blah, blah, blah. So, you have been proven correct. But when they say studies show, I as a one, or not me, but any one person can say that the studies are wrong.
Well, absolutely. I mean, you can question and dispute that.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, absolutely. You can question and dispute that. I mean, by all means, you can. I mean, I'm not saying. I'm just saying we should, be careful just to say, this is fact, this mutilation is all wrong. I know it doesn't
still
fit
wrong.
well with our,
From an ethical point of view, right?
but it's so.
Ethically, it's wrong.
Sorry.
I said ethically, it's wrong because the only reason they do it is for religious reasons. But I am not religious. I'm an atheist. When I was a little baby, I was an atheist. When I was an 8-day-old baby, I was an atheist.
I don't know. Were you? I mean, how do you know? I think I was, maybe they find that kids do have a sort of inherent sense for the supernatural and they find that, don't they, in kids a lot of the time, that they have a sort of spirit of, they see things that we can't see sometimes, and they sense things that, I don't know. I often wonder whether we have that sense of something else being there until it's sort of taken away from us.
Why do people think that mutilating a male is not as bad as mutilating a female? You and Kafka, you both said, I don't agree with mutilating either male or female, but female mutilation is worse. How is one mutilation worse than another mutilation?
Okay.
Mutilation is a mutilation.
Can I answer?
Yeah, please.
Because female circumcision takes away the ability for women to feel sexual pleasure and to orgasm.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, that's what it does. And that's the reason why they do it.
It's not true.
There's no religious precept. There's nothing in any religious text.
There's nothing saying. There's nobody ever said that female mutilation takes away sexual pleasure.
That's the reason why they do it.
But nobody ever said they did that. So where do you get that from?
Sorry?
Where do you get that from?
Where do I get that from?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't believe you.
I've read about it.
I don't believe you.
I've read. Well, okay, you may not believe me, but that's why the Muslim mainly in Africa is happening. Males are doing it to stop their women from, being promiscuous or going. Because I think that's wrong. Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah, and it stops.
How come they don't call it female genital circumcision? They call it female genital mutilation. But with a man, it's not male genital mutilation.
Because it hasn't got the same effect. It stops the.
But it's still But Melly, it's still mutilation. Don't talk about the effects. It doesn't matter. It's still mutilation. Mutilation of a male and mutilation of a female is the same. It's the same. It's the same procedure. You cut into the genitals with a knife, which is ethically wrong because bodily autonomy of the individual starts at birth.
Yeah, but there's loads of decisions that your parents make for you when you're a child.
Yeah, sure, they can kill you. That's a decision.
So until you have capacity to make decisions for yourself, your autonomy is limited, isn't it? In a way.
No, not your bodily autonomy. Sure, you're limited in that you can't just wander away into the streets, but at all times, from the day you're born, your bodily autonomy is protected by your individual right to it. And but more than that, what I cannot understand is how a mother can willingly give up her baby and not fight for its baby's life with her own life in order to prevent the mutilation.
Because
they give it up. What is with women?
Because it's nothing negative that's happening. You're following it because it's something that you do because of your religious beliefs, and it's something. It has no detrimental effect on your child. In fact, there's lots of positive effects.
I've mentioned. I don't know how many times to you that it's mutilation. It's mutilation on one and it's mutilation on the other. And you will not acknowledge or respond to my specific
I have.
focus on the mutilation.
I don't believe it's mutilation because mutilation, I mean, has a detrimental effect. I mean, what's the definition of mutilation? Can you look that up? What's actually the definition?
Okay, here it is. Female genital mutilation is classified into 4 major types. Here we go. There we go.
Yeah, but
type 1.
Nobody gives their child to be female circumcision for religious reasons. So I don't know why you're even asking that, comparing that, because it doesn't happen.
You asked me what is female mutilation. I'm telling you.
No, what is the definition of mutilation?
Yes, I'm telling you. Why don't you listen? It's on the screen. Come on, man.
Listen, I'm actually not looking at the screen right now. Okay, well, come on. I'm on my. I mean,
I'll read it.
And I don't know the sources. And I mean, it's a little bit, you can't just throw up anything that the first Google result and here's your answer.
The World Health Organization. You don't agree with?
Yeah. Does the World Health Organization consider circumcision to be mutilation? I just wanted the definition of mutilation.
The World Health Organization, when I put into the Google search female genital mutilation, female. Stop it! Let me finish. You have a very bad habit of interrupting me
when you listen back to this. I think you'll come across in a different way.
Okay, fine, but you know what? That's still running away from the actual.
I'm not.
You are.
No, I'm not.
You say to me, you say to me, every time I Google, you say, you just Google. Don't go to Google. Go to the source. So I'm just telling you, I did a Google. It came out with the World Health Organization, and you don't think that the World Organization is a credible source. That is not my problem.
That's not what I said at all.
Your problem, not mine.
No, Sydney, I said, can you look up what the definition of mutilation? And then I said, female circumcision or female is completely different. Nobody's talking about that. I'm not a supporter of it. I think it's something completely different to male circumcision. Nobody's asking for it. There's no religious precept for doing it. It has nothing to do with male circumcision, and I don't support it.
When a male is born, when a male baby is born, right? It's just a newborn baby. What is wrong with its penis?
Well,
when a newborn baby is born, what is wrong with its penis?
And there's nothing, I guess, wrong with the penis, but something,
That's all I got to. That's all we have to know. There's nothing wrong with it. Leave it alone. That's
nothing wrong with penises in general. No.
End of story. End of story. Leave it alone. End of story. Honestly, that's so simple.
Well, that's your opinion, but it is part of that tradition, and I guess I have to look. It is part of the covenant between God and His people. It sounds strange today. I admit that it's weird.
But God is imaginary. We can't presuppose God in this situation. You got to leave God out of it, because
not really.
God is imaginary. Forget about God. We're talking about mutilation of a human being.
Well, why could you leave? Because people are doing it because of the religious tradition. So you can't really leave God out of it. They're not doing it for nothing.
But God doesn't exist, and there's no point in doing it, right?
Well, that's your opinion.
I'm asking a question. How is it my opinion?
Sorry, I didn't catch that then acoustically. Say again.
No, I'm having a hard time talking to you, Melly, because you just don't seem to want to have you do not want to have an honest conversation.
No, I'm trying to have an honest conversation. I'm sorry.
Because you don't let me finish my point or my question and any time. You
I
always
do
interrupt.
apologize that
Just
I
like
didn't
you're
hear
doing
you.
right now. You just will not listen until I'm finished before you got to say something. And I cannot talk to somebody like that, okay? So
I do
I'm going to find
apologize.
out.
Can you not repeat your question, please?
No, I can't. Because you just won't even. The reason you didn't hear my question is because while I was asking you my question, you were talking.
I'm sorry, but I didn't mean to. I just didn't hear what you were saying, and you did talk a lot when I was talking. And I'm honestly sorry. It's not my intention to not let you finish speaking or to talk over you. I do apologize, honestly, sincerely. Really.
All right. I'm looking for what the World Health Organization has got nothing to say about male circumcision. Nothing.
Mhm.
Absolutely nothing.
Hmm.
And when I put in the word mutilation, female genital mutilation, female genital mutilation, female genital, everything is female genital mutilation. Every single article.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Every single, even the ones in different languages. Oh my God, they bring up Somalia. I guess that's the thing as well. Oh boy, the Somalians have got to get the hell out of my country.
Yeah, Somalians are
They're obviously bad people.
a little bit bad news.
Yeah.
That's true. Oh dear.
What?
Well, no, I mean, I can understand that people would feel strongly about certain things. I do understand that.
Okay. I got to answer Kafka, this Kafka guy.
Kafka. What do you mean, the author? Or is there somebody in the chat?
Oh yeah, I put it on the screen.
Uh,
This guy this is how dumb people are. This is how absolutely stupid people are. Kafka. He says women are having women are having their clitoris removed. That is a major source of sexual pleasure for a woman. Men derive no sexual pleasure from foreskin. Number one, it's irrelevant. Sexual pleasure is irrelevant. The mutilation of the penis is unethical, is wrong, is barbaric, and it should be stopped. It should be banned. It should be punishable. That is what and all this Kafka guy can think about is sex. That's it. Like, why? What does it matter if mutilation for the one makes one not have sex or not want to have sex, and mutilation of the other has no connection. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. How do you know that men derive no sexual pleasure from foreskin? And what does that even mean? That's what I'm saying. It's for you and for Kafka, OTS, it's all about sex for some reason or other. And that's the problem with religion. They focus on the penis, they focus on the vagina, and it's all negative. And you guys are weird. You religious
that's me,
people
yeah.
are weird.
I mean, that is me. I'm always focusing on the vagina and the penis. Oh, yep.
Well,
all
you
the time.
certainly
Yeah.
are. You certainly are. When
Yeah.
it comes to talking about religious custom and religion.
Damn, you've got me sussed. Always just thinking about that vagina and that penis, man.
Well, you did say that. You said, I'll quote you. You said that female genital mutilation removes the clitoris, and there's no sexual pleasure for the woman.
Well, and that is obviously it's one of the most important things. One of the most important things in life. And if one
Why
if
does
one
it matter?
if one
Why does mutilation matter? And sex.
well,
why does
on one side you
mutilation
have
matter?
no detrimental effects. On one side, it takes away
It
your
doesn't matter. It's still mutilation. You see this.
yeah, but is it mutilation? What is the definition of mutilation? Is it you calling it mutilation? Nobody else
It is
does.
mutilation.
Nobody else calls it mutilation.
What would you call if I held you down and lopped off your finger? If I held you down and lopped off your finger without your consent, is that mutilation or not?
Well, yes, because it would have a detrimental
if you
effect
held
on
me
me.
down and I'm a baby without my consent, you lop off the tip of my penis, my foreskin.
Okay.
That's mutilation. Same thing.
That's what I'm asking. Doesn't the mutilation, by definition, mean it has to have a detrimental effect? So if something is taken away or taken out, it's not mutilation because it doesn't affect you negatively. That's why I was asking you to look up the definition of mutilation.
All right, we'll do that right now. Okay, right now. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. All right, so mutilation is defined as the infliction of a severe and disfiguring injury. Now, yes, you remove the clitoris, that is disfiguring. And yes, you remove the foreskin, and yes, that is disfiguring. So that is mutilation. Both sides are being mutilated.
Well,
What? You
I
gotta
think
argue,
they're quite severe. I think that considering there's no, and you looked at that, there's no impact at all on the male.
What?
And
Hello,
on the female side.
Hi, Melly. Hi. Guess what? There's the definition of mutilation. It's on the screen. Okay. You can read it for yourself. And you can see that it says infliction of a severe and disfiguring injury. And so can Kafka, because he obviously has the same problem of vision as you do. And it says infliction, disfiguring injury. It's got nothing to do. Where does it say sex? Where does it say sex enjoyment? Anywhere, nowhere. If mutilation is the infliction of a severe and disfiguring injury. And that proves me right and everybody else not so right.
Well, we have to agree to disagree. I think considering
I'm sorry. What are we disagreeing about?
It has no effect. Detrimental.
What are we disagreeing about the definition?
Okay, because it has no.
What are we disagreeing about the definition on the screen?
Because the definition might pay if I could read it again. It has no. It's not disfiguring. It has no detrimental effect.
Could you read the definition for me?
Sydney, I can't physically read the writing. It's too small on my Android. I do apologize. Can you not read it for me?
Yes, again? I did read it for you. I've read it for you 3 times.
And I don't agree with you because the male circumcision has no detrimental effect on the. So it's not a mutilation.
I'm reading you the definition from dictionary.com.
Yeah, so it's clearly according to this definition, circumcision is not a mutilation.
Mutilation is the what? According to what definition?
The one on the screen.
Disfiguring injury, removing the clitoris or the parts of the foreskin is not disfiguring.
No, I'm talking about male. I do not support female circumcision. I think it's a completely different thing. Nobody requires it. It's not required by any religious law.
Removing parts of the
See
male.
how you're talking over me.
Removing parts of the male foreskin is not mutilation.
No.
What is it?
It is a surgical procedure that improves.
I told you,
many.
Jews don't use surgery. Hello.
Well,
what
is a surgical procedure? Cutting away the foreskin has no detrimental effect on the male.
Have you seen the tools that the rabbi who cuts penises uses? He's got a specific tool set. Have you seen them?
No, I haven't.
You haven't, have you? And then,
No.
and if you were to see them, would you expect them to look like, you know, sterile medical equipment?
I would. Well,
You would, wouldn't you?
I would hope so. Yes.
They might be sterile, but they certainly are not medical equipment.
Okay. I'm gonna read up on that. I'm gonna have a look into this.
So, so Kafka is saying that that disfigurement, maiming, and damaging of the male foreskin is not injury. It doesn't cause injury. This is how ridiculous that people are. Look, he says it. I'm going to put it on the screen. There's no injury in me. See, silly.
Well, I agree with Kafka.
Oh, you want to watch a video of male circumcision, of Jewish male circumcision? If you watch a video of Jewish male circumcision, you'll throw up. So I'm not going to show you. It's barbaric. I wouldn't watch it myself. It's barbaric. Would you want to watch a video of somebody torturing a baby? If you do, watch a Jewish rabbi circumcise or mutilate the little baby's penis. Torture, barbaric, horrible. I'm disgusted by the Jews for this ridiculous ritual.
Have you ever asked any Jewish males how they feel about being circumcised? Religious ones, like Hasidic Jews or something.
Are you asking me a question?
Oh, sorry, Sydney. Yeah, have you ever asked any religious Jews how they feel about having been circumcised?
Why should I? I have a penis myself.
Well, okay.
Why should I? Why should I? I'm talking about.
Well, okay. So
you forget the main body of my argument is bodily autonomy, males and females, like strict bodily autonomy. That is my point.
I don't really resent my parents for making decisions for me when I was an infant. Really have no issue with that. Whatever, even if it was meant something was removed or taken away, I have absolutely no.
What was removed from your body? What was added to your body?
I mean, I haven't had anything.
What was
but if
added to your body, what was removed from your body?
For my body, nothing. But if they had to make it, they had to make it. Wanted to.
What decisions did they make that you're talking about?
No, I'm saying if you have asked, if I wouldn't, if I had something, if my parents had made a decision for me, okay, being circumcised, I wouldn't resent them for doing that personally, right? No, I wouldn't. I honestly wouldn't. And so so you were circumcised, I take it, yourself, yeah?
Yes.
Right, and you have issues with that. You resent that.
Absolutely. I feel violated. Absolutely fucking
You feel violated. Okay.
Yeah. How dare they? There's nothing wrong with me. How do they fucking fuck me up? Mutilate me? Horrible. Ugh. Plus there's a scar. There's always going to be a scar. And it's always going to be, you know how scars that you don't scars talk to you, right? So
okay.
Please don't start.
Well, I feel sorry that
don't come and say to me that no males experience.
No. Well, no, I didn't say that.
Psychological trauma, and there's nothing down the road that affects it negatively the male after he's had a circumcision. You know nothing about something that you say you know.
Sydney, I didn't say that no males have. I said the ones that I've encountered and the ones that I know didn't carry away, and then studies have shown that people generally don't have any issues with it. But obviously, if you do and you've had, then obviously that everybody sees it that way, and if it had a detrimental effect on you, then of course I feel, it's not good. And I feel sorry that you feel that way and that it happened to you.
My bodily autonomy was not valued. And that's my issue.
Okay.
Secondarily is the issue of how my bodily autonomy was not valued. So we should really concentrate on the first issue, of the fact that my bodily autonomy was not valued, and that is ethically wrong.
Well, okay. But the thing is, though, that considering that you can't make decisions for yourself when you first are born.
I can't believe you saying that. There was nothing wrong with me. You agreed with me. There was nothing wrong with me when I was born. Nothing. There was nothing wrong with my penis when I was born. I asked a question and you actually agreed with me. There was nothing wrong with me when I was born. And now you're saying to me that other people start making decisions that are going to make me perfectly as I was born, perfectly. They're going to make me imperfect, different to the way I was born, and you're okay with that.
Okay.
You are very heartless.
But now,
you see what I mean about Germans? They are cold.
But Sydney, you please just I understand that you feel very strongly about that. I understand and I respect that.
I'm not the only one.
But there are also people who think, wow, that's really good that my parents did that for me, because I believe in my God, my religion, and that they honored that, and I feel great about that. Not everybody feels the way that you feel. I understand that you feel strongly about it, but not everybody feels the way that you do.
Everybody, a lot of people feel the way I do, and less people feel the way about the people. I don't know who you're talking about who feel great about it.
Well, that's why I asked you.
I don't think there's very many.
Well, that's why I asked you. Have you asked any religious Jew how they feel about it?
I hate religious Jews. I hate religious Jews. Why would I speak to them?
Well, okay.
It's religious Jews who push.
Well, you're speaking on behalf of them and saying that they should feel upset about being circumcised.
You know what? The religious Jews, they push this nonsense, this barbarity, and you want me to ask them if they feel okay about it? That's a stupid thing to ask somebody who's already messed up in the head about it.
Oh,
right?
Messed up in there. Okay. Well, it's just if you're talking about. Well, yes, but if you're talking on behalf of others, then it might help if you get their opinion.
You are having a problem with my honesty.
No, not at all. I absolutely not. Absolutely have no problem.
You're trying to deflect and distract from everything I say. That's true. That's literally true.
Really?
You're always coming up with a but. Yes, really. But for females it's worse. For males it doesn't matter because they can have sexual pleasure. But women can't have sexual pleasure after they mutilated. So it doesn't matter.
But Sydney, but we can't ignore facts, can we? I mean, I have to say because the facts are different to what you're saying.
But I'm talking to you about what's on the screen. Or reading
and the screen said
and it says something, you still come up with a but. No matter I'm talking
because
you say to me, look at it, what does it say in the dictionary? I tell you what it says in the dictionary, and Melly says to me, oh, but.
Yeah, because but is what you're saying is not in keeping with the facts. And I can't just agree with you just because I like you.
You can't ask me for a definition of a word, and then when I bring up the dictionary and give you the definition of the word, you come to me with some kind of a but, as if to tell me that what I've just not done is not good enough for you.
No, it's good enough. It's got nothing to do with good enough. But it isn't. It shows that what you consider mutilation doesn't apply to male circumcision.
That is so stupid. The foreskin is mutilated. It's mutilated. In order to perform circumcision, you have to mutilate the foreskin.
No, mutilation clearly means some negative connotation, and that is not the case. And I'm sorry, I
Mutilation.
can't agree with you on that.
Excuse me, but you are so wrong. Mutilation, there is no negative connotation to mutilation because mutilation is the infliction of a severe and disfiguring injury. That if that's negative, if the inflicting of an injury is negative, that's the only thing. But mutilation in itself is the infliction of a disfiguring or severe injury. The infliction. It's got nothing to do with how you feel about sex later on down the road. It's the infliction of the disfiguring injury.
Yeah, but it's not disfiguring and it's not an injury.
When you mutilate the penis, when you mess with the foreskin, when you remove parts of the foreskin, you are disfiguring the penis. So don't say no because you're a Christian. And if you do say no, it's only because you're a Christian that you say no, because you don't think. Like most Christians, they never think.
Well, I'm not even. It's not even. I'm a Christian. We don't even have that tradition.
You're not allowed to think because you're a Christian.
So many people would disagree with you who are not Christians, and that the penis is disfigured because of.
Everybody will agree with me.
Well, doesn't seem to be the case. Everybody can't be true because we've got one person already that doesn't agree with you.
Well,
me and Kafka.
I've got Frizzledick who says, "Don't ever give this woman a pair of scissors or a knife, not even fingernail clippers." So
yeah, don't let me know. Exactly. Be afraid, be very afraid.
No, I think Frizzledick's got you figured out better than anyone.
Yeah, you got me totally figured out. Yes, don't let me lose with that pair of scissors.
That's right.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, hey.
Hey, what? You see how we forget about the evils in the world, Iran, Afghanistan, Venezuela. We don't care.
Yes,
we're arguing about mutilation.
Yes, when we focus on these things.
Yeah.
No. Well, anyway, it's I I enjoy talking with you, and
I'm sorry that
I respect your views, Sydney, and I respect you as a person. So I don't agree with you on things, and you don't agree with me on things, and I feel that's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, you want to hear what Shanny's doing?
Oh well, go. I just that frustrates me so much. What's happening over there? I think it's so awful.
So
She's
much.
crying again. Look, she was so happy.
I couldn't help him.
It's awful. These two.
I put so much time and effort in that man.
She's horrible.
These two.
It's performance art. They put
it is. I don't believe they are behind this. This is all an act. All of it.
It is, yeah. It has to be. And if it wasn't an act, you wouldn't be putting it online. Let's face it.
She would be out of there. I mean, who would tolerate this for 5 seconds?
It's so fucking heartbreaking.
Exactly. Listen to her crocodile tears.
Like, seriously, I'm in love with this man's soul. I only want the best for him.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, that was so convincing.
No, but the horrible thing is, Sydney, these two are child abusers who've been covering up each other's abuse.
Oh yeah.
And it's disgusting. It really is.
Oh, yeah.
It makes me so angry.
Not as angry as circumcision makes me.
Well, okay.
I'm just kidding.
Maybe a close second, but I can't believe how people are not seeing this, how they're covering, how they're laughing behind the scene at these gullible normies that they're able to manipulate and get donations from.
He's going to regret it with all his heart and soul for rejecting me.
See, this is crazy thinking. How can she say that? What does that even mean? She's going to regret it with all his heart and soul. That's just a jealousy from She's projecting her own jealousy.
Yeah, I would never. No matter what my partner would do, I've never talked about him like this publicly. Doesn't matter what he would have done. I'd never say what she said about Jason.
I know.
Never.
How long have you been following these two?
I know, Christy.
Only
I know what alcohol does.
Let me
to
think.
him.
Let me think. When did it happen? When
And I
Karen's
know what it does to me too, dealing with it.
It was it was when they were in that hotel that G-Men put them up in. That's when I started. Yeah.
The one that burned down or something?
The cheap one with the bad water, you know, like yeah.
And they had to
real
leave, and then Jason got
It hurt.
interviewed for the.
Yeah, exactly.
That didn't work well for them.
Sorry?
That did not work out well for them.
When he was
and then they had to return to the uncle's house because they had nowhere to go.
Right.
So it was at that time, yeah, when I started watching them.
A couple of years back.
It was awful.
I didn't watch them when they were in Colorado and all that. I didn't take any notice, but it was then.
Yeah, I think he wants to.
To what?
So not that long, really. 2 years?
Okay. I've been watching Shanny and both of these people for 10 years at least.
Oh my goodness.
Before they got together, when they were each their own sort of. It was Shanny for Christ's channel, and there was Jason's channel, or whatever. He had, but they were separate, and they were both kind of weird. So
I really need to get a hold of
Goodness
Al-Anon.
gracious. Well, wow. You know all about them then. I mean, you must just.
It's in soap
I
opera.
think I personally think though they've gotten worse. I personally feel since they've been in the uncle's house.
I think it's pretty bad.
Am I wrong about that?
He goes near me and his head is always down in
They've
shame.
always been bad because
when he goes near me.
When we first started watching them, Shanny had her 2 kids. She was a mother. And then when Jason moved in, it was a family. It was the mother, the stepfather, and the 2 kids. And it was dysfunctional. But that's what it was. What it was. And then came Colorado, and then came the violence, and then came the Jason being kicked out of the house because of the violence. And then came Shanny choosing Jason over her children. Jason in, children out. Here you are.
Exactly, Sydney. And this is where I have the problem. The only reason why Jason was never convicted of child abuse charges was because Shanny failed to witness against him in court. She failed she never even reported the violence to the police. It was William who did it.
Right.
And then she never turned up to witness against Jason in court. So the evidence that the judge needed to turn those charges into conviction never materialized.
Correct.
And that is the only reason he's he boasts about never being convicted. And then, against the clear instructions of CPS, she let end the pleading of her 2 sons in tears of not having Jason return to the house to live with them. She did exactly that and let him come back into the home. And a week later, CPS intervened and removed the children from their care. And they covered up each other's abuse. And it's just horrific that people are normalizing their behavior and just nobody should be even talking to them, I feel.
Well, yeah, I don't disagree with you.
Oh. All of it. Sorry.
That's right. I just got to reply to a message here. It's a work-related thing. All right. Oh, Shanny has been silenced. I can't believe it.
I wish he'd do better.
My dog is hungry. I have to go feed her.
Thank you, Crystal. I do want to leave. He loves the booze more than me. That's what it is. He loves the booze more than me. Whatever. Booze over pussy. Idiot. Yep, he chooses alcohol. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've watched Leaving Las Vegas. I did not love him more than Zach. Fuck you. I don't want Rev. I want my babies. He bought it like years ago, the kilt. And he hasn't stopped wearing it. And he doesn't wash it. He hasn't washed it in years. So it's probably a biohazard. And he still hasn't showered yet since, the last shower, which was 8 days of no shower, and maybe longer. It's not your heritage. He just wants to look edgy, and it's like, dude, you look like an old man trying to still dress in the 90s in a really weird way. You think you look good. You don't look good. You need to fix yourself up. I like how I look. No, you don't. Yeah, even his uncle said, come on, man, take off the kilt. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true. Punk will never go out of style, but Rev, that ain't it. Yeah, exactly. Oh, really? He posted a clip of you threatening him? Oh. Ooh. After all the things he's done to me? Shit. You wonder how you would look in a kilt? Well, try it. See how it looks. Hello, Fiona. How are you, darling? Yeah. Like, you're supposed to be wholesome if you're a believer in Christ. And you're not supposed to be wanton like that. Save it for the bedroom. It feels better if you put all that energy in the bedroom between you and whoever you're partnered with. It feels so much better. He won't take this advice from me, but it's true.
Is Shanny giving relationship advice?
Should we all be wholesome no matter what you believe? I think it's practical. It's practical for civility to not be like that. Yeah. I'm doing okay, Lono. How you doing?
She can switch on and off those tears at will.
All I can see is
she goes
saying how cute he looks.
Goes like this. She goes,
he looks like Britney Spears.
Yes.
I'm like, yeah, when she had a break and shaved her. Oh my God, dude. He said he looks like Britney.
she starts to bow into her crocodile tears.
Oh, that's okay,
Yeah.
Fiona.
You
That's
there?
good that your mom's feeling good.
Yeah, I guess you can.
You listening to this? Okay, good.
And look how his whole world is collapsing.
No,
when he
Chen, your
ignores
world is
the will of
miserable. Not
God.
everybody's
It's
world.
just
Not everybody's world is miserable.
gone.
Tell her.
But when you do the will of God, things start to happen.
Oh,
You start seeing
talking your language,
miracles.
Melly.
Well,
Nah, you don't have
considering
to talk
how her
smack
life
to
has
him.
turned out, you can tell that she's not in God's favor. I don't know why she keeps on claiming this.
Yeah, there is that.
You know,
Yeah.
I don't know why she keeps on claiming
You know,
this.
when they first started out, when they very first started out, they were talking to each other, and they were, and definitely Shanny, both of them were saying, Christ is the center. Christ will be the center of our relationship. It'll be Christ that'll keep us together forever, because in Christ we're the same spirit and all this kind of Christ. They went on for that forever about being Christ. And then even when they started to have arguments, she would say, "What about Jesus? Isn't Jesus supposed to be blah, blah, the cement in the relationship and all this kind of stuff?" Jesus left long ago. They don't even talk about Jesus and their marriage and their love and all this anymore. It's all been one big farce. The whole thing.
Well, yes, and it's sad because one of the first things that you do as a Christian is you put the other person. You try to put the other person first. You're not out for yourself, and you certainly don't have this way of thinking, an eye for an eye.
And what about insulting each other? Is that Christian?
Absolutely not. And also to undermine his masculinity and all that is all wrong. There's nothing. I don't even know why I was once, for a short period of time, I was one of her mods, and I tried to, yeah, mm-hmm.
Oh my
yes.
God.
Yeah, and I try to I never joined in any hate or anything. I just try to have a positive influence, and I was modded, unmodded, modded, unmodded, modded, unmodded. Every time I sort of disagreed with her, I was unmodded again. And, I try to kind of say to her, look, it's not, she said, well, they've done this to me, so I'm doing this back. Well, no. Didn't Jesus say, if somebody strikes on the right cheek, turn the other? You don't need to, because you're so much, because you're loved by God. And because you know how much He loves you, and how much He's forgiven you, your heart overflows with love for other people. You don't need to retaliate. Don't need to. This is what it means to be a Christian, because you have that reality of love in your life. So you don't have to be so, get back at everybody, get your revenge. You leave it in the hands of the Lord, and it's the most important thing, loving your enemies. Because what distinguishes you from other people if you don't have that love for other people? That is what should distinguish you as a Christian from a normal, person. And she just would not see it. She just would not see it. And it's the most important thing in Christianity. It really is.
Okay. What is she saying, Shanny, about that? Nothing.
Hi, Von B. How are you?
Yeah, I think she finally got rid of it when I suggested to her that her and Carrie may one day be friends. That was it. I was out.
Oh, I missed that whole Carrie thing. I have no idea how Carrie is involved in anything. I know she's got her own channel now, but I don't know what the history is there.
Well, she was one of the first ones to call her out when Jason returned, from prison, and she took him back into her house. She was friends with Shanny at the time, and she really called her out. She said, "Right, no way.
Carrie was right. Carrie was absolutely right.
Carrie was right, and she was one of the strong voices to say, look, what you did, you promised us for like the whole time he was in prison. I'm done with this person. He's horrible. He's disgusting. I'm never going to take him back.
Yeah. She was looking for a boyfriend right away, like the next day.
And then she came online even and boasted that she had sex with him on the very same day. And there is a video of her boys pleading with her in tears of not taking Jason back. It is heartbreaking.
And the boys lost. Jason won. Actually, the boys lost.
Shanny lost. Actually, it was the best thing to happen to them, I guess.
They all lost.
Yeah, it's sad. The whole thing is really sad.
How would we look at it? How would we look at the situation if Shanny and Jason got along and were like the best couple, and they got it together, they got their shit together, and they were now an example, a shining example for the rest of us.
Well, it'd be great.
Would you still be watching them and following them?
Well, a certain demographic wouldn't follow them, I guess, because it would be less dramatic.
As long as one Helton's around, yeah, right.
But that shouldn't be the determining factor. I think they would have an audience if there had really been a different audience.
They probably would have had a totally Christian audience if they were doing the Christian,
Maybe. But then, that shouldn't be the determining factor of your life, whether you've got how many followers you have on YouTube. It shouldn't. I mean,
What's more important than how many folders you have on YouTube? Come on, give me one thing in life that's more important.
Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. Now that I think about it, sharks, yes.
God put you on this planet for a reason, right? And the reason God put me on this planet is to accumulate as many viewers, in fact, all the viewers from everybody else, so that everybody who's watching YouTube is only watching my channel and nobody else's.
Okay.
Right? Now that that's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that you agree with me, but on mutilation, you don't agree.
No, clearly. I think it's a I don't know. I never thought of the only reason why I'm thinking about YouTube and I've been kind of partaking in it more is because people have been taking away my voice, by blocking me. So,
Taking away your voice, how?
well, yeah, people have just been blocking me because.
Oh, blocking you.
And I thought if I create my own content.
Yeah.
On my own channel, then I can. But I told you this before. It's boring. Anyway, I kind of, I'm already behind. I'm wanting to upload something. I filmed the fireworks here in Germany, and I wanted to sort of make that as an introduction video, my first video on the channel. And I still haven't uploaded that, so I've got so much to do. Yeah.
How ready is it to be uploaded?
Okay. Not very well. I've got to edit it. I've got to put my put the voice over. I haven't decided whether I just put it words, write, put words into it, like that you can see, or whether I should actually speak over it. Then I've got the music, all sorts of things. It's going to be a production. It's going to be a production scene. But anyway, watch out for it, and I'll take you into it, I think. Yes, I'll take you. Have you subscribed to my channel yet? Have I subscribed?
I have. I have.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Well, then you should get you automatically get that, wouldn't you, if I post something, right?
Yes.
You get informed about that.
Indeed.
Right. Oh, gosh. So I really have to get on with that. You see, I'm going to have to kind of be, I'm going to be back working. I mean, I'm now, at the moment, I've got free time because Hans-Jürgen isn't here with his mother. And I'm sort of, but I was sleeping yesterday for most of the day, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And only woke up late today. Can you sleep well, Sydney?
Yeah, to a point, I guess.
Yeah, I can. I mean, that's one of my things. I like sleeping, and once I'm asleep, I sort of sleep for hours, like minimum 9 hours or something like that. So it's always one those things. Lots of stuff gets lost with me sleeping. So anyway, but I will try to get things done. So look out for that.
I'm waiting.
I know. Yeah, you keep me under pressure. Keep me. Where's your stuff? Come on, Melanie. That'd be good. That will put pressure on me. That's a good thing.
I wouldn't do to anybody what I wouldn't want them to do to me.
And you've already helped me in actually, because I had to get sort of my laptop. You made me go on my laptop, which is important. Which is, I sort of avoided going onto it because there's so much to be sorted out. It kind of needs to be updated and whatnot. And you made me sort that all out the other day. I had to sort of get on to find, whilst I was talking to you, to find references and stuff. So that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good start, because some of the things that I'm going to do, I can only do on the laptop. I can't really do on the phone. It's silly to do things on the Android anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And the laptop is the next step to getting the computer set up, the beast.
Right.
So it's all good. So you're helping me getting motivated. So that's a good thing.
Makes me happy.
Well, thank you. No, you should. I don't know. It's really cool. Thank you very much. Do.
Yes, that's the camera. The whole world.
Well, and I guess with that, I'm probably gonna say goodbye for now.
Yeah.
Yeah. gonna listen in.
All right,
to-
I'm going to play some more Shanny for a bit.
You do that, and I'll just so hang back.
Let's see what
But
happens.
thank you for letting me come on.
Thank you
and
for
the
tolerating.
discussion. Okay.
All right, we'll see you next time.
Yes. Okay. Bye-bye. God bless.
I know, Kathleen. I know. But shit,
Can you join
I can't help but worry.
There you go. How about the other one? Yes, this was the one that we need.
Where's Jason? I don't know. Thank you, dude. Like, fuck.
There we go. Yeah, you go.
I want him to stop hurting himself.
I thought you hated him. I thought you said you hated him. I hate you. I hate you. She said it. Hang on, baby. Hang on. Hang on a minute.
She's probably baiting some whore. Yeah. Yeah, you can feel the energy that he's making a bad choice too. He might be using the donations for a prostitute. He might. Yeah, but you get prostitutes now, by using like social media. So that doesn't really matter now. And that's how he'll do it.
All right, let's
I'm not gonna smell his dick, Jesus.
you see, bullshit talk. Let's go back to what's going on in the world. Let's go back to Goldie.
Pull it up for you guys. That tweet went viral. And for the record, I actually posted my tweet before President Trump's press conference. So this is what I mean when I say, like, when it comes to political analysis, I'm pretty good. Like I'm able to connect the dots
Hold on, baby.
before other people. So here you go. Look at this. So I posted this at 11:06 a.m. Okay. 11:06 a.m. I posted this. President Trump didn't even begin his press conference until like 11:30. So I said, "Oh my God, I just realized something. Trump went after Maduro first to make sure Khamenei and the terrorist Islamic Republic occupying Iran can't escape to Venezuela when the Islamic regime falls and Iran is freed. All of the IRGC's assets, drone factories, military bases in Venezuela are now in the hands of the United States. God bless America and President Trump." And then literally in his press conference, half an hour later, and we're going to get to that part, but he literally said that Venezuela is now under the control of the United States until a liberal, functional democracy comes in. But what that basically means is that all of the Hezbollah IRGC assets, whether it's the military bases, the weapons, the drones, the cash, whatever, all of that is now in the hands of the United States. So this is huge. This is huge because now the Islamic regime can't even rely on escaping to Venezuela, and they can't rely on using their proxies in Venezuela to engage in terrorist attacks, right? So, yeah, I agree with you on that. I agree with you that the Maduro regime is ties to the Islamic Republic and Hezbollah. Like we've been saying, like I've been saying that for a long time, and people were just looking at me and they were like, "Oh, like." They were like, "Are you a conspiracy theorist?" I'm like, "No, it's just everything is connected, right? Like the Islamic Republic has tentacles all around the world, and that includes Latin America as well." So, yeah, and then I posted this before President Trump's press conference, and look at that, it already has like 34,000 likes, 1 million views. So there you go. I guess I really was onto something there with that analysis. But thank you, Jeffrey, for your feedback and confirmation. I really do appreciate that. And then we have CKP saying, happy to come across your channel today because you stood against Nigeria foreign minister who tried to cover up the Christian genocide in Nigeria. Well, thank you so much for being here. Welcome to my channel. And yes, I will always speak out against all victims of Islamic terrorism and oppression. And for those of you who have been with me from the beginning of October, when I first started my channel, you guys know that, I've always focused on different topics every day, different people, different groups, people who have been marginalized and attacked and are victims of Islamic terrorism, whether it's, people in Nigeria or, United States or Canada or Israel or, Lebanon or, Iraq or, wherever, right? Iran. I've always kind of focused on, all people who have been victims of Islamic terrorism. But of course, right now, for the past 7 days, I have been exclusively focused on Iran because, of course, I am from Iran. And I have a feeling that we are literally going through the revolution right now. And the revolution is not being televised or broadcast anywhere. And I'm really, really excited about this because when Iran is free, that's also going to have a huge impact on many of the other countries, including Nigeria, including Lebanon, including, wherever, that have been victims of Islamic terrorism because the Islamic regime has been sending their proxy forces and sending funding and money there as well. So for those of you who are new to my channel and you're wondering why it's so, Iran focused, it's literally because Iran is right now going through what I see as a revolution. And so, of course, I'm going to be focusing on this 100% because this is going to have huge, huge impacts all across the world, basically.
Well, she's right about that. There's another channel that I follow. He's got very short videos. So let's go check out what he has to say.
Critique here. I'm sure you've seen these posts all over social media. People are claiming, oh, we invaded a sovereign country and kidnapped their president. How could you even do that? And I don't know, blah, 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 something about international laws. Please miss me with this ultimate BS. I mean, sit the frick down and get a basic understanding of what happened here before you open your mouth. This is the most low IQ take imaginable. Maduro, the president of Venezuela, was kidnapped. Maduro is no president. He was an illegitimate tyrant who stole the election and murdered protesters, having his military thugs run them over with frickin' vehicles and tanks. And the Venezuelan people were just liberated from this madman's grip. Not to mention it goes well beyond that. His regime was a direct threat to American lives. Not to mention this national security nightmare opening this back door for Russia and China. And of course the oil, right? Venezuela happens to be sitting on the biggest oil reserves on planet Earth. And those oil reserves were directly feeding into the Russian war machine, into the Iranian regime chasing nuclear power so they could wage freaking jihad war on the rest of the world. And of course, fueling the Chinese authoritarian regime. This guy had to go. And if you can't grasp that very clear national security nightmare scenario, well, then I cannot help you. But then, of course, speaking of oil, we've got the classic talking point, the left's favorite talking point. It's just about the oil, man. The same lazy talking point over and over again. And all the people repeating this talking point think they're making some sort of deep geopolitical point. And look, I grew up in the George Bush era So I've heard this countless times, a million times. It's a freaking cop-out, and I'm tired of pretending as if it's a worldly sin. You know, at this point, I just want to own it. Yes, it is about the oil. Absolutely, it's about the damn oil. I'm tired of this holier-than-thou crap. Oil is the most important commodity on planet Earth. And just like I said earlier, that oil was propping up Russia, China, and Iran. Well, now it's our oil. Deal with it. China and Russia are seething. Can anybody say based? Enough playing by these arbitrary, non-existent rules that our enemies don't even respect in the first place. So yes, I'm going to own it. It is about the oil. We do want the oil. But let's also not pretend that it's only about the oil, because it's not. You know, multiple truths can exist at once. These aren't mutually exclusive concepts. It is about the oil, but it's also about liberating Venezuela's people. You know, the people who are living under oppression, the people that are being butchered by Maduro's goons. And on top of that, it's also about smashing these narco-terror networks. All of it. And now in comes Donald Trump, who had the balls to freaking act, and he gets the job done, hitting multiple birds with one stone. I'm not offended. No, I literally woke up this morning, saw the news, and thought to myself, Donald Trump is the greatest president of my time. He is a transformational candidate, or transformational president is the proper description. And you know, had Obama done this, had Bill Clinton done this, had Joe Biden done it, had a foreign left-wing government done it, the left would be celebrating this. But now, of course, in this hyper-political, Trump-deranged environment, everything that Donald Trump does automatically must be deemed evil and discredited. It's a complete joke. I mean, look at this poll from YouGov. Only 14% of Democrats support Donald Trump's actions in Venezuela, while 66% of Republicans support it. It's totally inverted. No matter what Trump does, they'll tell you it's a frickin' war crime. It's the worst thing that's ever happened. It's the next step towards fascism. But of course it's not true, and these people's brains have just been warped. And time again, these people are blinded by Trump derangement syndrome, and because of it, they end up putting themselves on the wrong side of history every time. When Donald Trump is deporting Tren de Aragua members, they're on the side of Tren de Aragua members. When Somalis are committing fraud in mass, systemically, at scale in Minnesota and other states, and of course, when Donald Trump comes in, exposes it, and starts doing something about it, they take the side of the frickin' Somali scammers. It's pathetic. And now it's the same thing. Here they are on the side of Nicolas Maduro, on the side of cartel interest in South America, on the side of Russian, Iranian, and Chinese foreign policy interest, and they're looking at us as if we're the bad guys. Give me a frickin' break. And again, you know that if Obama or Biden did this, they'd hail it as the greatest foreign policy slam dunk in existence. You guys are pathetic. You're hypocrite grifters. And all we have to do is pull up old tweets to expose your utter hypocrisy. Here's a Joe Biden tweet from the past. And actually, I found another one. Here's 2 Joe Biden posts from the past. On the anniversary of a hopeful moment, it's clear Trump's Venezuela policy is a dead end. Millions are suffering with Maduro's regime still in power. Yeah, what happened to that energy, Democrats? Here's another one. Trump talks tough on Venezuela, but admires thugs and dictators like Nicolas Maduro. As president, I will stand with the Venezuelan people and for democracy. Then what did he do? He opened the frickin' floodgates for Tren de Aragua members and Maduro's regime to invade the country and flood the country with more illicit drugs. Give me a frickin' break. No one is buying your Trump-deranged BS. And it seems like the data is already backing that up. I got a post here from AF Post. This polling analysis seems to indicate that virtually all demographics, including Latin Americans and their diaspora, support U.S. intervention in Venezuela. Leftists are the only group mostly opposing. What a shock. You have to either be a moral coward or an idiot to be getting cold feet right now and feeding into these pathetic narratives. Speaking of pathetic narratives, let's continue to move on here and just go through one after another, one talking point after another, and just continue dismantling them. Here's the next dumbass talking point. This operation was illegal. Donald Trump didn't ask Congress. Well, first off, again, Trump doctrine. He's not going to signal anything related to his military operations before it's go time. And come on, we know exactly what would have happened had the Trump administration gone to Congress before pulling off this operation. Some little scoundrel in Congress would have likely leaked the operation. There's traitors among us. I know some people don't like to believe that, but the information likely would have gotten to Maduro. He would have been tipped off and the entire operation would have fallen apart. So yeah, no wonder he didn't go for congressional approval. Then comes the next talking point from all all these genius legal scholars. Everyone's a legal scholar, a constitutional scholar, a foreign policy expert overnight, right? They're claiming this was illegal. He cannot take action without congressional approval. This is patently false. It's not illegal. And once again, these people prove their ignorance. Under the War Powers Resolution of 1973, the President of the United States could deploy forces without congressional approval. He can then keep them there for 60 days, and then he's got 30 days for disengagement. In other words, what he did was entirely legal. Oh, my international law. Ooh, my international law. There's no such thing as international law. Not to mention, the president was totally justified, considering the clearly identified threat that Maduro's regime posed on American interest and American national security. So that's that. And now I save the best for last, or arguably the worst for last, the most brain-dead talking point as the cherry on top to finish this video. I'm sure you guys have seen all kinds of Democrats saying the same damn thing like a bunch of freaking bots as per usual. Donald Trump captured Maduro to, quote, distract from the Epstein files. Oh my Lord. This is the new lazy cop-out the Democrats run with every time. And they spewed the same nonsense as we were uncovering all this Somali fraud.
Every Republican right now is talking about this fraud that's allegedly being committed in Minnesota by Somali immigrants. But let me be clear about something. Number one, they're talking about this because they don't want to talk about Epstein, and they're lying about most of it. And number two, they don't actually care about fraud being committed. You know how I know that? They voted for Donald Trump, who has committed extensive amount of fraud.
But of course, this is total horseshit. And even CNN is now exposing these garbage insinuations about Donald Trump being a criminal accomplice of Epstein.
Breaking news, the Wall Street Journal is out with a new report describing the fallout between President Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. The Journal reports that a spa worker from Mar-a-Lago often made house calls to Jeffrey Epstein's home 2 miles away. But those house calls, quote, came to a halt in 2003 after an 18-year-old beautician returned to the club from a house call to Epstein and reported to managers that he had pressured her for sex. The HR manager faxed Trump a letter suggesting that the club ban Epstein, and Trump agreed, which does mirror the president's own public comments about why he cut ties with Epstein. The White House is responding to the Wall Street Journal, writing, no matter how many times this story is told and retold, the truth remains President Trump did nothing wrong, and he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago for being a creep.
There's nothing to be ashamed of here. This operation was righteous, but at the same time, I'm not going to delude myself into thinking that, now everything's hunky-dory, in comes a Venezuelan utopia, game over, we win. No, of course not. Now comes the hard work, the important work of making sure to not make the same mistakes as the neocons of old did. There's still work that needs to be done, but very clearly, this was a heroic first step, and the president deserves full credit. I mean, the frickin' balls on this guy. Donald Trump is an absolute giga-chad, and he continues to deliver. Anyways, I've said my piece, and I've had my fair share of stupid. That's pretty much what's on my mind. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Okay, for the last one, this is the last, unless something happens with Shanny and Rev or something else. This is going to be the last one for this segment. And Mansour Ashkar, I watch him every day. It's fantastic.
America is gonna take over Venezuela and possibly maybe even have Marco Rubio or someone else from the administration running Venezuela. Hear it from the man himself, and then we can talk about it.
Does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, they always say boots on the ground. So we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night.
Crazy.
At a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it, but we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very
You're going to run the country
judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. They stole our oil.
Donald Trump have just shocked the world when he just announced live on television that America is gonna take over Venezuela and is gonna run the government and the country right after the Delta Force have raided Venezuela in a night raid and captured President Nicolas Maduro and took him back to the United States with his wife to face justice for the allegation of drug and narco and terrorism, all of it together in one bag. He was taken by the Delta Force, who raided his safe compound under heavy fire from all over, and apparently he was trying to run. Maduro was trying to run to his safe room inside the house, some kind of a protected bunker that is heavily sealed, probably have everything inside from air ventilation to communication, to be able to protect himself until the reinforcements will come. So as he was running to the door, before he managed to close it, he was apparently jumped by one of the Delta Forces and captured, him and his wife, on the way back to America. But the crazy part, as if this is not crazy, is that Donald just said that America is gonna take over Venezuela. If you watch until now, Venezuela might be rich on resources, but I am not yet. The Republic of Mansour Ashkar is still running low on resources to run this channel. So if you want to help support, spread, and manage democracy across the universe, go and check my Patreon, where you can find practical, financial, direct ways to start supporting this channel. Can start something justified. Do you support it? Do you think that's good? That America goes to other countries and take down dictatorship and then come and basically take over the government and says, we're going to run the show right now. I'm interested to hear what's your thought about this. I'll tell you my thought about this. In the world that we're living today, a country like Venezuela that is run by an evil dictator that is obviously selling his country to gain personal profit into the hands of China, Russia, Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, and others, is not a good person. And the first victims of his crimes are his own people, and then other people around the world are suffering from this evil axis that is trying to take over and run over the world. So the way I see it is, someone is gonna benefit from Venezuela, and obviously they cannot handle it themselves. So either let it fall into the hands of Russia, or the hands of China, or the hands of America. Watching right now videos from the streets in Venezuela tells another story. Here, watch this. People are celebrating. People are happy. I think for many Venezuelans, the peaceful one, the one that won future and some kind of a democracy, this probably means good news. They'll probably say, thank you, America. Bring Walmart. We want Walmart. Bring it here. I'm sure there's a lot of leftists and all kind of weirdos around the world are saying, oh my God, this is evil. How dare you, America, take down dictators? But I said it in one of my live videos on my channel. I came and I said, I wish for 2026 to be the year of the fall of dictatorships. And we just saw right now Maduro and hopefully Iran and other evil dictators. But the question remains, is it the moral thing to do? Is it right for America to go and basically take over the government? Well, here's another thought I want to leave you with. From the history that we have so far, whenever big countries like America or Europe got involved in a conflict, they always did a half job. They never really finished the job. They went in, they did something, they pulled out, and they just left it for entire chaos. Undoubtedly, Venezuela, most likely at least, will not be able to recover by itself after years of corruption and oppression. Because what happened is, when bad people take over the government for a very long time, especially in a communist regime, they eliminate every opposition and they fill the entire government with corrupt people, and then they gather more corruption on them, and it becomes a system that is run on corruption, fear, and wickedness. And to expect a system like that just to recover because you took one bad leader is undoubtedly going to fail. We've seen so many examples in history that it's not working. So should America stay there, finish the job, establish some kind of a running, working system that is beneficial for the Venezuelan and for the Americans, because obviously they have interest here. To remind you, for those of you who don't know, Venezuela is one of the most blessed, richest countries in the face of this earth. The amount of natural resource that they have is just staggering. No wonder that all the countries want a piece of that, and a lot of evil countries were very happy to have someone like Maduro in the top of it, that was stealing that richness from his own people and giving it to China, Russia, and other terrorist organizations like Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran around the world. So America also said, you know, why give it to them? Give it to us, and we'll make sure you have a better life. I do trust America more than I trust China and Russia. definitely more than trust Hamas and Hezbollah in Iran. So I do think that this might end up being a very good thing for the Venezuelans, but maybe I'm wrong. Feel free to leave your thoughts and comments on it. But until then, guys, stay safe. This is crazy news. Oh, and apparently this is Maduro right now in the, one of the U.S. Aircraft carriers on the way back to the U.S., and he's going to face justice in New York City. I find this hilarious because New York City is run right now by a socialist and a communist who love Maduro, like Mamdani, and now it's going to happen in his city where this evil man is going to face justice. So it will be interesting to see what will happen in New York City when that happened. Here, watch it from Rubio, which probably, that's my guess, I think Donald Trump is going to send Rubio to be the new temporary governor, temporary president of Venezuela. I'm not so sure. This is crazy things that are happening right now. It's coming live. We're going to have updates as we go, but hear it from Rubio.
It says that somehow Venezuela is not involved in the drug trade because the UN says they're not involved in the UN. I don't care what the UN says. The UN doesn't know what they're talking about.
They don't.
Maduro is indicted by a grand jury in the Southern District of New York. That means the Southern District of New York presented the evidence to a grand jury, and a grand jury indicted him. And then a superseding indictment came out that was unsealed about a year and a half ago that specifically detailed Maduro's actions. So number one, let there be no doubt, Nicolas Maduro is an indicted drug trafficker in the United States, and he's a fugitive of American justice.
Now, if you think it's going to go easy for America to just go in and take the country and start running things and build a Walmart, then the next video will show you that they might face a few challenges along the way. Obviously, there's a lot of very bad people there that don't want to give up the power very fast and also fear facing the American justice system or their own people who know who they are and want to put them to justice. So watch this, the Venezuela Minister of Interior, Justice, and Peace. Yeah, sure. I really believe that that's his job. Denounces U.S. military attack. Hear out from what he's saying.
Y aquí a lo interno, el país está en completa calma.
And here,
El país está en completa calma. Lo que ellos
the
intentaron
inside the
con las bombas,
country is in
los misiles
complete
que lanzaron,
tranquility.
lo lograron parcialmente. Y
They've
digo
tried this,
parcialmente porque ellos esperaban que el pueblo saliera quizás a
and they maybe thought that the people would come out defeated, and that's not what's happening.
estos hombres y mujeres que están aquí, que han estado toda la noche dando la vuelta por Caracas.
So we're all here, we'll be here all night.
Here's when you know you're talking to a fraud and a crook. Obviously, everybody with half a brain cell knows that if America wanted to hurt the people of Venezuela, they would have used the right weapons to do so. America have the capability to destroy and annihilate Venezuela. They didn't. They did a very surgical operation that was intended only on capturing the dictator and his wife and bringing them, and did that in the cover of air raids, aircraft. I think there was like 150 airplanes flying in the sky, dropping missiles, isolating the area for operation and making sure no backup is coming, and giving the Delta Force the right time to do the operation inside and pull out. So he knows that. But if he's saying this, it means that he's a liar. It means that he's trying to deceive it and trying to make it look like it was an attack on the people of Venezuela. It was not. It was probably an attack on the people who are the enemies of Venezuela. That's at least to my opinion. But if you think differently, leave it in the comments. Anyway, stay safe. See you next time. And I will definitely be following this. And I can't wait to see the body cam of the helmets of the Delta Force of that operation. Sounds like it was one heck of an operation. I'll keep you updated when I see
Wait
it.
either. Bang. All right. He's done. All right. So let's have a quick. I said that was the last one, but obviously I found another one. I'm interested in this one. Larry Ragland. He's going to give us a little bit of a. Who's next? Let's see.
Well, welcome to 2026, y'all. It didn't take long. You know, I've been calling it the year of acceleration, and I believe that that's becoming a prophetic word more than just a prediction. Things are escalating on another level, and I believe they went to another whole nother.
I think he's going to be a little bit apocalyptic. I have a feeling this guy's going to be apocalyptic and be appealing to some supernatural, undefined, non-existent entity of some sort. Let's see.
Other level. This morning when we all woke up to the news that Maduro has been taken by now, you've probably already seen he's already in New York. Just got off the plane moments ago. Has been indicted and will stand trial. I believe he will be in court on Monday. Iran is melting down right now, even as we speak. Women are taking off their scarves over their heads and shouting freedom in the streets. Young people are protesting and borderline rioting. I wouldn't call it rioting, trying to fight for freedom. This is a world that's, not really gone mad. It's just a chaotic moment right now, and it is the end times. It is the beginning of the final flood.
Yeah,
are you ready? We're going to get you ready. Let's go.
You're watching. Hold on. If he's going to get all Christian about it, I'm not interested, because that's a lie. We'll all be here 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now talking about whatever flood is coming at that particular time. So we're going to go back to our favorite fatty. Let's see what she's up to. Nothing. What about hubby? Hubby? Nothing. Shanny, are you there? Shanny, are you there? So if you ask me, I don't think anything's breaking right now. So Shanny's silent. Ooh, Lay's Real Talk is on. Yeah, we can listen to her. She is good.
In Venezuela's air defense system, the U.S. Army Delta Force units airdropped directly into the presidential palace. And Maduro and his wife were captured and immediately transported to New York to face trial. So the speed and the decisiveness of the operation stunned the world. And here's where history takes an eerie turn. Now, Maduro was captured alive today. That's January the 3rd. And suddenly, that date matters again. Because January the 3rd has a history when it comes to the United States and its adversaries. 6 years ago, on this day in 2020, Iran's top military commander, Qasem Soleimani, was killed in a U.S. drone strike. 36 years ago, also on January the 3rd, that's 1990, Panama's strawman, Manuel Noriega was captured and flown to the United States to stand trial.
I remember that.
Different countries, different charges, same ending. So these are not coincidences, and that reveals something enduring about American power. Time doesn't erase the bill, it only delays the collection.
Ooh, very clever.
And today, Maduro's arrest isn't just about Venezuela. It may be the start of something much bigger. And that's where we are here to discuss, actually. Let me share the pictures because it will help with the YouTube algorithm. We actually have visuals. It helps with the algorithm. Now, as Iran's protests intensify, one question is spreading fast. Is Iran next? And if the dominoes keep falling, what does that mean for China? So that's what we want to address today. Now, here's where things get very interesting. I would say the most bizarre aspect of Maduro's capture is that 3 hours before he was taken, he was meeting with a Chinese delegation. There it is. And the delegation was led by China's special envoy to Latin America, Qiu Xiaoqi, who's actually someone in his 60s. He used to be, there's the man. He used to be, I think, ambassador to Mexico. Media published this to show support for Maduro, right, at 3:17 a.m. our time, which is their 4:17 p.m. 1 hour, 11 minutes later, as you can see in the post at the bottom, they changed the story. The same media account of the state media said Maduro is captured. So that's very interesting. And I want to show you this. This is taken from inside China. We don't know the location, but someone wrote on the bathroom, in the public bathroom, on the wall, with a message to say, you could read the English, say, we welcome President Trump to take out Xi Jinping, right? Something like that. Yeah, he calls Xi Jinping the pig head, to give freedom to 1.4 billion Chinese people, something to that effect. And this is within hours of what happened. I mean, we saw this like 12 hours ago. And so that was immediately after news broke out that Maduro was captured. You saw this in China. I think tomorrow we're going to see more. And then I saw this. Someone did this. Yeah, here's a picture of Xi Jinping and Maduro from months ago. Here's the post about the amount of loan that China has loaned to Russia and Venezuela. Okay, so I want to show you that Xinhua news agency published this editorial, and it's reposted on China Daily. It's essentially the same piece. The headline says, Democrats accuse the Trump administration of lying to Congress about U.S. goals in Venezuela. Like I said, Beijing really doesn't have too many cards left to play. Its room on the international stage is shrinking by the day. So, like I said, how did CCP respond? Well, the same old tactic, by trying to exploit political division inside the United States. So that's why this piece was all over the state media. Ironically, New York Times ran something similar in its editorial. So hopefully, let me come back. So what I want to say is this: we're living in a moment when everyone has to stand for something. Every politician, every media outlet, every institution. And this is no longer about left versus right or liberal versus conservative. It's about those who actually do the right thing for people versus those who only say they did the right thing for people, or those who say that they will do the right thing for the people. And that's why people are losing confidence in career politicians. Because they've become too good at talking and doing nothing. And that's why people increasingly distrust traditional media outlets like the New York Times, because they care more about ratings and their business models than truth. So in the end, action is what separates you from the crowd, not words. I certainly came to this realization after 5 years being a YouTuber. I think it's the action that matters, not words, not even intentions. I think being a YouTuber, creating videos every other day, almost every day for the past 5 years, I realized in the end, you may not be perfect. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. I do math errors. It's not the mistakes you make. It's not what you say. It's what you do. I think action is louder than anything. no one is perfect, but what you stand, we have to choose, we have to stand for something. This is what I realized after 5 years. Before, I was an idealist, I was a perfectionist, thinking a lot, with all the good intentions. But I think being a YouTuber changed that. All right, speaking of action, our New Year's resolution is that Chris and I decided to do something with our music aspiration. We released a song called Happy New Year in English, and then we're not quite happy with that because I wanted to come up with a song with a Chinese feeling, and the AI didn't deliver that. So Chris gave it another try, and so we translated the lyrics into Chinese, and we tweaked it a little bit, and the AI gave us a completely different song, a Chinese song. And so here we go. So I want to
Okay. I was making some dinner. Anyway, this looks like all of this has come to an end. And I'm going to take a break. I'm going to end it here because I've got things to do, and I'll most surely be back. So for everybody, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for sticking around, and we will see you in the end, eh? See you on the other side of this episode into the next one. Okay, we will see you later.